and let's build the room. Our first very interview is my good friend, Dr. Joseph McClendon III. Done this a few times with Joseph now, and the more I get to do it, the more I get to know him and his philosophies, and the interview gets better and better each time, right? Because we go deeper and we get that level of intimacy happening. So, team, we're going to run to a quick commercial. Then we're going to bring up our amazing interview here with Dr. Joseph McClendon III, and we're going to hit this out the gate with a bang. So, team, let's go to commercial.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
Is one I've been personally looking forward to for this whole summit. And because when I talk about vitality, it's easy to immediately talk about nutrition, exercise, supplements, things like GLP-1 and peptides and physical health, right? But you can have all of the information in the world and still have no idea what to do with that or what to need to do with that. So what's missing? What's happening in our psychology? What determines, our energy? Why do some people constantly take action while others remain stuck in patterns and desperately want to change? And perhaps most importantly, can we actually train ourselves to feel better, think better, and perform better? My guest today has spent decades helping people around answering those questions. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Joseph McClendon III. Welcome to our Peak Vitality Summit. It's an absolute privilege to have you here, Joseph.
It is my absolute pleasure to be here with you as well, Jeff. Good to see you again.
Thank you. And Joseph, rather than me reading out one of those ridiculously, long bios where everybody forgets the first half, and by the time I get to the end, for somebody who's watching today, who's discovering you for the first time, who is Dr. Joseph McClendon III, and what have you spent your life helping people to change?
Well, I'll give you the condensed version because I'll forget some of those things that you mentioned as well, Jeff. I am by profession a neuropsychologist, and I help people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges that hinder their lives. I had a practice in Los Angeles for many, many years, and that's what I would do. But by trade, I'm what's known as an ultimate performance specialist. And all that means is that I help people get the best out of themselves. Said differently, I've had the privilege of coaching and mentoring Academy Award-winning movie stars and Grammy-winning musicians and millionaires and billionaires and major sports figures and everything in between, and everyday people as well. I've had the privilege of working with and speaking live in front of over 6 million people now. And all of that to say that my expertise are three things. Number one, helping people discover and really flesh out the exact moment, the exact emotion that triggers them to not do what they know they need to do to get the results that they want. And that kind of answers the half a dozen questions you asked earlier today. I'll come back to that. And the second thing is to actually mitigate those negative things that cause us, stress or any of the things that cause us to not move in the direction that we want, and replace it with something that does. And then the third thing, at the risk of sounding arrogant, and even utilizing those things, I'm going to be 73 years old in just a couple months. And I say that not to brag or to boast, I say that because for many, many years, my passion has been vitality. Not just, and as you said before, Jeff, it's not just what we eat and how we move, but vitality, the energy that we have, the youthfulness that we have, the ability for our bodies to regenerate and recuperate, and all of those things. That's been my passion.
I love that. So let's start here. This whole entire summit's based around these two words, peak vitality. So when you hear those words, what do they mean to you?
I would say, in its simplest form, energy. And energy, it's just a broad thing. But if you don't have the energy, and when I say energy, I simply mean the electrical intensity that goes through your body. Every single one of our cells, we're electrical beings, and every single one of our cells has something called ATP. Stands for adenosine triphosphate. And all that is, it's the same chemical reaction that's in a battery, and it makes electricity. And the more electricity that we have the ability to move our bodies, think properly, and for our cells to be able to do what they need to do, which is to replace themselves, to heal themselves, and to create more energy. It's a cybernetic loop. And so vitality is to have an abundance of energy. And that energy is not only replicatable, but we can, in any given moment, we can have more energy, we can make more energy. And if you encode yourself / program yourself, it becomes automatic.
We've had a few conversations now around this topic, and here's something that really fascinates me. Most people watching this probably don't have an information problem, especially in today's world, right? We can get any information that we need. We know we should exercise. We know that sleep matters. We know that stress affects us in certain ways. We know we should stop putting things in this pie hole and eating better. We know we should look after ourselves. So why don't we do what we already know? Like, what's happening psychologically when an intelligent person knows exactly what they need to do to improve their life and repeatedly does the opposite?
Yeah, and it's such a great point there, because it's not just intelligent people, it's people in general, even the dumb people. We know what to do, but we don't do what we know. And there's a reason why that. And there's 10 things. And these 10, I call them the toxic 10. And these are the behaviors, the beliefs, and the habits that we have. I should say addictions, the different than habits that we have, that cause us to, in that moment, do something else other than the thing that we know to do. And here's what they are. They are, and by the way, those of you that are listening, when I say them, every time I go through one, if you hear one that makes you go, oh yeah, that's me, if you're interacting with this type of one or whatever, but I want you to get it, that one of these is going to hit home with you. And one of them is going to make you go, yep, if I didn't have that, or if I was able to mitigate that, or if I was able to replace that with something else, I would go further faster. I would eat better. I'd move better. I'd do all the things that I need to do, and not just health and not just vitality. So here we go. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. And those are the things, those are the things that when it's time to do what we know we need to do, like you said, quit putting the wrong food in our pie hole, or go to the gym, or, stop scrolling on our phone, or whatever. There's a moment right before we don't do what we need to do. And that moment is when one of those or more of that toxic 10 creeps in. And when it does, that's painful, because here's the answer to why we don't do it. Because when we think about doing what we need to do, that brings about some level of discomfort or pain. And our entire nervous system is designed to move away from pain. And so in the moment, any kind of pain that comes up, we go, oh, well, I'll eat the cake now and I'll stop tomorrow. Because we really believe that we're going to do it tomorrow in that moment. And so we alleviate the pain goes away, but we've already eaten the cake. And we've already, turned on Netflix or something like that. And then we feel bad. And so guess what we do when we feel bad? Eat more cake, scroll more on the phone. It's a loop.
Yeah, you're talking about patterns for sure. So can these patterns actually be rewired? Like, I know you're talking about identifying the awareness around these toxic 10 and the patterns that are caused by them, but can they actually be rewired?
Yeah, not only can they, but they do all the time. And what that means is we only learn two major ways: repetition and what I call significant emotional event. And what that means is this: you can learn a lesson one time, and that lesson sticks with you for the rest of your life. Or you can learn it over and over and over again, and through time, maybe you'll finally get it. I always ask people, have you ever done something stupid again? And the answer is yes, because we didn't learn the lesson. We go, when we eat I use eating cake as an example. When we eat the cake and then we feel bad, we go, oh, that's why I forgot, because when I eat the cake, I feel bad. Okay. Because pain goes away. But watch this.
I'm reflecting to my 20s, when, you go out, you have a good night out, you drink, you get hungover the next day and you say, oh, I'm never doing that again. But yet the next weekend, you're back there doing the same thing.
Because pain goes away. We're not designed to live in pain all the time. Well, when pain shows up, our nervous system immediately goes, get the hell out of here. Let's go find something else. And even if that something else is not good for us, even if that something else is something that we know long-term is going to hurt us, we do it anyway. Why? Because it gets out of that moment. But watch this. We can learn, because to answer your question, can we change those patterns? And we can change them very, very quickly. And I'll give you a radical example of that. When all of us were babies or, really young, at some stage, we stuck our hand on something hot. We touched the stove. We put our hand in the fire, whatever. And when we did, it created pain, physical and emotional pain. And that's called significant emotional event. And your nervous system said, what just happened before we got that pain? Oh, I put my hand in fire. And we never do it again. You learn that lesson one time. But here's the great part. It works with pleasure as well, and everything in between. Because there have been things that we've learned one time when we got a lot of pleasure. And we went, oh, I want more of that. And the brain goes, what just happened before we got that pleasure? Oh, do it again. And you learn it over and you learn it quickly. So with that same dynamic, if you will, and that same structure, we can do the same thing with mitigating or shrinking that toxic 10 and replacing it with something that makes us want to do what we need to do.
You're speaking about essentially emotional states, and I know you talk a lot about energy and the way our physical and emotional states affect and how we experience life. And I think as someone, I think some people underestimate this, and so two people can actually wake up based on identical circumstances. One feels powerful, optimistic, and ready to start the day out the gate and move. The other wakes up and feels exhausted, overwhelmed, and defeated. How much control do we actually have over our own energy and emotional state?
Yeah, we have 100% control. Even we have 100% of the control in the moment, as well as before the moment. And that's where the real change is. Because in the moment, you can feel bad, you can feel frustrated, you can feel upset or whatever. And you can do something, or something can happen to you, and you're no longer in that moment. I'll give you an example. We call it a pattern interrupt. And that is this. All of us have been, you're doing something. Maybe you're watching television. And you go, oh, gosh, I got to go get something out of the kitchen. I got to go to get an ink pen out of the kitchen. In that moment, you're in a pattern of focus. You're looking at the television. Your brain knows ink pen. And your body is in such a position that is a wired pattern. But as soon as you stand up and you go in the kitchen, what do? You're in the kitchen going, what the hell did I come in here for? Okay. In that moment, and this is really critical, because this is one of the ways that you can program yourself in the moment. Because you ask the question, do we have control? Yeah. Stand up. I guarantee you, when somebody is frustrated and somebody's procrastinating and things like that, they're not standing up with their chest out and looking up with a smile on their face. So if you stand up in the moment, just this, and I know this is oversimplifying it, then what happens is you create a scotoma. First off, you're no longer in that state. And you create what's called a scotoma, which is a blank spot in the brain, which is why you can't remember what you were thinking about. But then that blank spot is what I call a mental vacuum. And what does nature want to do with a vacuum? It wants to fill it up. And so quite simply, if you just simply, and you got to do this ahead of time, cause yourself to feel frustrated, unresourceful, whatever it is, and then just stand up or just shake yourself out and create that scotoma, and then just simply put a smile on your face. Your brain is going to go, well, what just happened before? Because when we smile, our brain releases endorphins, dopamine, oxytocin, which feels good. And the brain goes, well, what just happened before I got this feel-good juice? And the brain goes, oh, I stood up, or I took myself out of that unresourceful state. And then the brain goes, let's do it again. And that's an oversimplification of it, but that's the process. That is part of the process, because nothing changes without process. You said this from the very beginning, Jeff. People know what to do, and they're searching for more knowledge, scrolling on the phone, Googling it, buying another, diet program or exercise program. We know what to do, but unless we change, we got to transform how we think so it changes how we feel, which changes what we'll do, which will change what we get. And that's where the real key is. That's where what I call neuro encoding comes in. And it's not something I do to you. It's something you get to do for yourself.
Well, rather than me trying to attempt to explain your methodology, you just used a really key word there. Was actually going to lead into my next question. And I know that you've been spending, decades studying human behavior, and you've developed your work around this neuro encoding. So for people who are hearing that word the first time, what is neuro encoding?
Yeah, neuro is your nervous system. And when I say nervous system, people think, well, all our veins. No, your nervous system are your 5 senses: visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory. Touch, taste, feel, smell, and hearing. I'm sorry, touch, taste, feel, smell, and our hearing as well. And that's it. And so all of those senses are on high alert all the time. All the time. And they're all input senses. Think about that. When you touch yourself or something touches you, it's giving information to your nerve, to your brain. And the brain goes, well, what does this mean? Let's do something with it. And so all we do in coding is to program your nervous system, your 5 senses, to receive this information and translate it to something that you desire it to be transferred, or that it would be something so that you automatically default to your best behavior. So when something shows up, and let's say it's uncomfortable, eating a salad instead of the cake. So when that shows up, instead of defaulting to go, oh, I don't want to do that, and whatever, your brain, your nervous system goes, oh, you know what that means? I get to be healthy. That means I got to have energy. That means I get to look younger. I get to have, all those things. And so that switch is what is what we do. So what we do is we program our nervous system so that it defaults to our chosen best behavior.
I love that. And I know one of our very first interactions, I can't believe it's almost been like going on 2 years since we've come across each other's path. But I know one of our first ones, sitting in on one of your masterclasses, you left me with a question that's just really sat with me. And the question was, can you look in the mirror and really just say to to that person looking back that I love you, you can smile, you can really look at that person. And so this has become something that's really personal to me. We live in a culture that celebrates more, building more, earning more, achieving more, giving more, growing more, but really looking, probably to the person on the inside, it's empty, that there's no purpose. And particularly for, entrepreneurs and high performers, exhaustion can almost become a badge of honor because of this. And so, you've built an extraordinary business around essentially your purpose and something that gives back to society and contributes. If you don't have your health to enjoy it, so what if everybody knows your name,
exactly.
Right? If you don't, if people barely see you, what is if you're successful on paper? So I suppose, there's no point in trying to do this just for the glory and really coming out the other end of it exhausted in real life. So I suppose my question leads to, how do ambitious people continue pursuing extraordinary things without destroying themselves in the process?
That's such a great question, Jeff. My simple answer is seek out process that is going to, yeah, and I mean it, not just look for knowledge, look for process, strategies, things that are going to help you do what I said about encoding, which is to program yourself to default to your chosen best behavior. You see, most people never sit down and go, I want to be excited. I want to have health. I want to have this. And they don't paint a picture in their mind and all those things that it's possible. And even when they do, they don't know how to do that. Everybody writes goals at the beginning of the year. You know, I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to make more money. I'm going to be a better father, better mother. I'm going to do all those things. And in the moment, we really mean it. But when it comes down to doing those things that it takes, and sometimes that's the very next day that you say you're going to do what you're going to do, then that sequence that I told you about before steps in. The sequence of that's painful, well, I'm going to get out of pain. So instead, to answer your question, when we seek out process, and that process carries with it the ability to interrupt that pattern and replace it with something else, and we do that process, it's not necessarily an overnight thing. I mean, you know, I don't jokingly say this, I mean it. If you come into my office when I was doing regular therapy, if you will, not regular, but doing phobia cures, and if you come into my office and you get a fear of dogs, guess what's going to be in my office? It's going to be a dog. Why? Because I want you to experience the worst possible emotion that you can in that moment, so that I can interrupt that pattern and replace it with something else. And so listen, I look at it this way, Jeff. It's mechanical. We as human beings, we like to look as we're these biological miracles that happen and everything, but we work like clockwork. Yeah. And if you can, but when you have a process that goes in and flips the right levers, that process turns into another process. With everybody, and every single one of us, there was something that you used to do that was not serving you. And all of a sudden, now it may have taken, 3, 4, 5 years to get there, but at one point you didn't do it anymore. At one point you stopped doing that and you started doing something else. Smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, smoking weed, or, doing whatever it is. Or here's one that everybody went through, hopefully, and that is there was one point in your life that you used to poop your pants. And then at one point, you didn't do that anymore unless you had an accident. And it was at that point. But did you do it overnight? No. It took you a while in the learning process of doing this, but it still works. And that does not change within the human nervous system. It just does not. It's there the entire time.
Fascinating. And I'm also reflecting through this whole conversation, the importance of having a guide, a mentor, someone who's been where you want to go so you can get there. And, and especially now Western world, it seems to be there's a badge of honor to go and do it on your own, self-made person almost. But I think self-made is almost, nobody's really self-made. Like
nobody is,
guide you. And I suppose where I'm going with this is, what's the importance of having the right people around you so you can model their behavior, to get where you need to be? What is the importance of that?
It's not just important, it's critical. It's necessary. It's just like saying, okay, what's the importance of having somebody that taught you how to walk? What's the importance of having somebody that taught you how to, write your name or anything like that? It's necessary if you want to go further, faster. Can you grind it out and do it on your own? The answer is yes, especially us adults. But I use that metaphor, that example of a child. That's how important it is as an adult as well. The biggest, in my opinion, mistake that people can say is, I'm going to do it on my own. I'll figure it out on my own. For whatever reason, because some people it's a pride thing. Some people it's a fear thing. If I ask for help, then I'm going to appear weak. No. The truth of the matter is, you want to go further, faster? Proximity to people that have already been there. You said coach or mentor. There's a difference. Coaches are great, and go get a coach, but a coach is rarely, I shouldn't say rarely, but not always better at the thing that you're coaching you to do. A basketball, I have the privilege of working with amazing, NBA players and NFL players and major sports figures, and they all have coaches. but none of their coaches are better players than they are.
Good
None
distinction.
of them. So a coach is somebody that can see within your movements and things like that, and coach you and get you excited and point out some things like that. But a mentor is somebody that is generally better at the thing that they're mentoring you to do. They've been there, they've done that. So would you rather learn from somebody that, if you want to make $1 million, would you rather learn from somebody that's making $1 million or somebody that's living in their car?
Yeah.
So,
and you talk about even the story of you learning how to play bass and how you picked that up by modeling someone else.
Yeah. And actually that wasn't bass, that was guitar. I went through the school of hard knocks to learn bass. It took me years and years to get there. But when it came down to playing guitar, I was writing a chapter in my first book about the modeling process of what I just told you about. And there's 3 steps. And I sat down, and I never played guitar before. And people would always say, well, because I tell my friends I'm going to play, and they go, well, you've already played bass, it should be easier. No, it's harder because you learn habits and hand positions and things like that in playing bass. And the strings are big and they're this far apart versus guitar. They're really close together and really small, and you got to play chords. And so what I did was I just found, my favorite guitar player, and I modeled him. And I learned how to play guitar, in a fraction of the amount of time that I learned how to play bass. And so that process is, like I said, it's process that makes transformation.
Yeah. Well, that actually leads me to my next question, right? Because people see the Dr. Joseph McClendon, the third today, the speaker, the author, the teacher, the man who's impacted the world around him. But, every teacher has a story that, came before all of that, right? So was there a moment in your life when you realized something had to change? Like a moment where the direction you were heading simply wasn't the direction where you wanted your life to be going? What happened, and what did that season teach you about your capacity to change?
Well, the moment for me was very, very clear. When I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And they beat me and they left me for dead. And that wasn't the worst part. It's what they said to me about my self-worth, about who I was. And it destroyed my confidence. It destroyed my self-esteem, and instead of blaming them, I blamed myself. If I didn't have this skin, and if adults could treat me that way, there's something wrong with me. And that devastated me, Jeff. I wound up becoming homeless. I didn't care, and I gave up on everything. And I wound up living in a cardboard box out behind this old drive-in theater. And what changed my life was somebody gave me the book Think and Grow Rich. Somebody that I didn't know, and just a kind person who cared enough to do that in the right time. And I read the book, and I did what the book said, because a lot of people have read the book. But if you don't do what the book says, it's just, just more knowledge. And my life changed. And you asked, what was that moment and what were the lesson? The lesson was that I learned, I say this now, I'm intellectualizing it now, but I learned that it's think first. It's top down. And I learned that you could change how you think, because your brain is the command center. And I was living in this, and thoughts are just the words that you say to yourself and the pictures that you imagine in your head. And I was living in that trap of even the words that those guys said to me. That was, how I programmed myself. And so the lesson was, you can change how you think. And it was not so systematic that I understood it. As a matter of fact, it seemed to me in the moment when I was learning this stuff, it was like, well, this is obscure. This doesn't have anything to do with thinking. But when I started to do it, and that's what put me on the path of being a psychologist, by the way, was when I went back to the gentleman that gave me the book, and I said, thank you. And I said, you've changed my life. How do I repay you? And what he said to me, Jeff, changed my life. And what he said was, he goes, Joseph, you repay me by doing these 2 things. Number 1, be the best human being you can possibly be. And then number 2, do the same for as many people as you possibly can that I did for you. And so that's why I do what I do. And so I strive to be a better person all the time, and I strive to help other people as well.
Absolutely beautiful. And I want to finish this conversation by looking at ways to make this incredibly practical, because we've given a lot of people a lot of things for them to chew on and think about, right? But information without implementation, as you just mentioned, it doesn't change anything. So imagine you're speaking directly to the person watching us right now. If you could challenge them to make one change over the next 30 days, something that could positively change their energy, psychologically, health, even their quality of life, what would you challenge them to do?
I can't answer that with just one thing, so I got to give you two, okay, at the very least.
I love that.
Number one, as simple as it is, it's the same thing that I told you, Jeff. You're not nobody. Listen, if you're watching me right now, look me in the eyes, okay? You are not going to change unless you change how you feel about yourself. Let me repeat myself. You are not going to change unless you change or until you change how you feel about yourself. Because that toxic 10 that I mentioned, they're all perceptions of oneself. Procrastination, I'm a procrastinator. Hesitation, I hesitate, all those things. But when you change that, and this comes with system and process, okay, and that's going to be the second thing that I tell you to do, then you will switch how you feel about what you think about those things and how you feel about those things. The second thing is seek out platforms like this, or I know we have the summit coming up and things like that, to put yourself in the vicinity of mentors, people that have been there, done that. People that have have tried and failed and succeeded. Any of the above. Put yourself in the vicinity of those people. I said there's two. There's third things. The third thing is do it. Damn it, do it. Do it. There's not a one of us on this planet right now that our lives would not be better if we didn't GSD. Get stuff done. And then lastly, I'll say this in the words of the late great Prince: you say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. You better come on in and let me guide you.
I love that. Brilliant. I love it. And so let's just quickly, wrap up with a bit of a future pace here. And what might their life look like, 30 days from now, if they actually get stuff done, if they actually go do this? What might their life look like?
Okay, let's just go back to the very beginning. More energy. That's the foundation of everything. More energy is what you'll have. So let's say it's, a month or 2 months from now. In 2 months from now, here's what I want you to do. Everybody listening and watching. Imagine, you can do this with your eyes closed or your eyes open. Imagine waking up on that day and you go, I feel great. I'm alive. I didn't have to, I don't need any coffee. I've got energy and I cannot wait to do what I did. And oh, by the way, look at what I've done for the last 60 days. It was incremental in the very beginning. I did a little bit here and then I did it and then better and better. And pretty soon, I've written this book, or I've lost this much weight, or I've done whatever. Your imagination, your brain cannot tell the difference between what's real and what's not when you imagine it. And so that, my friend, future pace yourself. I just painted you a picture, do your own. Get up tomorrow morning, put a smile on your face, get out a book or get out a notepad or a journal and write down. It is, I don't even know what the date is, but it's 60 days from right now. And I wake up with energy and excitement on my face. And I think back when I heard those words from that crazy guy, and I look back and then I start to recognize, well, my life has changed and things are better. Yeah, I fell down a couple times, but look at me, I'm a badass. And all of those things, I'm making this up, but all those things that you say to yourself, you'll start to believe it. And that's it. Whatever you repeat, you'll start to believe.
And I think that you hit the nail on the head. Every successful person I've ever come across, they make it up as they go, but they believe it in themselves. The confidence is there, it's exuding. And so Joseph, absolutely love that. And if there's one thing I hope everyone takes away from today's discussions, it's this. You have far more influence over the way you feel, think, and show up in your life and everybody around you, right? You can influence their circle, and you maybe have a led to that belief there. You need to challenge that belief, and you need to, do some work around it, as Joseph been talking about, right? But peak vitality isn't about simply living longer. It's about having the energy, the psychology, the quality of life to actually enjoy the years that you've been giving and living in the moment. So Dr. Joseph McClendon, thank you very much for your wisdom, your energy, and most importantly, giving something people that they can actually tangibly use. It's been an absolute privilege having you here at the Peak Vitality Global Summit. Thank you once again.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Jeff.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
All right. I wanted to welcome, there we go. I felt like I was in the corner for a minute. So wanted to welcome everybody back. Joseph, thank you so much. I know he's listening. You bring so much to everything we do. You bring so much energy, and it's just what a great way for you to be able to spend time with us. And he's a mentor, he's a friend, he's a business partner. There's so much around what he does that you just need to listen and learn and really drive that forward. Wanted to talk for just a minute, and then we're going to go. Our next speaker is just keying up. That means he's in the green room and waiting. And it's tremendous what you're going to hear, because any company that's done $34 billion, any company that has changed the planet the way it did with everything else he's built and continuing to build, it's time to listen. But what I'd like to do from the audience too, because there's a lot of you commenting, thank you so much, is please, number one, put where you're from. Where are you calling in from? That's always great to see, because we know we have people around the world. So wherever you're calling in from, go ahead and put that in. We have Tasmania, we have Indianapolis, we have the central coast of New South Wales. That is Australia, for those who don't know. We have so many coming through. We have the Philippines. We have more from the Gold Coast. We're worldwide. We have people from Seattle. We have people from LA. We have people on from Singapore. Thank you so much. And it's just great to have everybody on here. It's great to have the contingent here as we move forward. So what I'd like everybody to do is make sure that you're ready for more, because it's just started. You're about to hear from influencers. You're going to hear from a tremendous woman who's right now filming 2 movies at Warner Brothers. You're going to hear from business leaders. You're going to hear from people who really can help you with your health and wellness and what's that peak vitality mean and how you move forward. And at the same time, with Voice to Influence, we want to really say hello to you listening. Hello to you that are out there. Hello that maybe want to be part of this. I want you to see what we're doing. So the group right now, my team, right? We're all a team, one family, is going to drop a link for Voice to Influence. And I want you to click on that link and see what we're all about, see what we're meaning, see what it is to be part of what we're doing, to really see if that's something for you or something that you know, or if nothing else, and you go, I get it. I get where they're going. I get what this is about. And we have shows all year long. Look at our event schedule. We have a huge podcaster show coming up, kicking off with a very major podcaster you'll be hearing about pretty quickly here. We have our sales show, our real estate show. We're doing a show out of Puerto Rico about paying it forward and really how that really transfers, or what that means to be. We have shows all the way till next year. We have shows booked for a year. We have live shows that are going to be on the Gold Coast in Australia, in Beverly Hills, in Singapore. I want you part of that, and I want you to learn from it. So right now, write down one thing. What's that? One thing. Write down one thing that you're going to learn today. Maybe it's something you already got from Joseph. So by the end of the show today, take that one thing that you write down. Wow, I just learned this from Joseph or from Michael or from Natasha or from Tom, whoever it is, and I'm going to do it right now. Because also we have panels coming up with great, amazing speakers who have built tremendous businesses, and they're each going to give you an individual thing to do. So you're going to have a lot of stuff to do. But find that one thing in the show today. New Zealand's in the house. Fantastic. I know there was more going by as I was talking. But what is that one thing you can do? So the show's not about us. The show's not about who we are from being on stages for all of our life. It feels that way. It's been 30 years for me. And I'm still a baby compared to most. And I've been around longer than some. And it's all about moving forward, learning. And it's great because you're going to see some of the influencers today who are young, right? And it's really how we're making a difference every single day. So they're going to drop the link in one more time, Voice to Influence. Check it out. Check out what we're about. See the About page. Look at the mission. Look at the values. Look at what we bring. Look at who we have for mentoring and what we can bring to you. And thank you for sharing this. Share this with as many people as you can, because it's the people that are around you and circle you make a difference in your life. With that being said, this is what you do when you prep the team. I'm about to go to commercial, but not yet. We're about to go to commercial, and then I'm just making sure our green room's ready. Fantastic. Our next speaker is ready to come to stage. You've seen tremendous interviewing. You're going to see more of it through the night. Watch what the hosts do. They've all been trained by myself and by many others that are part of this international movement we're creating. I won't even tell you who we just got off the phone with and says, be part of what we're doing. We're very excited. We also have one of our sponsors, Podco, one of the fastest rising networks for podcasters. They're brilliant, and you're going to hear a lot from them. You're going to hear from they're really the person who's running a lot of their board background, their CEO on the next show. And it's a great time to be there. So here we go. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm co-founder of Voice to Influence. I'm so excited to have these shows. Again, you'll be watching us for years to come because we're actually going to book through now into 2028. It's exciting to have you as part of this. And now, team, we are going to go to commercial on 3, on 2, on 1.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
To our summit. My next guest is someone who doesn't just build companies, he's helped build industries. He's a serial entrepreneur. He is an engineer, attorney, best-selling author, and the co-founder of Teladoc, one of the pioneering companies that has transformed the whole telemedicine and forever changed how healthcare has to be delivered around the world. Throughout his career, he's founded and led multiple companies across healthcare, technology, energy, and innovation. He's created billions of dollars in enterprise in value while remaining deeply passionate about leadership, wellness, and the future of human potential. I'd also like to thank my good friend Aaron Young for making this introduction and connection possible. So please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Michael Gorton. How are you, Michael?
I am well, Jeff. Thank you.
Well, firstly, thank you very much for your time. And it's an absolute privilege to have you joining us here for the Peak Vitality Global Summit. We have leaders from all over the world tuning in for this summit. We've got Singapore, we've got Australia, India, Africa, and of course, America. And I can't think of anyone better to kick off a conversation around leadership, innovation, and the future of wellness. So, Michael, you've built companies across multiple industries. Looking back over your 4 decades of entrepreneurship, what would you say, what do you believe is the single greatest lesson leadership has taught you?
That you can never be the smartest person in the room. Always bring smarter people in and listen to them.
I heard Steve Jobs say something like that in his documentary, and I've definitely, early in my career, 20 years into it, but it's definitely profound when you can take that and humble yourself and not have to let the ego ride roughshod all the time, and bring in smarter people and be more of a team effort rather than just, for better words, a dictatorship, right? It's much more enjoyable when you get that environment right from the get-go, yeah?
Yeah, and what's really amazing is there are so many people who just don't realize how good they can be. And if you want to be a great leader, the thing you have to do is figure out what that thing is inside of those people and inspire it out of them.
Yeah, wow. That just really hits home, because I find myself at the moment, I'm in the network marketing space. I've just built a team of like 4,000 people in the last 6 months. And, I find the leadership responsibility around being the thermostat, not the thermometer, when things don't go quite right, and like in any business, you're having to essentially, bring the temperature down, cool, calm, and collected, versus being reactive and, come back into that responsive piece. And when you can find the lane that you really thrive in, I think a leader needs to be the thermostat, but also be the person who creates vision, right? Have you found that in your experience?
Well, first of all, I love that quote. I have never heard that before, but Jeff, I'm going to start using it. The thermostat, not the thermometer. What a great line. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. This generation really likes a person who's been invisible to history for so long, named Marcus Aurelius. And if you ask most of them, what was so great about Aurelius? A lot of them don't know. And the answer is he knew how to stay calm no matter what happened. He controlled the temperature of the room. Aurelius was the thermostat.
Yeah, fascinating. And, I think to people like John Maxwell, his laws of leadership, and, one of the laws being the law of navigation. Anybody can sail a ship through calm waters, but it takes a leader, essentially a captain of the ship, to be able to, who's got experience and got wisdom, to be able to, steer the ship in the right direction when things aren't going right, in the storms and stuff, right?
That's exactly right.
It's fascinating. So this summit is all about, peak vitality. And so that's a pretty broad topic, but when most people hear wellness, they automatically think of diet and exercise, So how do you define wellness in today's world?
Well, it has to start with a good positive mental attitude, because no matter how tired you are, if you say, I'm going to get up and walk or run or accomplish something, it has to start here. And I think a good friend of mine, Jeff Gladden, is a medical doctor. And you ask him how old he is, and he says, I'm 29. And when you look at him, guy's not really 29, but he is 29.
Mentally,
I think he's in his 70s, but he works and runs and smiles like he's 29.
I love that. One of our other close friends here that's on these summits is Dr. Joseph McClendon III. And he's in his, I'm probably going to age him. He's in his 70s, but he doesn't look like he's in that space. He always looks like he's probably in his 40s or his 50s, coming from that youthful energy. And I think that's a powerful thing. I always go far as saying, the main challenge in our world is, from my perspective, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this, is this sense of entitlement and this attitude that's almost a mental wellness pandemic than anything else, of people expecting things just to fall in their laps, but not coming from a space of gratitude, like being able to not have to do the work, but I get to do the work type sort of space. What do you see happening in our world from a wellness perspective versus this entitlement versus gratitude space?
I like climbing mountains, and there's times on really hard mountains where I count the number of steps. That's how tired I am. I just say to myself, I'm going to take 20 steps,
Yep.
and it's really, really hard. But then when you get to the summit and you get to look around and see the whole world below you. When my kids were doing it, we were climbing the highest point of elevation in all 50 states. And they would love getting on the summit of that mountain and saying, I'm the tallest 15-year-old in all of America right now, or all of Colorado right now.
I love that.
And so, but entitlement doesn't give you the number one reward, which is the work you have to do to accomplish something.
Yeah, well said. It's falling in love with the work to get to. It's the journey, right?
Exactly right. It's the journey.
So you didn't just build Teladoc, like you helped pioneer an entirely new way of thinking in the healthcare space. So when you believe in an idea before the rest of the world does, how do you stay confident long enough for everyone else to catch up?
Well, first of all, you have to prepare your team. You know what I said about inspiring greatness and brilliance from the people around you? Teladoc was such a unique experience because entrepreneurs know they're going to have to work harder. I tell people in corporate America when they want to become entrepreneurs, I tell them, look, we have higher highs and lower lows, and often they happen in the same day. And I never would have guessed when Dr. Brooks and I started Teladoc that sheriffs would show up in my office from some of the 50 states and say, what you're doing is illegal, you're going to go to prison. And, that's a true test of, am I really doing the right thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you start to question everything at that moment.
Exactly right. You do. But the thing that you have to do is you have to step away from it and look at it and say, is what I am doing something that's transformational? Is it worth it? And if it is, let's buckle down and make it happen. Like taking those 20 steps to get to that summit.
Yeah, I think that what you just said, is it transformational and is it worth it? And I would probably go far as saying, is it worth it from a standpoint of the betterment for humanity, right?
Exactly right. Exactly.
It's not about you and your own self, you, me, myself, and I conversation. It's about we and what can we do together to help the humanity level up. Is from what I see.
And you think about the rewards you get from doing something like that. So a lot of people immediately go to, oh, you get to be a millionaire. And I always joke around and say, look, money is one thing. You can lose it. You can do stupid things and lose it. But the credential from getting to that summit is something you don't lose. It stays. Well, if you get Alzheimer's, maybe you do lose it. But, other than that, it's something that stays with you no matter what happens to the economy.
Yeah, I love that. And so going back to your story there with, the sheriffs turning up to your office, and I think this is really important to unpack that a bit deeper. And, every entrepreneur who's gone through the journey, the highs and the lows, as you say, it definitely ain't for the weak-hearted, but every entrepreneur experiences setbacks, right? So what's one challenge that almost broke you, and what did it teach you that success never could?
Well, we had the DEA come into our office with M16s, and
Wow.
it is Texas, and the rumors about Texas are true, but you don't want to get into a battle with the DEA, you'll lose. But I think what to me that day was. It was a demonstration that the team understood the value of what we were doing. Because if you think about the fact that a federal government entity who has every right to be there to make sure that you're not breaking the laws of this country, and that's scary. As employees, we don't sign up for something like that. But what it
Mm,
ultimately became was a question of how well people believed in what they were doing. And we love telling the story of Leonidas. Why was it that those 300 were willing to stand and fight when they knew they were going to die? And
yeah.
the thing that we learn from history is Leonidas understood what is the opposite of fear. And if you ask the average person, what is the opposite of fear? They'll say courage. But it wasn't courage that allowed those guys to stand up there knowing that 100,000 arrows were going to fall on their small group of 300. The opposite of fear is love. And
Mm,
if you love what's standing behind you, you are not going to run and hide. And
mm,
this is what we did in the early days of Teledoc. We said, what is it that we really stand for? We're trying to fix healthcare. We're trying to get doctors to patients quickly. We're trying to catch things early so people don't die. And everybody on the team understood that. It was the fundamental, what is the opposite of fear? And so rather than being scared when the DEA came in, and by the way, we really were scared, but
of
the,
course,
the
yeah.
way we reacted to it when that knockdown and kick in the teeth happened was we said, okay, how do we fix this? We have to show those DEA people that we're doing the right thing. And ultimately we did. They became a customer.
Mm. I love that story. And, the opposite to fear is love. But I would say, most people think it's courage, but courage is a byproduct when you especially have a community around what you're doing, a team around what you're doing who believe what you believe. As Simon Sinek says, that's the goal right there, isn't it? Is to find people who believe what we believe and then go accomplish that goal together. And it's done
Correct.
together. I think that's the powerful world, right? It's not me, myself, and I. It's the hero. It's not the hero's journey, if anything. It's the hero maker's journey. And I think that's a different
Mm-hmm.
context. Mm,
Yep.
that's powerful.
Yep.
So moving on. So like healthcare is changing faster than ever, especially in today's world of AI. Like AI is revolutionizing everything, right? So what excites you the most about the next decade? Where do you think technology and AI will improve the quality of human life the most?
Well, I think there's two things that are going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years. One is AI, not the AI we think of when we get on ChatGPT or Claude right now, but the AI that can analyze data, large amounts of data, and catch things before they get expensive and dangerous. That is one of the things that we're going to see happen, and because of that, we're going to take this average lifespan from 70s right now into the 90s and maybe up to 100. But the other thing that I think is going to happen is we are finally going to solve the biochemistry of what's called the Hayflick limit. The Hayflick limit says that human biology can live 120 years and not
Mhm.
beyond that. And so, uh, when we think of getting old, we don't want to be the decrepit walking on a cane going, oh yes, I remember back in the 1900s. We don't want that. What we want is to still be able to climb that mountain
Yeah,
and run that marathon. And I think in the next 20 years we are going to solve the biochemistry that allows us to live much longer and stay healthy, to be able to be in our 30s effectively when we're 100.
I love that. And the idea of that whole conversation, it seems to me that humanity is going to go to a stage in our evolution where we're not just surviving life, that we'll probably start more like thriving in life. And the whole AI conversation, there's definitely the Skynet, that go down that path. It's the doom and gloom,
Mm.
but I actually see the opposite. I see a Renaissance era for where we're going, and I believe that it's a beautiful, the future is very bright to where we're going, right?
I listen. I understand why people are scared of AI. I love the Terminator movies. But the reality is, I can sit at my computer and use Grok, Claude, ChatGPT to accomplish things in minutes that used to take me days. And,
Right.
and that's the beauty of it. Now we can move faster. We can solve bigger problems. We can address the things that humanity needs and wants.
Yeah. Look, I'll be very transparent right now. For me to help me to set up for success for this interview, I went and did a bit of research on who is Michael, and helped me to ask questions that are relevant to this summit and leverage AI. But it's the partnership, not the replacement, is where I can see AI being really leveraged. Technology keeps advancing, but leadership at the end of the day, it's still about people, right? So what qualities do you believe every great leader needs now more than ever?
I think to be a great leader, you have to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the people around you. You have to
Mm,
be able to rely on the strengths. You have to be able to fortify the weaknesses. And if you want to build a team, the team has to be a team. It can't be one superstar. It has to be everybody recognizing strengths and weaknesses. When you're sitting at the bar after work, you can joke about the weaknesses if you want, but you have to do it lovingly. The uh, uh, if you want to win the World Cup, if you want to win the Super Bowl, you do it as a team, not as an individual, and that's what a great leader does.
and what I'm hearing in the subcontext of that conversation too is a great leader is intimate with that conversation. Like there's a level of intimacy, right?
Right. It is understanding the people around you, uh, relying on strengths, fortifying weaknesses, and inspiring belief in the vision.
Yeah, I love that. So you mentioned you've climbed a heap of mountains, and I know that you've run marathons, you've earned black belts, you've built multiple companies. How important has personal discipline been in your success?
Oh, yeah, you can't do it without discipline. You just can't.
Yeah.
My wife thinks I'm crazy right now because I have a goal of doing 6 million steps this year, and it doesn't just happen. You have to wake up every day and say, because the average American right now does 3,000 steps a day in
Mm.
order, and I'm doing 18,000 steps a day. And so that's discipline. You have to look at every day and say, how do I accomplish this goal as I go through the day? And that goal has to just be part of your bigger life. I got books to write. I've got Jeff Ross to talk to. The important things that are happening around you have to still happen while you're accomplishing goals. And you have to set hard goals and make sure you hit them.
It's fascinating. And just as a personal sort of even selfish moment at the moment, like I'm going through that next evolution of my leadership and my career and my life. Back in my late 20s, early 30s, I had a really bad horse accident. I had a horse jump on my neck, and I ended up with 3 crushed discs in the back of my neck, C3, C4, C5, and done a lot of nerve damage. The doctors at the time, they pretty much wrote me off and said, look, nothing we can do for you. You're going to live the rest of your life in chronic pain syndrome. Here's all the pain meds, to be able to just survive the day and get through that. So I've been, I've stopped being physical, and I believed all those stories and the emotion that weight carried. And now I'm processing all of that sort of thing, and going through this next stage where I've got to release 50 pounds. And I look around, our environment, our communities, our society, and you've heard the saying probably plenty of times that, Western society especially has a sitting disease, and you're talking about, moving, getting out the 18,000 steps versus the average American doing 3,000. And it's becoming very clear to me on this journey to be able to, and you look at all of the great leaders that we all aspire to be like, they have one thing in common, and that is, they're focused in on the disciplines that are required to be successful, but the disciplines are all focused more on the internal health versus the external health. I love you to unpack that a little bit more for me.
Well, I think, your story is a perfect example. Think about Winston Churchill when the bombs started falling and he had to stand up there and say, we will never surrender. I mean, you think about the things that the Brits had to do to survive that period. There's a great quote I love by a guy named Calvin Coolidge, and it's too long to recite on this video, but it's about persistence. And I would suggest your readers or listeners log on to their smartphone and just type in Calvin Coolidge persistence. It is so inspirational because it goes right to that point of, set your goals and recognize that you don't win by getting a PhD. You don't win by being the smartest person in the room. You win by not giving up. We will never surrender.
I love that. And all a successful person is someone who's failed 1,000 times but got up 1,001, right?
Exactly right.
I love
exactly
that.
right.
Yeah. So many entrepreneurs, we've heard this whole, and I reckon it's a real myth, to be honest, this whole work-life balance conversation. Many entrepreneurs sacrifice their health while building businesses. You've seemed to always value adventure and life outside of work. And so how have you found that balance for you? And I think it's an individual conversation, but I'd love to hear how you found it for yourself.
Well, when I graduated from engineering school, I got a job and it was work. And then I decided to become an entrepreneur and it became passion. And, but it can be all consuming. And if you are an entrepreneur and you are passionate, marry somebody who is also passionate. Because that's how you get your balance. Even if you're not doing the same kinds of things, your passionate partner can relate because he or she is doing passionate things as well. And it doesn't matter. My wife and I travel all around the world all the time, and we bring our work with us, but it's not work. Yeah. It's part of our passion. It's part of accomplishing the goals. And so we can go to the UK or we can go to Coonabarabran in Australia and still accomplish the things that we're working on. And, in our household, we say retirement is a 4-letter word because that's where the fun ends. We don't want to do that.
I love that. I totally relate to that whole conversation. And I'm so grateful for my wife that she's as passionate as I am with things. And I think when you can find that partnership, there's some grace in that conversation. But I would go far as saying, and you said it, it's not work. This is our passion. But it's also when you find that space, you get to create what I call this integrated balance. Everything serves each other and it's all integrated. It's not separate. It's all together, right?
Right. Yep.
So I could have hours and hours of conversations with you around this. I love this interview. So it's been brilliant. But we're coming to a close here for our audience so we can move on to our next guest. But a couple of just the final questions before we wrap up. So when your career is over, and I think you've already alluded to this, but, retirement's a 4-letter word, probably never going to be over. What do you hope people remember about you, though, when you're no longer here? It's not the companies, it's not the exits, but you. What do you hope people remember you for your legacy, for your work?
My favorite thing in the world is to inspire those people around me. Maybe to help them become engineers, maybe to help them become millionaires, but every time I get an opportunity to help somebody who's connected to a person that I like, I try and do it. Because the reality is we can only do so much to change the world. But when we find others to follow in the footsteps and then go beyond when we're on our deathbed, that's where we've really changed the world. I mean, Teladoc was cool, but when I think about all the young people that I've tried to inspire to reach their impossible goals, those are the things, those are the seeds that keep going on forever.
Yeah, that's very cool. I've heard Dr. Joseph McClendon talk about this. We can go a lot further, faster together. And it very much is about a together journey. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we have thousands of entrepreneurs and healthcare professionals and leaders from all walks and forms of life tuning into this summit. If you could leave them with one message about living a life of impact, significance, and vitality, what would that be?
We've said it a couple times already, and that is never give up. You are going to get knocked down and kicked in the teeth. And when you do, just get up, put a smile on, say, what did I do wrong? Let's go again.
Everything's an opportunity for growth, and I love that. Well, Michael, thank you so much. I think what I've taken away from today's conversation is that true leadership isn't about building successful companies. That's the byproduct. It's about building things that make people's lives better. And your journey and your story here today has helped remind us that innovation begins with courage, begins with love, and industry has changed millions of lives. So thank you for that. But coming back to, the intention starts with and impact begins with willingness to serve others before ourselves. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for pioneering an industry that has changed millions of lives. And thank you for investing into our summit here today. And once again, a special thank you to our good friend, Aaron Young, for connecting us, Michael, and really, really appreciate you. So thank you.
Yeah. Aaron is an amazing individual.
Sure is. No, very blessed to have him in my corner, and hey, he helps open up doors, and I can get to meet people like yourself. So that's a blessing in itself.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know you're capable of more. So why isn't it translating into the recognition, trust, relationships, or opportunities you want? It may not be a capability problem. Let's find what's holding you back. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session, Friday LA time, Saturday Sydney time. Map your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move.
Well, hello. What an incredible summit so far. And we are just starting. So make sure that you continue to stay hydrated, stay and continue to take all these notes. And thank you again for our incredible sponsor, Podgo, and for Voice of Influence to continue to make this a reality, and all the speakers that are joining today. Thank you. I am so excited about introducing our next speaker, and her name is Dr. Amy Horman. Maybe we can bring her here. She's also known as the Thyroid Fixer. Look at the Thyroid Fix. I love that. She's also a functional medicine expert. She has her own clinic, her podcast. She's launching a book that she's going to be talking about it, and really helping women around the world how to understand better our health, our metabolism, our hormones, and our thyroid. Dr. Amy, welcome to the summit.
Oh, Jenny, it's so amazing to see you, and thank you for having me.
Of course. And I know we're going to be talking about the book, but maybe you can share a little bit about your story, because if I remember correctly, your story is about all these doctors telling you that everything is okay, everything is in range and normal, but deep inside something was up. So tell us a little bit more about your story.
Oh, absolutely. And I know my story will resonate with so many of you out there who are suffering with the symptoms that we're going to talk about today that really do affect your quality of life. They affect your brain. They affect your performance. So no matter what you're doing, this is an important conversation. My story began back in my 20s. I was actually a really good athlete. I was competing in bodybuilding and figure competitions where basically you're taking your body to extremes. Your diet is on point. You're counting your macros. You're packing your food, chicken, broccoli, asparagus. You're going to the gym twice a day. I mean, when I say I was doing all the things, I was doing all the things. And yet the scale was going up instead of down. Here's me getting ready to stand on a stage in a bikini. So I need to lose body fat and maintain muscle. And the scale that I'm stepping on every single week to send my coach my performance report, the scale is going up. I'm getting more tired. I'm losing my hair. My clothes aren't fitting. So I'm getting frustrated. I'm becoming depressed. Of course. I mean, anyone would. It really felt like my body was like a runaway train. So I started going to doctors because that's what we do when there's something wrong with our health, right? You start with your PCP, you start with your family doctor. Maybe you move on to a specialist. So I started with my PCP, who did some lab work and looked at my labs and looked me in the eye after I told him that I had just put on 25 pounds in 2 months. And he said, "You're normal. Everything is fine. Nothing to see here." So I left the office. I'm thinking, well, I don't feel normal. I have weight gain. I have hair loss. I have fatigue. I have constipation. I'm cold all the time. I'm losing the outer corners of my eyebrows. Something isn't right here.
Right.
And I went for a second opinion, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth. And all 6 doctors medically gaslit me. We know that term now, but I didn't know it back then. But basically, I was being told that I'm crazy. I'm just getting older. My labs are normal. One of them actually looked at me and said, "You need to eat less and exercise more," which I thought that is actually impossible, doc. I'm sorry. I can't do any more than what I'm doing. Finally, the 7th doctor actually looked at my labs and she touched my throat right here. And she said, "Swallow." And she goes, "You have a nodule on your thyroid and it looks like you have hypothyroidism." And she gave me a pill. And oh, Jenny, I left that office. I was so pumped up. I'm like high-fiving anybody in the parking lot. I have a name for what's going on with me and I have a pill. Well, that pill that she gave me was levothyroxine or Synthroid. How many of you are on that right now? That pill that she gave me was T4. It was an inactive thyroid hormone. It did nothing. I took it religiously for 5 months and it did nothing. I didn't lose a pound. So I started doing some research into the thyroid. And I'm finding that the thyroid makes all these different hormones, not just this inactive thyroid hormone. It makes T2, it makes T3. That's what will give me a metabolism and give me my life back again. So I went back to her. And I said, "I've done some research here, and Dr. Google says there are other thyroid hormones out there, and there's other ways to treat my thyroid problem. Can we do that?" And she looked at me and said, "That's not standard of care. I don't do that." And I said, "Well, thank you. You're fired. I'm going to find somebody who does." That is what led me into the world of functional medicine, because I realized at that point in time, I was in a major medical system. I was in the best of the best, where people flock to get the best doctors and the best healthcare. And I was misdiagnosed 6 times and mistreated the 7th time. So at that time, I made it my mission that I would build the clinic where we could treat in all 50 states via telehealth. And that's what I did. And we specialize in thyroid and we specialize in hormones and we do anti-aging and peptides, and we do it the right way. We don't follow just standard of care. So that's why I'm here with you today.
Yeah. And thank you for the story, because I can totally resonate with that. So the question for you, for people, because I've been in your shoes too, gain weight, all these things and symptoms and everything is okay for my age. That's the other thing that I hear a lot. So for the people that are saying, okay, I'm hearing the same thing, how come all of these tests are normal and there's still something wrong with me? So are we looking in the wrong thing? What should we be looking at instead?
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. So here's the thing. When you go to your conventional doc, and I'm not saying that all conventional medicine is bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there is a standard of care model that the majority of insurance-based providers need to follow. And you go into an insurance-based provider and you're going to get a 5 to 7 minute visit. They're under a lot of pressure to see as many patients as they can. And therefore, the insurance companies actually tell them, please don't over-test, because that's going to cost us money. And you don't even know how to interpret that test anyway. So don't even bother. So the problem becomes, a woman will walk into her doctor's office and say, "I really want to get my thyroid checked. I heard this thyroid expert on an amazing summit and I want to get my thyroid checked." Well, if you don't lay out the exact markers that you want to see, and I talk about this in my book, you're only going to get 1, maybe 2 tests that don't even show us the whole picture. With the thyroid, we need to test beyond TSH. TSH is standard of care. It's thyroid stimulating hormone. It's actually a brain hormone. It's not a thyroid hormone. And this is what doctors are testing. They're testing your brain to check your thyroid. That would be like checking your tire pressure when your car won't start. It doesn't give us that full picture. So you need to test more thoroughly. And this is where medicine is failing people, because they're not getting all of the data. And my rule of thumb is, if your doctor says no to testing, it's time to get a new doctor. Because if your doctor doesn't want to look inside of you, their patient, to help you feel better. If they don't even want to test, how are they going to treat you and how are they going to help you?
Exactly. So tell us a little bit about the book, right? You wrote the book exactly to address this gap. Tell us a little bit about it.
So I wrote the Thyroid Fix for two groups of people. And I'm betting the majority are on this call tonight. So one group they're the diagnosed. You know you have a thyroid problem. You've been diagnosed with hypothyroidism or Hashimoto's, but you just don't feel great. You're still gaining weight or you can't lose no matter what you do. You're still losing hair. You're still incredibly fatigued. Maybe you have joint pain or constipation, bloating, anxiety, depression, insomnia. You're still not living a vital life. You are not at your peak right now. The other subset of people that I wrote the Thyroid Fix for are for the undiagnosed. So there are 60 million Americans that are diagnosed with hypothyroidism. There's another 60 million that are undiagnosed, walking around just like I was, with all of the symptoms and being told that you're normal, everything is fine. Why don't you're just getting older, just eat less and exercise more. And the issue is that when you're told that over and over again, you start to medically gaslight yourself. You start to tell yourself, oh my gosh, maybe I need to do more. Maybe I need to restrict more. Maybe I need to go buy 5 different Instagram diet protocols and do all of them at the same time because nothing else is working. And that's the group of people that I really want to nurture because I want you to know that I got you and that we will figure this out together. Just like Michael was talking about in the last interview, you have to have hope. You cannot give up. If I gave up at doctor number 4 or 5, I wouldn't even be here with you today and I wouldn't have written the book. So really, this book is for two groups of people and it takes you through everything you need to do, from testing to looking at your tests from an optimal lens. We don't want to look at your tests from that standard lab value range that you see on your Quest or LabCorp blood panel. That standard lab value range or reference range was actually taken from sick people in the hospital. So what functional medicine does is we come in and we say, give us your Michaels, give us your people that are still throwing around weights at the gym, still traveling everywhere, still skiing down the side of a mountain, tracking their steps, aiming for 60,000 steps a day. Those are the people that we want to test. And that's where we get that optimal range. That's where we know that you are going to feel your best if you're in that bullseye optimal range. So that's what I talk about in the book. I did something so different with this book that no other thyroid or hormone book has ever done. I teach you, the reader, about your own body. And I actually teach you the labs and the thyroid hormone replacement that you need. And that is kind of breaking some boundaries out there, that there are many people that are, oh, I can't believe that she's talking about medication and she actually believes a reader can be smart enough to figure out their own body. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do have faith in you that you can figure out your own body.
That is so empowering, because sometimes you go to the doctor and they're just running all these different results and you don't even know what they're talking about. It's like a different language. So what you're trying to address is like, I understand exactly, so then I know what to do next. You touched on something really important, because I think for many of us who are feeling helpless, we go to social media to see what is the crash diet to follow, or the magic pill, the magic this, something fast so we can get and speed up our metabolism. Do you think that if we do it wrong, it can play against us?
Oh, goodness. Yes, because there's so much information out there. And it really is a mixed bag of good and bad, let's face it. So, but at the same time, I also want to meet people where they're at. And I understand the frustration and the desperation when you just want to feel better, when you're so tired of feeling this way for so long. You try anything, you throw your money at anything. You want to believe that this next thing is going to be your next answer. Now, is it doing more harm than good? That's hard to say. It depends on how extreme it is. I literally just recorded a podcast today on how biohacking has kind of gone too far. And we've become obsessed with these $1,000 tools that we have. So I think you have to find the protocol that works for you. But whether we're talking about a diet, an exercise plan, or a piece of biohacking equipment, none of that is going to work if you don't have the foundation. And when we're talking about the thyroid gland, it runs your whole body. I always say from head to toe, it runs the show. So unless you get the thyroid optimized, none of that other stuff is going to work. You're going to waste all kinds of money and you're going to waste time. You're going to become frustrated because it's not going to work. Even GLPs will not work if you have a non-optimized thyroid.
I can't wait to read your book because per my own data, I think my thyroid is okay, but I don't know what I don't know. And I love that. What is some of the, maybe a symptom or two that you think we're normalizing these days? We think, oh, that's not a big deal. Maybe it's just something that comes with age and it's not normal. And we should be really paying attention.
Well, even some of the symptoms that we have that we blow off, or even our practitioners blow off. I had a patient come in. She just joined our program. And she shared with me that when she went to her doctor and complained about the weight gain and the inability to lose weight, no matter what she did, and all of her symptoms, she did exactly what I tell you to do in the book. You bullet list your symptoms out. So she had the weight gain and the inability to lose weight, fatigue, hair loss, constipation. Her doctor said, why don't I just prescribe you a GLP? So now they're handing these out, and I'm not anti-GLP, but now we're handing them out as medication candy instead of getting to the root cause of why she's struggling with those symptoms.
Yes.
And she actually didn't want just a GLP. She wanted real help. She wants to optimize her body and her health, her thyroid and her hormones.
It is so important. I think it gets to the point sometimes where we feel so helpless that we think that we self-blame. Oh, is something wrong I'm doing? And you're addressing that piece also in your book. Is that correct?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Because here's the thing with thyroid dysfunction. It's not your fault at all. I'm going to tell you right now, there is nothing you did or didn't do to cause thyroid dysfunction. I mean, there's actually something I talk about in the book called thyropause. And this is a time in life, it's usually hits women more than men, but men, you can be hit with this as well, after the age of 40, where the thyroid gland basically craps the bed and just doesn't function well anymore. And this is due to our fluctuating hormones. So as we age, we know that all of us, if you live long enough, you're going to lose hormone function. So for women, your progesterone is going to go down first, then your testosterone, and your estrogen will go on a wild roller coaster ride in perimenopause before it falls off a cliff in menopause and you enter full hormonal decline. Men, you're going to lose your testosterone after the age of 40. Those times in a man and woman's life of hormonal decline is actually a stressor. It's a big stressor on the body, and it ends up stressing the thyroid. And oftentimes we will see Hashimoto's or thyroid dysfunction present itself right around that time. So now you have the symptoms of declining hormones and you have the symptoms of a low functioning thyroid just stacking upon each other. And this is really why so many men and women say, midlife, oh my gosh, my body went to hell in a handbasket. Like it was all downhill after the age of 40. Wow. Well, that's because your thyroid and your hormones are tanking, but it doesn't have to be that way. And that's really my message that I try to get out there so much is you don't have to suffer. All of those symptoms that you have, I call them gifts, 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 presents given to you by your body to tell you that there's something going on that you need to look a little bit deeper and figure out what's happening. We don't ignore those symptoms. We don't blow them off. We don't medically gaslight ourselves. We pay attention to them so that we can do something about it and feel our best.
Yes. Now I'm very curious because during this age, especially 40, 50s, etc., perimenopause, menopause, but a lot of doctors put everything in one bucket. Oh, you're in perimenopause, so this is a treatment. Like everything is just one big, combination of everything. What you're saying is that we need to separate. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yes.
Yes. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, so here's what we want to do. We don't want to, let's say, just treat hormones. There's a lot of, I call them these pop-up hormones in a box clinics where everybody gets the same treatment. So those places, they'll say, okay, we're just going to treat your hormones and then we'll look at thyroid down the road. Or some places will go, we're just going to look at thyroid and we'll retest your hormones in 6 months.
Yes.
I say, let's do it both at the same time. And let's also pay attention to what's going on with your blood sugar and inflammation in your body and your stress level and your sleep and your cortisol. Let's absolutely look at all of that in one big, beautiful picture called you. And then let's sit down together and figure out what's the best direction to go. So if I was sitting down with you, Jenny, I would say, okay, let's look at your symptoms. Tell me your biggest symptoms. Because if a practitioner isn't asking you, how do you feel? You get up and leave. That's the most important question they can ask you. How do you feel? So let's look at your symptoms. Now let's look at your labs over here. And I'll go, okay, Jenny, here's the deal. Because you are, let's say, perimenopausal, your progesterone is low, your testosterone is low, your free T3 on your thyroid is low. It looks like you have Hashimoto's. We're going to address all of this. We're going to make sure that you're eating pretty well and you're sleeping. Yes, that's a core foundational premise. But again, I mean, you could be sleeping 9 hours and eating a clean diet. And if these two things are off, it's not going to work. So let's do it all together. And let's actually build you a protocol that's doable. This isn't, hey, Jenny, I want you to do 5 functional tests that each cost $2,000. And I want you to buy an H-bond and a red light and a sauna and 20,000 supplements. And then you'll be okay. No, that's not the right way to approach health. The right way to approach health is doable, attainable, and foundational. And we build upon that.
I just feel like stress-free just listening to you right now when it comes to like the next years in my life. And I'm sure I'm not the only one feeling like that. So talk about willpower, because what I'm hearing is that stress is actually going to make all of the symptoms even worse. So the way you are working with each client is individual on what releases the stress. So they don't feel like it's willpower, like I need to follow a very restricted diet and I need to, get all these medications. Tell us a little bit about willpower and how you perhaps reframe that.
Oh, yes. And again, it comes back to, it's not your fault. You can't willpower your way to better thyroid function. You can't willpower your way to reverse aging. We haven't figured out how to age in reverse yet. So what it ends up, that message of willpower that I think really came from our moms dieting in like the 80s and 90s, right? We need to white knuckle this and have more willpower. Honestly, my goal, and I am not an extremist. I am not one to stand up here and say, get rid of seed oils and don't eat a smidgen of sugar. And I say, we have to live life and we have to enjoy life. Listen, I love my Oreos. I do. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I'm perfect. So my ultimate goal for people is to get you to a place where, listen, your body is pretty darn healthy. You're doing the 80-20 rule. 80% of the time, you're doing pretty darn good. Yeah, you're buying the organic. You're trying to stay away from gluten. You're avoiding sugar as much as possible. You're eating real food, getting in your protein. That's awesome. And 20% of the time, you're going on vacation and you're eating out with friends and you're having the glass of wine and you're having the Oreo cookie or the sweet potato fries that are cooked in not so great seed oils. And you're going to enjoy it and not beat yourself up and stress about it for the next 5 days. But when we optimize your thyroid and hormones, you don't gain weight looking sideways at a brownie. You can go on that vacation and not come back 10 pounds heavier. You can enjoy that glass of wine with your friends. That is called living and enjoying life. And that's ultimately where I want you to be.
That's amazing. So tell us about what to expect. If I want to work with you, is the book self-sufficient for me to know what are my next steps? Or is that like the first step in terms of working with you? How do people find more about you and working with you?
Well, the book is great for everyone. It doesn't matter where you're at in your journey. You get the book. That is going to give you so much power in your hands. I call it the Thyroid Bible. So it will be your book for the rest of your life to refer back to, even if you're working with us, even if you're working with your functional practitioner or your OBGYN, that will be your Thyroid Bible. But if you are kind of over the doctor jumping and you've already been there and done that through the conventional medicine system like I did, or maybe you're even disappointed in the functional system, because I talk about that in the book too. The other thing I like to kind of just alert people and to get them to be aware is that just because you enter the functional medicine world, you go see a functional doctor, a naturopathic doctor, an integrative practitioner, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're really good at the thyroid and hormones. You have to be aware of the jack of all trades, master of none. And that's what I talk about in the book about, you'll see these websites where, We do Lyme, we do mold, we do cancer, we do adrenals and thyroid and your brain and your big toe and your little toe and your hair. It's like, what are you good at then? I'm not going to go to my mechanic to build my house. Like I want to go to a specialist when I have a specialist problem. So that would be my encouragement to all of you is, yes, you can order your own test. You can do our lab test plus consult. We can look at things and just tell you what's going on. But then if you want to take that next step, or if you're sick of the doctor jumping, we're here and ready for you. I mean, it's telehealth in all 50 states. You sit in the comfort of your home and we fix you. So for that, you can just go to dramy.com and book a call and we'll just talk to you. There's no obligation. There's no sales pressure. We're just going to talk to you to find out where you're at, because that's what we love to do. We love to find out, hey, what have you tried? Where are you at? And everybody on my team was literally a patient at one time. So they've all gone through the gamut of the healthcare system, of the frustration of fixing themselves. So they get it. I get you. We get you. We really do.
Yeah, that's a good testament. If your team was a patient at some point, like they believe on it, they know it works, and now they want to be part of your mission of helping women around the world. That's amazing. Is it true you have an assessment that also you, like people who are watching, they can do? Did I understand that correctly? And how can we? Yes.
We do. So just kind of like what we were talking about in the beginning of who the book is for, the two camps. Whether
Yes.
you are diagnosed and you're like, oh, I'm not quite feeling my best here, or you're undiagnosed and you're like, everybody's told me that it's not my thyroid, not my hormones, I must be normal. I want you to take this assessment. So you're going to go to dramy.com/quiz. So DRAMIE, that's how I spell my name, AMIE. So DRAMIE.com/QUIZ. And you're going to take that assessment and it's going to walk you through just a few questions. It takes 2 minutes. And then you're going to see kind of where you're at in your journey. And it's going to give you feedback as to like, wait a minute, you just said that you have all of these symptoms. That's not normal. Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's get this tested. Let's talk some more.
I love that. And I know, thank you, team, that they just put it also in the chat. So make sure that you go and take the assessment. I know I'm going to take the assessment because after listening to you, I don't think all the things that they're telling me is the complete story. And I want to educate myself even more. So Dr. Amy, I can talk to you here forever. For the people, especially women who are in the 40s, maybe 50s, perhaps 60s, and they're like, you know what, the next 20 years, I want to even have more energy than I had the last 10 years. Is that even possible? What's your message to those women?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Go deep.
Yes, it is. I promise you. So I am 52 and I am fully optimized and I have never felt better. Even when I was competing in my 20s, I didn't have the muscle tone and definition and structure that I do now. I didn't have the strength back then that I do now. I truly feel fully optimized. I really do. So yes, it is absolutely possible. And the other thing to just remember, we talk a lot, especially when we're talking about thyroid, about hormones, about longevity and vitality. We talk about the I'll say aesthetic things. We talk about our weight and our hair and even energy. I mean, if we're sluggish, we're kind of walking around slumped over and we don't look so good and we, don't have a lot of confidence. All of that is important. Brain function, motivation, the whole thing, all important. But the other piece that I want to mention that I just want people to remember are all the diseases of aging that we're trying to biohack our way out of, right? Cancer, heart disease, the number one killer of women, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, osteoporosis, all of these diseases that come with age come with hormonal decline. So one study that was just released showed that we have a significantly increased risk of Parkinson's disease with a non-optimized thyroid. That's not just an undiagnosed thyroid problem. That also is speaking to all the people on T4 only medication where it's not optimizing you and it's not working. Increased risk of Parkinson's. We know that there's an increased risk of cancer when your thyroid is not optimized because your surveillance system doesn't work properly. Your surveillance system that is working right now, your immune system that goes out and targets and kills and destroys cancer cells, doesn't work as well without a fully functioning optimized thyroid. So not only do we have to think about how we look, feel, and perform right now, we have to think about the diseases that we want to avoid as we age as well. And that's why it's so vital and so important to talk about this.
I love that because I always thought it was a thing on its own, but what I'm hearing from you is a precursor for something even worse to develop. So if you capture that now and tackle it in a very authentic way that works for you, then you can avoid something worse later on. Is that what I understood from you correctly?
100,000,000%. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's amazing. Okay, so you heard from Dr. Amy. You have the assessment. The team put it in the chat. Make sure that you have it. Even if you think that, yes, that's what I'm working on, or you think that is not, you never know. Make sure that you educate yourself. And again, Dr. Amy, where can people find you? One more time.
So you can go to dramy.com, DRAMIE.com. And from there, you'll find all of our different resources from my podcast, which is the Thyroid and Hormone Fixer podcast. We have a Facebook group that is free to join where you can ask your questions, post your labs. That's the Just Fix Your Thyroid Facebook group. So go to my website. You can book a call. You can find me anywhere from that place.
This is amazing. I'm leaving this super empowered, and thank you. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who is feeling this way. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy. It was a pleasure getting to learn from you, and I can wait to get a hold of your book.
Thank you so much, Jenny, and thank you for having me.
Yes, and now we're going to go into a short commercial before we go to the next speakers.
Everyone is fighting to be seen. More posts, more content, more noise. But attention alone doesn't build trust. And visibility doesn't make you the obvious choice. Because the opportunities that matter don't come from being everywhere. They come when the right people recognize your value, trust your voice, and choose you. That's the authority gap. Let's close it.
Isn't this an amazing summit so far? And it just keeps going. Again, thank you for our sponsor, Podgo and Voice to Influence for making this a reality, and all the incredible speakers joining today. Make sure you continue to write notes, and remember, you don't have to apply everything, but what is the top 1, 2, 3 learning wisdom nuggets that you got today, and then execute, and especially in the chapter where you are right now. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the next panel. We had an incredible group, and yes, we can all come here. Bruno and Stacy, Martin, Albert. It is such a pleasure of seeing all of you. Yes. Hearts to everybody. Incredible. So I want each of you to take the time to quickly introduce yourself, but also answer these questions. So all of you have been very successful in your businesses, but what is one thing that you are not willing to sacrifice for the sake of success? So I would love for you to reflect on that and answer that question. And of course, introduce yourself. Well, I'm going to start with Martin.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me this evening. This has been absolutely amazing. And again, my name is Martin Ruoff. I live in Minnesota, just outside of Minneapolis. I have my wife, Jessie, our 6-year-old son, Banks. Lives with us, of course, anyway. And, I'll tell you, my background, I've been in business for over 20 years. I come from pretty humble beginnings of living in Los Angeles. I was working in the restaurant industry. I was pursuing acting, and I actually worked as an actor for quite a while. But it just didn't really feel at home with it. And interestingly, I wound up getting involved in network marketing and wound up becoming very, very successful with it, traveling all around the world, and then speaking on stages in front of 15 to 20,000 people on a regular basis for more than a decade. And so, I left the acting world, but was still on stage. And from there was able to parlay that into other types of business, and have just been very, very blessed and very grateful.
Excellent.
And now I'm a personal coach. I do transformational mindset work, guide work, and have a very nice practice with that. And as far as one thing I just will not compromise, integrity. I have a tattoo on my arm. It's written in Aramaic, and it says, "Be true to yourself." Right. So to thine own self, be true. And, money is wonderful, success, accolades, cars, homes, blah, 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 all the accoutrements. Yeah, it's great. But at the end of the day, not at the cost of myself. Right.
Beautiful.
And I think integrity, it really is, for me, it is about being true to my word, to myself, and then of course to others. And so that, I do my best, to stay true to that. So
That's beautiful. Yes. And the fact that you tattoo it, that's how true to yourself you are.
yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Martin. Bruno and Stacy, so great seeing you back here. What about you? Quick introduction and what you're not willing to sacrifice for the sake of success.
So it's really great to be here tonight. Thanks to Jeff
Thank
and
you.
Michael and you, Jenny, of course. Martin, I heard great things about you. You work with Jeff and Carmen. We worked together. Albert's new, but very nice to be here. 3 years ago, we wrote a book. It sold 600 copies. Folks asked us if we could train what was in the book. We're full-time real estate agents. We tried to train some real estate agents on what was in the book. Fast forward to today, we now have a digital academy that spans across many continents and many states around the world. And we're very blessed and honored to be here.
And the one thing that I think we both can agree on, again, integrity, your reputation is everything, right? So you can have all the money in the world, but if you have a poor reputation, that's going to really compromise everything. And so we are strong faith-based, and we are highly reputable, and we'll never compromise that.
That's beautiful. And that's why you're being able to grow multiple businesses in investing in real estate and now AI. That's awesome. Carmen, so great seeing you. What about, I don't know if you caught up the question, but it was a quick introduction and what you're not willing to sacrifice for the sake of success.
Yes. Well, thank you, Jenny, for having me here. And it's great to be here with Martin, Bruno, and Albert. So a little background on myself. I'm an AI strategist. I wrote a book also. And as a result of that, I'm empowering women and others to learn AI and to lead with AI. So I go around speaking of that. And I also have a podcast called AI Made Simple, which simplifies AI a little bit for everyone. And one thing I would not trade in is just to be authenticity. Because once you get caught in all that fame, somehow some people get caught up with other things. So trying to be authentic is what I would not compromise.
Yes, authenticity all the way. Albert.
Hey, everybody. You think I'm old here? As Carmen knows, I've been around doing this since LA Tribune, everything started. But let me give you my background. My name is Albert Corey. Raise your hand if you ever looked at your checkbook, it's okay, and said, oh, blank, where did the money go? Right? Come on. We've all done that. Well, I've been doing accounting and small business marketing for almost, we just finished 41 years. I serve every kind of business all over the country. Right, Carmen? Carmen's one of my customers.
Yes,
so,
he's very good.
Well, we're here. My goal is to help all out of small businesses put more money in your pocket. That's why my nickname is now the Profit King, to show you how to get it done and to spread the word to all 50 states. Because here's one thing I learned, that pretty much business owners, guess what? You know, everybody knows, right? Y'all can look at your big income statement, right? And say, oh man, I made a profit. Say yes, right? But do you know where your money went? You have the little piggy banks ready to go. So that's what we've been coaching and helping my clients all over the country. I have a real office in Hialeah, Florida, with clients coast to coast. And one of my biggest integrity is, and Carmen knows this because she's one of my customers and we just met a year ago, that I love helping clients. And anybody who's ever worked with me knows me. I never say no. That's one of my first things. I give almost all my customers I like my cell phone, and I have a real office. But my biggest thing, integrity, is one, I don't mind giving everything that I know to everybody. Because at the end of the day, I found out, and I almost got my dad, we're Lebanese. And one of the things my dad used to get mad at is I would tell everybody, if you walked in my office, how do you open a company, what you need to do. And as Lebanese dad, he'd say, why are you doing that? They're never going to come to you. I said, Dad, relax. Because at the end of the day, the more you help out, the more they're going to come back. And a couple other things I would say is I give everybody the keys in the kingdom. If you open up the door, you're not my client. It's the ones who get stuck will call me. And my number one integrity thing is when my granddaughter says, Grandpa, did you make money today? Will you buy me a K-pop? Then I have to run to Starbucks and get her one the next day. They live right around the corner.
Very good.
Very good. He gives you his undivided attention. Albert's
Thank
very
you.
good.
I think Miss Jennifer froze. You still there? No.
There she is.
She's back.
There she is.
Back.
You're back.
Oops.
Oops. Well, I guess.
You know what? It's these things
Come on,
happen.
Jeff is here.
It's a beautiful thing, right?
The beauty of
So-
being live. The beauty of being
All
live.
right, there we go. I
Are
thought
we
I had
back?
to jump in and save you, but no, it looks like you've already got
Thank
it
you,
all.
tag
I'll leave it to
team.
you.
The beauty of being live. Albert, you were talking about your granddaughter when I left.
So it's simple. One, they live around the corner. But the biggest thing my little granddaughter Mia says to me, hey, Grandpa, Jidda, because we're Lebanese, did you make money today? So you go buy me a K-pop? And I say, sure. Because at the end of the day, what I teach in my classes, in my CFO in a box class, making money, if you make a profit and you don't know where your money's going, then you don't put your money in the buckets, then how are you going to have time and less stress to hang out with your family and friends?
I love that. And I have a
And
question
Carmen
for
knows
you.
I love
Albert,
hanging
very
out with
quick.
people, right, Carmen?
You do.
Yes.
You
I have a
definitely
question
do.
for you very soon on that. So let's go around. Martin, you talk about the second ascent, and it's based on your personal story about building multi-million company. It didn't go according to plan and then have to come back again. What are some of the things that you have learned from that first time that you're applying now on the second time so we can learn with you?
Sure. Yeah. And, I would say this, the second ascent is really, it implies the first ascent is one's real first sort of foray into significant success. And,
Yes.
and when I experienced that, I had on my rise, I was working very hard on myself, right? Jim Rohn said, work harder on yourself than you do on your business, and you'll become unusually successful. The challenge is that I was, when I began to experience significant success, a lot of money, a lot of accolades and whatnot, at some point I stopped doing the work on me. I stopped doing the things that had helped me become successful in the first place, and replaced them with, I would say I still did the outer things, the outer work, but the inner work was suffering. And so therefore the foundation that I was building on was ultimately, kind of faulty, if you will. And growing up, as like a lot of people, I learned how to survive, right? We all have stories. We all went through difficult, not everyone, but a lot of people went through difficult challenges, when they were young, and I just learned how to survive. And so, I was building a very, very successful business from a place of pure survival, and what I have found is that a lot of successful people are doing the exact same thing. And so the things that we learned in order to survive served us very, very well until they didn't, right? And so really what I'm doing is I'm helping people, build success from a place other than survival. And what I've found is that, it's really the deep identity work, and helping people to reassociate and reframe experiences that they had in their lives so that they're not constantly, looking like bracing and, waiting for the next hit to come or waiting for the next thing, traumatic thing or whatever to occur. And so anyway, that's really what I do. And, it's pretty astonishing, the working with people. It's like, they realize that they're successful. They've got a lot of the stuff, but something just feels off and they can't quite put their finger on it. So anyway,
it's working on that inner self. So the foundation, so that way that success can be sustainable.
Sure.
Thank you, Martin, for being very authentic and sharing that journey. Carmen, when it comes to AI, I know we've been going in phases here. And at the beginning, AI will give you time back. But honestly, I've seen so many people that are busier now than ever. And I think it's not so much with productive work, it's like busy work. So how are you coaching your clients to truly use AI to help them with the inner work that Martin is talking about, right? And the peak vitality.
Yeah, no, very good question and great observation. Yeah, with AI now, we are in a state of AI overwhelm. I mean, there's just so many tools out there and everyone wants to try it and do this and that. So we're spending too many time on all these other tools and not spending time on yourself. So you got to trust the AI and use what you already have, right? And so that enables you to have a little more time. And, you know, one way to do it too is just go ask Chat or Claude or whoever you use, you know, hey, why am I not having more time for myself? And it could respond to you and say, hey, you know, you have too many tools, just stick to this and it'll go on. And then people will start to learn. But I mean, I get caught in it too, because there's more and more AI tools that are coming out and I'm spending a lot of time, you know, going with it, all, you know, so that I also tell people what to do. So absolutely agree on that.
I love that. Use AI to coach you too.
Yes,
but you have
absolutely.
to recognize first that you're in that overwhelmed stage and go there. Thank you, Carmen. Bruno and Stacy, my favorite couples out there. So obviously the summit is about peak vitality, and you know how hard, like it takes so much to build a business. You guys have done 2, 3 together. So what are some of the strategies that you guys have so you both can keep a thriving business, but also a thriving relationship?
So I would say one of the things that's non-AI related is, you know, yoga, and we do some sports together like racquetball. You know, we talk about, you know, playing racquetball together, and it's, you know, when you play teams, it's every other person, you know, and I don't know if you've really tried your marriage to the test until you played rotation sports together, you know, so just things like that don't really have as much to do with AI, that have to do with, you know, being strong mentally and physically, like Martin and the other speakers have said, so that you can be focused on the new technology. So it's a little bit of reverse psychology there.
And I think you have to have a positive mindset too. I mean, listen, everything that you put out into the universe, positive is going to come back to you. Negative, the same in return. So you have to have a positive mindset. You have to have that communication between one another. And yes, with AI, it can be overwhelming with all the extra tools. But what we're trying to focus on is literally trying to simplify and stay with the universal tools that can still build a multi-million-dollar business without having all these other shiny objects in the background, like distracting you right away. So
very good.
That's great. Okay, I have a question, and you have to keep it family friendly. Okay, so Bruno and Stacy, how do you help each other's peak vitality as a relationship?
I think you have to have humor, right? Humor, keeping each other happy and making each other laugh every day is very healthy. And you have to find some humor in everything that you're doing. We get so focused on being so busy that we're working and we're striving to, you know, open up multiple businesses, that you have to remember where the roots lie.
My answer will be quick. You know, there always has to be a winner in a compromising situation. That's not the important part. I think all of us are good at compromise. If the compromise doesn't go right, you don't then say, I told you so. You know, so if you do decide that you want to buy a certain color chair and you agree, even though you didn't like it, you don't say, well, I told you to get the other one. You say, you know what, you go back and you get the chair. You know, so it's that next level communication that really makes it extra special between us. Thank you for that question.
That's amazing. Mm-hmm. No, I love it. It takes a really strong relationship to build what you guys are building, that empire you guys are building. So Albert, you started getting into the, you know, the money and the buckets that they go. What is financial vitality for you?
Financial vitality is very easy. That you got all your buckets together. That if you're a red light, you know, if we, like when I talk, one of my talks is, because I talk on a lot of stages, Think of it as you are driving your car. You have a red, green, well, the three colors, green. And you want to move yourself to a green. Because green says you got all your stuff together and you just need little tweaks. Because once that happens, I've been doing this for 42 years and I work with every kind of business. And I hate the stress of people that say, oh man, I owe the IRS. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got all your buckets together and we make you as a green, you already have pre-planned everything. So it's not oh man, you're not going to say those words we cannot say here that aren't PG, because I hear those a lot in my office and I'm good at what I do.
That's a really good answer. So same question to everybody now. Over the years, what have you learned that is one thing that drains your energy, and what is one thing that you do on purpose to create and be protected with your energy? What about you, Martin?
Oh, I love that question. Being around the wrong people is, for me, very energy draining, right? And so I protect that immensely. And then energy giving, personally, of course, the opposite is true. But I would also say I'm big into meditation and really anchor myself every morning and every night. First thing I do, anchor myself. Second, and then the last thing I do at the end of the night, anchor myself. So.
Beautiful. Albert, what about you?
Well, let me tell you, I'll tell you the good side first. I like to make people laugh and feel good. Because at the end of the day, if I make you feel good, that's good for business, because you're always going to remember me. Because most of the time, I'm not an energy sucker person. Now, I hate people that want to take, I'll call them why, what for, and they don't want to be your friend and I don't want to help you out. But my biggest thing is, and I've talked to Jeff a bunch of times, and Carmen, right? I like to make you laugh and feel good. Because if I don't make you feel good, then I'm not doing a good job in life.
Awesome. Carmen, what about you? We're about to wrap up here.
Yeah, we're about to wrap up. For me, I think it's more stress, and it's self-inflicted stress, right? Because putting the pressure on myself to improve and be better at what I'm doing. So one way I do it, I guess, center yourself a little bit, and I do a lot of meditation and affirmations. And
beautiful. And to wrap it up with Bruno and Stacy.
So I want to just carry on with what Martin had said about negative energy and negative people. As we got into our 50s, we're finding some of the closest folks in our lives. So, you have to balance that walk there. So I wanted to keep it short so we stay on time, but I really appreciated the talk tonight with everybody.
Yes. And what are some of the things that you do then for creation of energy, Stacy?
Again, positive mindset. We do hot yoga every morning. So I think that's the strong foundation. Waking up, putting something healthy into your body, exercising gets you grounded and ready for the day.
Yeah. And they do that. Because every time I say, hey, how are you? There's a picture of them doing something together, playing or yoga. And I love that. Thank you, Martin, Albert, Bruno, Stacy, Carmen.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you all.
What an amazing group of people here, guys. And thank you very much for saying yes. And what I love about this group here is, if I had to put it into one word, it's servant-hearted leadership. Mm-hmm. So thank you. Really appreciate you. And I can't believe how fast time flies when you're having fun, right? And thank you for keeping it PG, because we do have quite a few people, junior.
I said family friendly.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to the next segment. Jenny, thank you very much for all of you do. Absolutely amazing job there with both those couple of interviews. And I look forward to bringing you back up here during the show. And then we're going to actually look forward to bringing up our Singapore segment. I can't wait to see Stella.
That's
and that panel coming up too. So, Jenny, thank you. And team, before we go to our next speaker, who is just an amazing guy, Tom Wheelwright, he's the main CPA, very connected with Robert Kiyosaki there. I'm just really looking forward to this interview that's coming up. And so I can just see Tom's just getting ready in the green room there right now. Hey, whilst we're just getting ready, make sure that you're sharing this event out loud and proud with your people. Team, if you can drop in the watch link there that people can go in and share this. Look, it is being streamed on Facebook and YouTube by my own personal profile there as well. But get this out. Like, there's so much gold in here. Like, we talked from Joseph. We talked about Mark Gorton, the founder of Teladoc. We've got so many amazing speakers up. We just heard from Dr. Amy. Wasn't that an amazing interview? And now we're going to go to commercial. Tom looks like he's ready to go. So let's just go to a quick commercial and then we'll bring up the next interview. Let's head to commercial.
You don't need every answer. You need to know what matters next. Is it your voice, trust, relationships, opportunity? Find your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session. Friday, LA time, Saturday, Sydney time.
Who I've been really looking forward to having this conversation all day as well. You know, Tom Wheelwright has spent decades in the world of tax, wealth, entrepreneurship, and financial education, including working closely with Robert Kiyosaki from Rich Dad Poor Dad. You know, but today I don't want to just talk about making more money. I want to explore something bigger here. How do we build wealth in a way that actually creates more freedom, choice, and essentially quality of life, right? This is the Peak Vitality Summit after all. And Tom, welcome to the summit.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. It's great to be with you.
Cool. So Tom, rather than me reading out your big long bio that nobody really ever reads anyway, you know, can you give everybody the quick version? You know, who is Tom Wheelwright and what have you spent your life helping people understand? And why does this conversation matter so much to you?
Sure. So I've spent 45 years teaching people how to understand tax laws all over the world and how to build wealth without taxes. Wealth without taxes is a great thing because it adds so much velocity to your money. And I have traveled the world with Robert Kiyosaki. My best-selling book is Tax-Free Wealth. It's very well known in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. And then I've spent a lot of time with clients, entrepreneurs, investors on building permanent wealth.
Okay, cool. So you sound like you've spent a fair bit of time with Robert and the Rich Dad world. So what did that relationship change in a way that you personally thought about money and wealth? I'd love to start there.
Well, you know, let's start with rule number one from Rich Dad Poor Dad is that the rich don't work for money. The rich work for assets. And what I've learned over the years is, and of course, I'm an accountant, so I look at things from an accounting standpoint. And the question that a lot of accountants ask is, well, how come an expense is on the same side of the ledger as an asset? And what is it about those two that are similar? And really, they're exactly the same thing. Only an expense is something that produces income over a short period of time, and an asset is something that produces income over a long period of time. And so really, when you talk about building wealth, it's really about building assets so that you have continual flow of income without having to spend a lot of your own time at it.
Yeah, I feel like, especially in our Western world where we live in this essentially microwave society, you know, everybody's living for the short term, not the long term. So that sounds like what you're talking about here is more focused on the long term to be able to, you know, focus on tomorrow so we can live today.
Yeah, the great thing is that if you do focus on the long term, it impacts your short term because, for example, the way to invest to build great assets is to pay less tax. Well, that's certainly a benefit short term. The way that you do that is actions that you're going to take every single day. So every day has an impact. You can enjoy the ride, don't get me wrong. But to me, it's all about what choices are you making, right? I mean, if you spend this money on vacation, that's fine. No, but understand what that choice is, right? That's not just a choice between going away and staying home. It's a choice between putting aside that money for the future or spending the money now. And as long as you're okay with making that decision, that's fine. But most people don't even think of the choice.
Yeah, everything has a cost, and there's an impact to that cost of
That's right.
ripple effect, right? So, we've got people here watching today from, places like India and Africa, all the way to CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, where people who not necessarily have earned more money than today than they ever before. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. People are watching us right now who probably earn more money today than they ever have before, and yet they don't necessarily feel any freer. They're
Right.
working more, their lifestyle cost more, their responsibilities have grown, maybe the stress has grown with that. So my question around this is, why does making more money not necessarily make us feel more free?
Well, I think we can really be tied to it. We're tied to the activity of making money as opposed to, and again, this is working for money instead of working for assets. I mean, take for example, I'm a business owner, and my assets are all businesses. Well, they're not businesses that I spend a lot of time at. My most profitable business, I spend less than 5 hours a week on that business. That's the most profitable business. So I actually find that the less time you spend, the more money you'll make. So the challenge is that we've been conditioned in the Western world to sell our time for money, when what we ought to be doing is producing assets that free up our time and produce money.
Yes, I get from that self-employed quadrant over to the business owner quadrant, and then focus on the assets from that. I love that. So what is the difference between a high income and actually being wealthy?
Well, Buckminster Fuller, the great, the genius of the 20th century, he said that wealth can be measured by time. How much time can you live? How long can you live without working? That's your wealth. And if you're working for your money, then you can't live anytime at all. So you have no wealth. You could be making $3 million a year and have no wealth, because the minute you stopped working, you would have no money. Whereas there, on the other side, you might have assets that produce $300,000 a year, and you are the wealthiest person in the world because you don't need more than the $300,000 a year. You can live on that forever because you're never spending your assets. So I think wealth is a function of assets that produce income over a very long period of time, whereas income is just money that you make because of your effort. It's effort versus time. Are you making money because of time or because of your effort?
Okay, I like that. So for everybody who's watching and listening in, and thinking to themselves, that's me. I reasonably earn good money, but I don't feel financially free. What should they be looking at besides, their income? What else should they be looking at?
Well, the most important thing, of course, is their education and getting the financial education, which is why I'm here, which is why I love being on, the work you're doing is so important, because making money is not that hard once you learn the principles around it, right? It's something that can be done, and money can be replaced. Time can't. And so we want to make sure that we're working for things that free up our time, not working for money that is easily replaceable.
Fascinating. So let me pressure test another idea here with you. Most of us, grow up with some version of, go to school, get qualified, get a good job, work hard, earn more, save some more money along the way, and hopefully one day retire comfortably. But very few people are actually taught how wealth works. So are we teaching people how to earn money without teaching them how to build wealth?
For sure. Schools, I've never seen a school that taught people how to build wealth. They're always teaching you how to make money. And even then, they probably aren't teaching you how to make money either. So let's be real. The professional schools and the trade schools teach you how to make money, but the general universities do not teach you how to make money, nor do they teach you how to spend money, nor do they teach you how to invest money. So I do think that it's something that's lacking in the world, and something that really it's up to us. right? I mean,
Yeah.
like starting with Rich Dad Poor Dad. I mean, anybody who hasn't read Rich Dad Poor Dad has to read Rich Dad Poor Dad, because otherwise what you get is you get one side of the coin. You get what Wall Street tells you, you get what your employer tells you, you get what some school teacher tells you, but you don't get the other side of the coin, which is what the entrepreneurs are doing. And the entrepreneurs are making all the money, and you're going, and they have all the assets, and you're wondering, why do they have all the money and all the assets? Well, because they're entrepreneurs. So that, you know, when it comes down to it, it comes down to, are you going to be a business owner, or are you going to be a workhorse?
And I feel like, you know, we're in a really awesome time in our lives, in our society too. Like, and some people would say, okay, awesome, that's probably the wrong word, but I look at it from this as a glass half full. You know, when there's a lot more turmoil in the world, there's also a lot more opportunity in the world for those who are hungry and want to help sort of elevate humanity. You know, so I totally agree with, you know, helping us to create those wealth producing assets to be able to, you know, carry through. So what is the biggest misconception you see successful entrepreneurs and professionals still carry around wealth?
Oh, that saving money is a good idea. That paying taxes is something that you have to do. There's nothing you can do about it. Those probably number one and number two. I mean, you know, the problem with saving money, first of all, the first problem is it's subject to inflation. So, you know, saving money just doesn't get you can't just put cash aside because it's constantly losing value. But second of all, when you save money, you end up paying tax on that money. It's when you invest the money that you don't pay tax on the money. So, you know, understanding the difference between saving, which is setting money aside, and investing, which is putting money to productive use, that is a key distinction between those who don't have money and those who do have money.
Okay, I love that. So let's make this a bit more practical for everybody who's tuning in. You know, people who have built businesses, they've got some income coming in, you know, but if they're being truthful, they don't really have a wealth strategy. You know, you're talking about investments in that space. So where do they start? What would be probably the best investments to look at starting at?
Well, I always say it's all about the investor, not the investment. So they have to learn how to become a professional investor. You know, if you look at Robert's cash flow quadrant, there's four ways to make money, right? Employee, self-employed, big business owner, or professional investor. Well, the professional investors, A, they're buying assets. B, they're paying very little or no tax. And C, they have a lot of time. So it's really, to me, one of the key differences between a professional and amateur investor is that an amateur investor makes a new decision every time they invest, but a professional investor makes a single decision. Look at Warren Buffett as a prime example. He makes the same, he's made one decision and he applies that decision over and over and over to every investment. Okay. His investments all look alike. They're all dividend paying. They're all solid, you know, solid fundamental companies. Okay. And then he looks at, when do I buy them? Right. So, but he has a strategy for doing one thing. He buys businesses. That's what he does. Other people, you know, are really good at real estate. There are people who do, you know, buy energy. There are people who invest in agriculture. But I'll tell you what you don't have. You don't have successful investors who invest in 4 different asset classes. You have successful investors who invest in one asset class over and over and over and get really good at it. They're the most successful investors. And the problem that most people have is they're always chasing the return or the shiny object, and they're not looking at what should they focus on. I mean, for example, there are 7 investments worldwide the government will pay you to make. Literally 7 of them. I wrote this in my book, The Win-Win Wealth Strategy. And I did a charts and tables for 15 different countries, including Australia, by the way. And what I found is that the incentives are similar from country to country, and they tend to be the hard assets, the most productive assets: business, real estate, energy, agriculture. Okay, those tend to be the asset class, the assets that the government is going to incentivize you through tax benefits in order to make those. Well, here's the thing. If you don't have to pay the taxes because the government incentivizes that investment, your returns can easily double just because you're not paying taxes. Taxes are a huge drag on your investing. And if you don't take it into account, I would never make an investment because of taxes, but I would, but there are investments I won't make because of taxes, because because the taxes are too high as a result of the investment, or because the investment doesn't give me the tax benefits. What good tax incentive investments will do is simply multiply your rate of return. But again, you also have to learn how to use debt. And most people are afraid of debt. So if you don't know how to use debt, you're not going to get a lot of tax benefit, and you're not going to get very high returns. And it's going to take you a very long time to accumulate any wealth.
Fascinating. And so it sounds like you're giving us, the rule book for the game we played here, and really identifying what I read is the difference between investing and, almost the difference between investing and gambling. Like investment has frameworks, it has rules to the game, right? Where gamble, you're throwing money up against the wall and hoping it has a return. Hope was never really a very good strategy. So what are the first 3 questions that someone needs to answer when they're looking at any sort of investment?
First of all, what are you trying to accomplish? I mean, the very first thing you have to answer is, what are you trying to accomplish? Because, for example, I might have one client who what they're looking for is a good, safe 4% return. That's a very different, that's going to lead to a very different investment than somebody says, hey, I'm building my assets. I would really like a 20 or 30% return. Okay. And if I want that 20, 30% return, you're going to have to behave very differently. You can still buy the same, by the way, it can be the same asset class, but you have to behave differently for that 20 to 30% than for that 4 or 5%. And so I think that you also have to look at, okay, then the next question is, can I invest at a wholesale level, or do I have to invest at the retail level? Like Australia, the US has an accredited investor rule. So only accredited investors can invest in certain what I call wholesale investments, private equity type investments. And that's true in many places around the world. Well, if you're not qualified for that, then the first thing you have to do is get qualified, right? Become a qualified investor so that you can invest in that different type of investment that doesn't take as much time, but produces the higher rate of return. Otherwise, you're going to end up left with retail investments, and you're at the entire your portfolio's all at the risk of the market and how the market behaves, rather than you having control over it. So you really have to decide, okay, first of all, what am I trying to accomplish? What asset class am I interested in? Do I really want to go after? And number 3 is, who do I need on my team?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So I love that. Great answer. So I'm also reflecting here. Okay. So, you hear the word investment and think, right, we've got to have money to make money. Like we need to have, let's say, 100,000 to explore investing to make it worthwhile. Is that a reality, or is that a myth? Can someone start investing with, say, maybe 10,000 in the bank?
Well, it's certainly easier at a certain level, for sure. It is easier. But I will say that, I mean, you can start by buying silver coins, right? I mean, you can start with $20, right? Yeah. Well, now that would be $80, right? Not $20 for a silver coin. But you can start with something really simple. You don't have to have hundreds of thousands of dollars to start investing. And the earlier you start, so building wealth is sometimes about rate of return and time. That's what it's about, rate of return and time. And so starting your kids off young is probably the most important thing you do for them. Getting them started really young, because boy, my mother used to call it the miracle of compound interest. And if you take that miracle of compound interest, you learn how to use debt. Now you have to learn how to use it, but you learn how to use debt, and then you learn how to use the tax benefits. You put those 3 together, and all of a sudden you're on a rocket ship instead of a bicycle.
There's some gold just right there in that conversation just there. So thank you. Now, obviously, I can't have you here talking about tax, and I don't want to turn this into essentially an accounting lesson. But most people look at tax as something that happens to them. They earn money, the government takes some of it, end of story, right? But you seem to teach people to look at tax system in a different way. So what do most people fundamentally misunderstand when it comes about tax?
Well, first of all, they think, what's the old saying? The 2 things in life that are inevitable are death and taxes. And
Yeah.
I would argue taxes are far from being inevitable. Pretty soon, death won't be inevitable either. But right now, death is, taxes are not. And the reason is because people don't understand how the tax law functions. And it's, by the way, it's true in every country. I've been in 30 countries studying their tax laws, and it's true in every single country I've been in. And that is that, yes, the government uses the tax law to raise money, but 98% of the tax law is a series of incentives to reduce your taxes. It's a roadmap to reducing taxes. So it's, there's one line in every tax law that says, hey, all income's taxable except for these few exceptions. And there's another line that says no expenses are deductible unless we say they are. Now, there's some charts and tables tell you how much tax to pay, but the rest of the tax law, in many cases, the US, that's 7,000 pages. In the UK, it's double that, right? And in many, in every country, there are tax incentives. These are things, they're not loopholes. These are legal incentives that the government says, hey, if you do this, we're going to give you this benefit. I mean, for example, in Singapore, they have a huge research and development tax benefit. In fact, actually, that's true in several countries. In most countries, you can employ your children and get a tax benefit. And so there are all sorts of tax benefits. You just have to understand the tax benefits and really understand how, how they're going to apply to you. So this is where I always tell people, look, there's only three questions when it comes to taxes. And the first question is, how do you make your money? And how you make your money has an impact on the rate you pay. For example, a big business owner is going to pay about half of what an employee is going to pay. Or the second question, what are you going to do with your money? This is what we've been talking about this whole time. What are you going to do with your money? Because how you invest your money has a huge impact on how much tax you pay on the money you earn. And then the third one, which nobody ever talks about, is what are you going to do with your money when you die? Because there are sophisticated tax planning opportunities in every country for what you do with your money when you die. And as you're planning that far ahead, you talk about, we're in a microwave economy, right? Well, you're looking at when you die and you're hoping that that's 40, 50 years away. Well, guess what? What you're going to do with your money when you die could impact how much tax you pay now.
Yeah, wow. I love that. So let's take a bit of a different angle here. So what's one relationship that's completely changed the trajectory of your life? Is there a story around that which really helped you to, set you up for success that you have today?
Well, I have to say, my relationship with Robert Kiyosaki is probably changed the trajectory of my financial life more than any relationship by far. Primarily because he's taught me, not just because of the, he has taken me all over the world with him to speak, and I've met so many people, and he's, certainly been very generous in his promotion of my work, but because he thinks differently than everybody else. And so he makes you think differently. And the number one thing he'll tell you is that investing is a personal development activity. It's not a go to school activity. It's a personal development activity, because all of us have some kind of a glass ceiling. We have all set a ceiling for ourselves on how much wealth, and the more personal development we can do, the higher that ceiling gets, and the more wealth we are allowed to have for ourselves. And I think I'd say that by far that's the most important relationship. But there's also some things that I've learned from him, like how to always buy an asset to pay for your toys. I love toys. So that's a terrific lesson. Or, of course, we get to teach each other. So I taught him how to get the government to pay for his Ferrari. So that's a fun. It's fun when learning is fun when you're doing it with each other, as opposed to just learning from one person, having to be one way. It's really much more fun when it's together.
Yeah, for sure is. And we can go a lot further faster together, as Joseph says all the time too. So I want to bring this full circle. You know, when we spend an enormous amount of our lives chasing numbers, you know, more income, more investments, more assets, bigger businesses, and another zero, another milestone. And there's nothing inherently wrong with any of that. But eventually I think we have to ask ourselves, what am I actually building all of this for? And I'd love to, ask you that question. What are you actually building all of this for?
Well, we have a mission, and our mission is to help everybody become financially free of government, employers, and Wall Street. We don't want, true freedom. You don't have freedom if you have an employer. You don't have freedom if you're dependent on the government. You certainly don't have freedom if you're dependent on Wall Street building your assets for you. Okay, they build assets for themselves, and you get the crumbs that are left over. So we are, that's our mission. And I actually think that's the answer to your question, Jeff, is what is your mission?
Yeah.
If you have a mission, Robert's is to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. I mean, everybody around Robert knows his mission, and he has been true to that. I've known him for almost 30 years, and he's been true to that every minute I've known him. And so be true to your mission. And if it's about purpose and it's about your mission, it's really about serving more people. And so that's where, I think that's where some of the new technology is going to help. Although for a lot of people, it's going to really hurt them, because assets are going to become much more important in the AI world, because knowledge is going to become less important, and assets are going to become more important. Labor is going to become less valuable, and owning those that do the labor or the machinery that does the labor is going to become very important. So I think owning assets, the lesson number one in Rich Dad Poor Dad is the most important lesson in today's world.
So I find myself hearing and relating to you when you say, information is becoming, less and less valuable. I've almost found myself saying sometimes knowledge is worth $0 these days. But what people will pay for is the experience, is the wisdom, is the community around that to help them to become and implement, what they're learning. Because anybody can acquire knowledge, and have it sit there on the bookshelf and collect dust. But it's what we do with it, right? So cool. Well, thank you very much for this interview. And just before we wrap up, I'd like to close on this. So what does wealth mean to Tom Wheelwright today? Like, what does wealth mean?
Freedom. It's just a freedom of not having to worry. So many people are worried about money all the time. It's freedom of time. It's freedom of relationships. Okay, I have more time for relationships if I don't have to spend all my time working for money. And but wealth is about what you care about. If you have what you care about, you're wealthy. Yeah.
And if anybody wants to, reach out to you and connect with you and sort of, really aligns with what your mission is, how can they reach out?
I would ask them, go to wealthability.com. Wealthability.com is our financial education company. And that's where you can learn more about how to build massive amounts of wealth by paying very little tax.
Cool. And before we wrap up, we've got like a little bit of time here, but I want to finish exactly where we started. If there's somebody watching this who knows that they want greater financial freedom, maybe they're starting from scratch, maybe they're already doing very well, maybe they're thinking about making more money than ever they've done before, but still don't feel like they've created the freedom that they thought they would have, that money would give them. I don't want to leave this conversation with another 10 things to learn. Can you give them one thing to do today over the next 30 days that would point them in the right direction and help them to challenge them to actually do something different?
Well, I would say it's all about the actions you take. Actions produce result. Nothing else will produce results. It's not about what you learn. It's not about what you know. It's about what you do. And so I would suggest, just write down 3 things that you're going to do over the next 2 weeks that will improve your level of financial education, improve, maybe improve your team. I would say in all things when it comes to investing, investing is a team sport. So people think that they can do it themselves. they are missing the boat. It is about a team, and make sure you've got a great team around you.
I love that. And so, a follow-up question: what's one excuse that they need to stop telling themselves?
I don't know anything about money. I don't know anything about money. It's not difficult. I wrote Tax-Free Wealth because nobody'd written a book that explained how the tax law works for the average person. That's why I wrote that book. And to me, taxes can be fun. They can be easy. My job in the world is to make taxes fun, easy, and understandable. If taxes can be fun and easy and understandable, then anything about money can be. Don't be afraid of it. And by the way, nobody cares about your money as much as you do.
Yeah. I love Ken Honda's book, Happy Money. And he sort of goes on the
That's
same.
a great book.
Turn the money into a space of gratitude and be grateful for even the spending side of things.
Of
I love
course.
that. Thank you, Tom. This has been an absolute pleasure. And I think it's really an important reminder for all of us. Making money and creating more freedom aren't necessarily the same thing. Ultimately, the goal here is to build a life where our health and our wealth and our relationships, our freedom actually allow us to enjoy why we work so hard to create this. Tom, thank you very much for being a part of the Peak Vitality Summit. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, I'm Tom Wheelwright, CPA, best-selling author of Tax-Free Wealth, and founder of Wealthability. Here's something most entrepreneurs and investors never learn. If you want to change your tax, you have to change your facts. Change your facts, and you can change your tax. The problem is you can't change what you don't understand. That's why every week I break down how the tax law actually works and how you can use it to make smarter financial decisions. Best of all, it's free. Go to wealthability.com/weekly and sign up for Tom's weekly report. And when you do, you'll make way more money and pay way less tax.
Everyone, to the Peak Vitality Global Summit. I'm really excited about this next conversation because when we talk about peak vitality, we can always, just leave the topic on nutrition, exercise, longevity, and physical health. But I believe it's so much more. There's another part to vitality that I think is just important, and that's what's happening between our ears, our mindset, our beliefs, our identity, our emotional state, and ultimately the person that we are becoming. And I have someone very special here that's been on plenty of our other summits before, help me to unpack this today. Welcome back, Natasha Graziano, to the Peak Vitality Summit and to our Voice to Influence summits that we're having here. It's absolutely brilliant to have you here, Natasha.
Such a great honor. I love being a part of all of your summits. And as you guys know, you often do see my face alongside Jeff and Michael in their amazing summits. And this is no other than one of the best of those. So I'm so excited to be here today. I'm ready to raise the vibe in the room and answer all your questions.
Love it. Well, we've had some pretty awesome people here, including yourself. Like we've had Michael Gorton from Teladoc show up, one of the world's biggest sort of industry disruptors in the health and wellness industry. We've had Joseph McClendon, who you know personally as well. And so rather than me reading out one of your ridiculously long bios that nobody really remembers, for somebody who's watching today who may be discovering you for the first time, can you give us the 15-second introduction to who Natasha Graziano is?
Well, they call me the #1 female motivational speaker. I've been named that under 40 in Forbes magazine, USA Today. But really what I love to say is I love to help people unlock their full human potential. I love to help people go from zero to hero, to turn their setback into a comeback. I help people be seen. So I get their mindset right, and then I help them to get seen online and become a visible entrepreneur. Become someone who the doors are just knocking down to get to. Everybody wants to be a part of their world. Everybody wants to know who they are. I love helping entrepreneurs and people who are on those journeys to success, whether you're a single mom, whether you're starting a new business, whether you're going from corporate to entrepreneurship, wherever you're at. I love helping those people to really put their foot on the acceleration and get their products and services out there in the world.
Brilliant. So and I love that. And I think that's a perfect topic for especially what we're talking about today. But when you hear the words peak vitality, what does that actually mean to you?
Peak vitality means to me that you are at the top, the pinnacle of your health, of your well-being, of your mindset, of everything that you are doing. What is success without health? What is success without joy? You're not successful. So being at the top of that, the pinnacle at that is peak vitality.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And just, talking about, living life to its fullest, right? So sometimes I find this fascinating. We spend so much time trying to change our circumstances and behaviors, but we often miss, or, we don't address the identity underneath them. How much of our health, our energy, our performance, and ultimately our results in life are determined by who we believe we are?
So much it goes into who we are. If we don't believe we're worthy, Jeff, if we don't believe that we are worthy of love, worthy of money, worthy of success, worthy of any of those things, it doesn't matter how much in the conscious world we're going to go try and get these things and do all these things. If we don't believe that we are ultimately worthy of these things, it's as good as not having them, because they come and go. Or you keep it, you'll lose it. It's like people who win the lottery. Many times when somebody wins the lottery, they win the lottery and then they lose it all again. They go back to broke because they don't have an abundance mindset. They are still living in a scarcity mindset. And that is the difference.
Yeah. And I've heard it, and I've actually implemented this myself, change your story, change your life. And that is so true to what you're talking. So let me take this one step further, because I think almost everyone watching will relate to this. Most of us already know a lot of what we're supposed to do, right? Want to lose weight? Stop eating so much and go and exercise. We know we should move our bodies. We know we should sleep better. We know we should manage stress. We know we should look after ourselves. So why can someone know exactly what they need to do and struggle consistently to do it?
Because they don't really want to. The truth
There
is,
you go.
they don't really want it. You say you want it, but you really don't. You want to be as successful as that person that you're looking at. You want to be as skinny as that person that you're looking at. You want to be as motivating as that person you're looking at. You want to have a successful product or service that you keep watching online, like your friend is doing, or like that person you keep following online. I know you can think of somebody, but you don't get out your own way. You say you want it, but you take no action steps. And I was there. I was that girl. I kept allowing the fear. I kept allowing the self-doubt. I kept allowing the imposter syndrome to creep up on me and say, you're not going to do it. No point in you doing it. You're never going to get there. And if you allow that little voice, you allow those things to creep up on you and sit and stay, you won't take action. You'll give up before you even begin. But those are the people that flop. But I always say to people, don't judge me by my success, by what you see today. Judge me by how many times I fell down and I got back up. That's my success.
Yeah, like I was learning to ride a horse at a very young age, and the old bushman, really, really Australian. You just think of the best Australian version bushman that you can think of. That was this guy, and he was teaching me how to ride a horse. And a statement that has lived and become almost a mantra through my whole life, especially my entrepreneurial journey, is Jeff, you don't know how to ride a horse until you know how to actually go fall off 1,000 times, but get back up that one more. And it's so true to what we're saying. We've got to fail forward fast through things, but each time that we get back up, we're transforming those limiting beliefs to something that I can't do it, to something that I can do it. Hey, is that what you're saying?
Same as when a baby falls down when they're learning to walk. None of us would be walking if we had given up. The reason that most of us are walking today is because we were able to, firstly, but as a child, when we fell down, we didn't give up. We don't know limiting beliefs as a child. When you were riding that horse, you didn't know anything better. You just, okay, I'm going to go again. So it's the
Yeah.
same in life, in business. It's the same in our health. We just got to keep going. We've just got to keep getting better every day, getting 1% better every day. Don't try and be 100% better in one. Just do 1% better every day and get back up.
So you talked about limiting beliefs. So let's unpack that. What's one limiting belief you regularly see in high performing entrepreneurs or leaders that they can quietly sabotage their health, their happiness, or their performance?
It's usually the same one. It's about their happiness. High performing entrepreneurs usually have success and money or have things going on which are great. But the one thing that pulls them down is, I'm not good enough. It's this feeling that they're not going to be good enough for their person. They're not going to be good enough for their partners. They're not going to be good enough for the things that they're doing. And it pulls them down and they feel unfulfilled. They have this lack of fulfillment, which isn't really success. So we work on them being happier people, on being fulfilled with the level of success that they have. I always say to people, when you score a goal, okay, like we just had the World Cup, when you score a goal, that goalpost, then you go again. You don't just score the one goal and that's it. As soon as you score a goal, the goalpost just moves. But you've got to remember to celebrate that goal. You've got to remember to store it in the bank, which comes into you as happiness, as fulfillment. When we do a goal, you got to sit and revel in it. Be like, I'm going to have a cake. I'm going to have champagne, whatever you fancy. Do whatever you got to do to celebrate that goal. Whenever I get an achievement now, I'm like, oh my gosh, I say a prayer. I say, thank you. I'm here.
Yeah.
Actually here. I achieved that goal. I made it happen. I am here. And when you realize I am here, I am in this moment, then your brain starts to realize you are a success. You are an achiever. And now you're no longer a procrastinator. You are an achiever. And you are somebody who believes in fulfillment and feels fulfilled. And now your brain looks for more things to bring closer to you faster that you can achieve so you can celebrate again.
I love that. And I also reminisce on reading a book a few years back on Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil. And he talks about, like achieving our goals or achieving the event, the journey that gets there, celebrate it. But there were a lot of entrepreneurs, and myself included, have been on this journey is we don't have something else to aim for straight after that. Like we need to be in the moment, revel in it. Yes, but what's next? And a lot of us can get caught up in that gap between just, flapping the wind and all of that sort of direction because we don't have anything else to aim for anymore. So that's what you're saying. Like, let's get the goal, but move the goalpost. Let's go again. But it's about creating that pattern of behavior, right? I love that.
Absolutely, patterns are so important, and they're a part of who we are. You can either have a negative pattern going on in your psychology, in your behaviors, or you can have a positive pattern.
So you've created and developed a thing called the MBS method. Yeah, it's something called meditation behavioral synchronicity. There you go. My dyslexia just got in the way. So I don't want to try and explain the methodology for you to. So I love for you to unpack it for our audience here. What exactly is MBS, and how can somebody use it to begin creating meaningful change in their life?
So meditational behavioral synchronicity is the combination of neuroscience and ancient wisdom, as I write about in my book, Be It Till You Become It. It's that point where they meet. Really what it is calming down the brain, calming down the breath, relaxing into a deeper state, into a heightened state of awareness through certain breath work techniques combined with meditation, and then imprinting into the subconscious mind your new patterns, your new belief process. And through that rewiring, through this exercise, you're able to rewire your brain. First time, second time, however many times you're going to do it. Sometimes it works first time for somebody. Sometimes it takes a few more times. Essentially, it's like hypnosis. And you are able in that calmer state of awareness, that lower brainwave state, to rewire your brain. So if you want a change in your life, you want to give up an addiction, you want to see a difference in your life, you want long-lasting fulfillment in your life, something that's much more beautiful for a longer period, then this is something that could work for you. You sit and you do them, and you can find them for free. You just type in Natasha Graziano MBS method onto YouTube, and you can literally do them for free. And you can sit there and really just digest and go into that state of calm, peace, and serenity for about 30 minutes. Some of them are only 15. And you're able to rewire your brain into a new positive belief about your thoughts.
Hang on, I'm muted. There you go. I love that. It's absolutely brilliant. And so thank you very much for giving our audience a tangible takeaway. And please do go make sure you YouTube that. So it's creating these new patterns of behavior and these new disciplines are really important to anybody's peak vitality. And this one's really important to me personally. We live in a culture that celebrates achievements, builds more, grow more, earn more, do more. And particularly as entrepreneurs, it can become very easy to wear exhaustion, almost like a badge of honor. But you can be incredibly successful on paper and still be exhausted and stressed and unhealthy or completely disconnected from the people you love. So how do you define sustainable success?
Sustainable success is when you are at a level that it's just coming in naturally, that it's just flowing naturally, that it's financial freedom through time, money freedom, that it's success which is going on whether or not you're actively there, really. It's passive. It's something that's happening while you sleep. You're earning money while you sleep. Sustainable success is where you've got great systems, AI, and things in place that are really running your business for you, that are doing things while you sleep. And I think that that is a massive game changer for many businesses, is having those structures in place. But sustainable success comes from you actually showing up. I still need to go to my team meetings once a week. I still need to show up. When I disappear, the team should continue, but I am the core of my empire. The importance of me showing up and being in my highest and really putting in effort is what goes into sustainable success. If I take a break and go on a breather, yes, it still runs, but the business is you, is me. So I must show up every day to sustain that level of success, but I don't need to. It's just that I'm able to now come in and out. I swim with my kids in the morning till like 11 a.m. I take meetings between 11 and 4. Like, I just run my life in the way I've designed it. I don't race out of bed and have to rush to an office desk. I've designed it so that I can play bigger and so that I can focus on the things that are really impacting the world, because I've set up the systems for it to just make money while I sleep.
I love that. And I was talking to my friend Ashkan from the Israeli Tribune about a similar topic around this the other day. And he said, Jeff, we need to become like the sun to our universe. Like, everything else revolves around us. In our universe, we are the sun. And we show up and we shine brightly, but everything's there to serve that conversation and become the center of the universe in that space. So you've obviously had an extraordinary journey yourself. People see the Natasha Graziano today, the author, the speaker, the successful entrepreneur, but they don't necessarily see the journey that it's taken to help you get where you are. So was there a particular moment in your life when you realized that changing your circumstances wasn't enough? Like, you actually had to change yourself?
Great question. And yes, the moment where I hit rock bottom, the moment where, I've hit rock bottom a couple of times, but rock bottom at my lowest was when I realized I had to change my circumstances. Right after I had my son about 9 years ago, I was super sick. When you lose your health, you've actually lost everything. Health is wealth. And if you don't focus on your health, then you'll spend your wealth focusing on your health. And it is the most traumatizing moment in time when you lose your sparkle. And I'd lost my sparkle. I'd lost all my money. I was in hundreds of thousands of debt. And I was in a very low point in my life. I was a single mom and I was really struggling financially, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And when I was struggling in that dark place was when I realized I had to change my behaviors. It's when I realized I had to change who I was at a core level in order to see a different result. Because if I always did what I always did, I'll always get what I always got. If you keep behaving in a certain way, you're going to see the same result. If you want to see a different result, you've got to do something a little bit different. So I started to focus on healing in a different way. I started to focus on actually healing, on actually deciding I'm going to be better. I'm going to be better. And at the time it was so depressing. I was told I wasn't going to get better. And when you're told you're not going to get better, when you're all these, I said, no, that's his story. Not mine. And I'm going to change, and I'm going to get out of this. And I'm in fact going to move to America. And I'm going to become the #1 female motivational speaker in the world, which was using my voice, which was where the problem was. There was a blockage spiritually there. So I sorted out all the issues of my life because I realized it was emotional. It's usually coming from an emotional place. So I started to get rid of the blockages, get rid of the things out of my life that weren't working. And step by step by step, I started to build back. Step by step, I started to build into the person that you see today. And I started to work on my habits. I worked on my behaviors. I had a full 360. I no longer recognize that version that I was back then, let alone the person I was even before it, before all of that happened, because I've changed so much. I wish her love and luck and happiness, and I send her love, but that is no longer who I am. Right? A decade later, I'm a whole different person. And we are, every 7 years, every cell in our body is completely rejuvenated, completely new and fresh. So we are a completely new person every 7 years. And so I knew this is the start of the rest of my life and I'm going to transform. But you have to realize that you have to do those things differently. And that really is your thoughts, your behaviors, and your actions. Hence, there and behold was born the book, Be It Until You Become It. You have to be the version of you want to be before you get there in order to become them.
I also think too, I love, I've read your book and I love everything that you talk about and definitely relate to it. But I also think too, sometimes we need to remember, we need to remember who we are, who we are in the higher powers conversation in that space, because I think a lot of us have been trampled on, conditioned, whatever it is, circumstances are thrown at us, and we essentially have forgotten who we are, and so I love the premise of Be It, Become It, but I think a deeper thing there too would also to be remember. What are your thoughts on that?
So going into that deeper realm, right, where you decide who you want to be, okay? Once you decide who you want to be, I'm just coming from another angle here. When you decide who you want to be, now you can start laying out the actions that you need to take every day, which is be it till you become it. Who do I have to behave like right now? How does this version of me think, behave, feel, and act in order to be the version I want to be in a year? The version of me that I want to be when I'm successful, when I'm on the big covers of the publications, when I'm in big articles like Forbes and all these other things, and when I'm written about, and when I'm on big podcasts, and when I'm on big stages. Who do I have to be today to be that version of me where I'm going? Okay, she dresses a little different. She shows up like this. She does that. All the things that version of me does, you've got to be today. How does she stops bitching. She stops whining. She stops complaining. She stops being angry. She stops taking out bad energy on people. She stops doing all of these external things and her inner reality changes. So when you change your environment, your personality changes.
Love that. Well, Natasha, I'm sure we could go a lot deeper than this, and we'll definitely have to have you come back on another summit to be able to do just that. But I think the biggest thing I want everybody to take away here from this conversation is that peak vitality isn't something that we're just about looking to add more years into our life. It's about bringing more life to the years that we've already been given. And so much of that begins in the internal space, with our beliefs, with our identity, with our choices, and ultimately who we are becoming, as Natasha's talking about. If you haven't already, make sure you reach out to Natasha and get her book in that space, Be It Till You Become It. Natasha, thank you very much for giving us some of your time, your wisdom, and your amazing energy here today. It's been an absolute privilege having you as part of the Peak Vitality Global Summit. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. And my Instagram is at Natasha Graziano. DM me there with any of your questions. I love it when you guys interact with me. I love just replying to you. And when you tag me in anything from today. If there's something you want to tag, feel free. I love to repost as many of your mentions as possible. Thank you so much for having me today. This is one of my favorite summits to be a part of. I'm so happy that I was able to be here today. See you guys again soon for more. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists. A place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
Well, thank you, Natasha, for bringing the energy up. And you all heard her. She's a perfect example of how to use the energy in an intentional way to raise the room. And talking about raising the room, something that you all can do as you're watching this summit is that when you hear something that clicks and like, oh, that was powerful, make sure you share in the comments, because maybe something that we missed. And that's how we can all learn together. So make sure that you use that comment feature and let's share all those insights. And talking about insights, I'm so excited about introducing the next panel. So let's welcome all these amazing leaders who are going to be sharing. Hi, Angela, Brian, and Kelly, and Latika. Hi, welcome to the summit.
Great to be here.
Yes. So let's do something. Let's go around. I'm going to go like you know who I'm like pointing here at, but we're going to start with Angela. But I would love for each of you to briefly introduce yourself and also think about one season of your life that you truly felt alive. And what was about that season? What was present that you felt alive, since we're talking about peak vitality today? And we're going to start with you, Angela.
Hi, thanks for having me. You know, I'm a Nashville native and I'm an entrepreneur, CEO, podcast host, and an executive producer who's built my career around the belief that you don't need permission to evolve, just a fierce decision to begin. So from leading companies in the fintech space to stepping into media, film, and even fashion later in life, I've learned that some of our greatest opportunities begin when we're willing to step outside of the box others and even sometimes we ourselves put us in. And so today I'm just passionate about using my voice and platform to empower others to lead boldly, embrace reinvention, and create impact while staying true to who they are.
Beautiful. What was a season in your life that you felt alive, Angela, that you can share with us?
Actually, this is a season that I feel alive. You know, I've spent a lot of time, so much that I've heard tonight resonates so much with the journey that I've been through. This season, I've learned I've healed things and I've learned to get past the people pleasing and really just live authentically and show up authentically. And it's changed the trajectory of my life by doing so.
Oh, and I can't wait to go deeper into that. So I'm going to have a question for you very soon. So let's go. Thank you, Angela. Latika, what about you?
Yeah, just a little bit about myself. I've done multiple things as far as career paths, where I've led to currently a real estate agent for about 14 years or so. And also love empowering other people to be able to find the best within themselves as well, and to find new opportunities so that you almost have a river flowing of business opportunities and just exploring oneself in all your skill and talent that's been given to you, and not lay dormant and regret it later at some point in life. So that's one of my main focuses. Also, so a season, I think life is a journey. So at different parts of life, I have found, that I've enjoyed those seasons for different reasons. Currently, I would just say I love waking up every day to just a healthy, positive vision for what today can hold and what the future can hold. But one thing I most recently have come to understand is taking each day as if it were your last, and taking each day, just slowing myself down I'm a big visionary. So I always see things in the future and I'm creative and I want this and I want that, but slowing myself down to realize that whatever I can do today is just going to be just as much as powerful as it will be tomorrow.
I love that. I'm going to be taking that away from you. Slow down and be more intentional every day. So
Yes.
powerful.
Yes.
Thank you, Brian and Kelly.
Yeah. Well, hey, we use an internationally proven system called the Covenant Method to move couples, individuals, and businesses away from self-limiting patterns, whether it's in their intimate relationships, everyday life, or their business. And I know for me, and I'm eager to hear what Kelly has to say, for me, when I look at, eras, and for me, I have to say eras in my life where I've felt like my vitality is at its best, it'd be two times. One was in my early 20s when I figured out that I don't have to define success the way everybody else does. If I want a Lamborghini, okay, great. I want a Lamborghini. But if a Lamborghini is not a big thing to me and I hear all these other people talking about Lamborghinis, I don't need to be affected by that. I can make success on my terms. And then the second era would be much more recently when I got to kind of do that process again, but this time do it with my beautiful wife and say, okay, really as a couple, what is it that we together would define as success without outside influences? And then let's move towards that. I always feel my best when I'm working in the direction of a goal or a dream, and particularly when I do that with the right community, when I have the right people around me, when I'm connected to the right people. That's when I feel the most vital.
Amazing.
Okay, let me just say, I do want the Lamborghini. Okay, I want all the Lamborghinis. I'm here for the Lambo. No, so yeah, I'm Kelly of the BK Collective on the K in that. And as Brian mentioned, our work kind of sits at the intersection between couples, working with people in leadership and performance, and really honing in on some of the patterns that hold people back in their life, because it will bleed over into all areas of life, whether it's leadership or performance or closest intimate relationship. And then just kind of getting in there and breaking patterns. And sometimes people can't really identify what that pattern is, but through our work with them, through a process, like Brian said, called the Covenant Method that we developed, taking them through that framework allows for us to really hone in on those patterns and kind of illuminate that for them and get them to the life they really want. And maybe that's a Lamborghini.
What about a season in your life that you feel alive?
Definitely right now. Yeah,
Aw.
for sure right now. So Brian and I just finished building our home. We're probably
Congrats.
2 months into it. And yeah,
Nice.
and just seeing the growth and seeing the impact that we're having on people through our business is really pretty cool.
That's
so yeah,
amazing.
we're in that season. Yeah.
Growing something together, so powerful. So Angela, this is a question I've been wanting to ask you all night. Like, if I know you more than you know me. I've been doing a lot of research, but obviously you have wore different hats in terms of being CEO of FinTech, and then you've talked about lately in Fashion Week. Have you ever felt like you got the pressure that no, Angela, you have to pick one if you want to be successful? Tell us a little bit about that. And did you do that, or you think the opposite is even better?
I think it goes back to also what I was saying about that healing process and really getting comfortable with who I am as a person and showing up authentic in the world. And that, I have people sometimes that look at me and they're like, you lead a fintech company, but you're on the cover of that magazine, or you're, modeling for a designer in a bikini on a beach. Yes, I am, because we can be multifaceted. Mm-hmm. We can lead that fintech company, and we can do the things that give us that creative outlet that gives us the synergy and the happiness that we want. We get to create our life the way that we want it to be. The only thing that limits us typically is ourselves or listening to the outside voices.
So true. So true. I relate to you because I'm a chemical engineer in one side and a professional dancer in another one. So they always say pick one. I'm like, no, it's both. So I love I love your journey. Thank you for sharing. Letica, you teach people about freedom. A lot of people go for entrepreneurship for that financial freedom.
Yes.
And you teach about that. But then a lot of people do that and they catch yourself in another job, right? With a worse boss themselves. So where do they usually go wrong? And how do you coach them through that so they can actually find that freedom?
I would say that I think it takes a lot of self-focus. Once you make that transition from just, a typical work environment and corporate or whatever you're working, to recognizing that it's just not, being an entrepreneur is not about just, I get to wake up when I want, I get to, go out and do everything that I want when I want to do it. It's a lot more focused to what is your commitment to not only yourself, but to the people that you've chosen to serve. So if you keep those things in mind along the way, it will help to drive your purpose. And I think, I've heard words tonight, even just commitment, consistency, determination, commitment. Those are things that one has to do. And one big factor I would say is the most natural thing for people to want to do is to look outward. And as an entrepreneur, you must look inward first. If you're going to achieve your goals, if you're going to help anyone else, you have to help yourself first. So a lot of self-care, a lot of focus on your health, your wellness. And we've all had those ups and downs. But once you focus to what's inside of you, that's what's going to project outside of you as well.
I see. So that's part of the strategy, that inner work, not just the outer work and the business work. Powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And that's something that both of you work on it, right? Kelly and Brian. So I have a specific question for each of you. So for you, Kelly, when people work through transitions, because that's something that you work with them, and identity, let's say people go through a transition, how do they know what part of their identity they keep and what part of their identity they have to say adios, like thank you, but no more, and have to let go?
Yeah, I think it really comes down to, what's working in their life. And sometimes that takes a little bit. We work through a 10-week framework, sometimes longer, but through that process, once you start to unpack things with the client, patterns, right? All starts to reveal itself, and the cracks in the facade begin to show itself. And so it becomes pretty clear. And a lot of times through the process of just hearing themselves talk, a client will reveal it to themselves while I'm also checking and looking for not the cracks in their facade, but to help kind of shine a mirror for them, or hold a mirror for them, or shine a light for them, so that they can see, all right, this feels good. This feels authentic. This feels like my voice. This feels like something I can take and run with, or this doesn't feel so good and it's time to let this go. I have a phrase that I use with clients all the time, and it's simply this: if something is feeling heavy, if it's feeling like a burden, an ankle weight, just set the bag down. It's okay. Set the burden down. Just set it down.
It's okay. Yes. Yes. And Brian, a question I have for you, because not only in the chapter that you are right now with your wife, but in your whole history, you've been working in a lot of high pressure, ego influence, competition kind of environments. I'm sure you have learned the difference between having power and being a powerful leader. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference?
Yeah, and I look at it like this, power and influence. Power and influence are not the same thing. A person can have a lot of power. I served in the military, and so in the military, there's a whole system of rank, right? And you wear it right on your collar. And so when you look at somebody, you can see what their rank is, which will tell you a little bit about how much power they have. But the real question is, do they have influence? Influence is something that can only be gained when we develop our own leadership, right? Because people are influenced by leaders. They're not influenced by people that have quote unquote power. They're influenced by leaders. So it's really all about influence. And so if there's one thing I could tell people, it would be, if you want true success, if you want to climb up the ladder of success, look at how well you do when it comes to influence. Do you have influence? If you have influence, well, then you're probably going to have success. If you don't have influence, you're not.
That's incredible. And that's why also this whole event is also sponsored by Voice to Influence, but use your voice for the greater good. And that's really the power of leadership and impact. Thank you. Thank you. So the next question is the same for everybody. And is think about a decision that on paper, it didn't make any sense. But looking back, that was one of the best decisions you've had. And you can go personal, you can go business. This is here to inspire people. So I can start with Angela just to continue the order.
Oh, what a great question, man.
I'm glad you had to go first.
Yeah. I'll give you a little extra time. No, I think that when I made the decision as a 44-year-old woman to step onto a runway in New York Fashion Week and in Miami Swim Week and coming up in Paris Fashion Week, it probably didn't make sense on paper to people, but it's been a component of my journey and something that putting myself out there and doing that has helped me just grow as a person altogether and really, really get comfortable with the fact that, we're only defined by what we allow to define us. And so really just it's changed the trajectory of my life, allowing myself to take these chances that maybe didn't make sense.
That's awesome. Kudos to you, Angela. I'm so happy that you do that, because by doing that, you're also inspiring many. So that's the courage that takes to a powerful leader, by the definition also of Brian here. Latika, what about you?
Actually, somewhat similar to what Angela was saying. I, after about 14 years, close to 14 years of being a realtor, and I've done other things prior, to start building and expanding. So I'm sure that's what I've in the last 14 years been known for. But growth doesn't come by staying in the same place, right? It doesn't come from staying in a comfort zone. Prior to that, I was in the weight loss industry and worked for two of the largest, at the time was probably 4 large global companies. I worked for 2 different ones. And one of the things that we always shared with our clients in their weight loss journey was, progress, not perfection. Ooh. So if you're going to be able to move and grow, you have to have the ability to adjust and adapt to what you're hearing, whether it's in your prayer life or meditation life, whatever. But so on paper, it doesn't make sense to say, why don't you go completely in a different direction now? I mean, I still am a realtor and still help my clients, but now let's really expand this to all the dreams and visions that you've had and go full circle. And now start introducing layers of opportunities, one for myself, but also that others can move forward in and grow if they want to join that journey along with me. And I've got, lots of years of training and developing individuals and looking at their potential and bringing that out of them.
Super inspiring. Excellent. Kelly, what about you?
Well, I had a couple of them as I'm listening to everybody talk, but the one that stood out that seemed ridiculous at the time, but now looking back, I can see that it made so much sense, was the decision to say yes to an opportunity to become a political news radio anchor.
Wow.
So at the time I thought, okay, 2 of these things aren't like the other. I don't know what in the world I'm doing here, but here's the thing. It wasn't that I had such a passion for the news or for politics necessarily, although during the time that I was on air, there were some things that I was deeply passionate about and really wanted to spread a message. But what it helped me with, and why it's not so crazy now, because now I can see the through line, is that it helped me hone my voice. It helped me develop the chops to have presence, to keep an audience, to understand timing and cadence and, all of those things. But it also helped me with confidence and to thicken my skin, because when you're in the public eye, you have to have thick skin. So looking back now, that was a pretty good decision.
I love it. And I love that each of you are doing the decision, but kind of looking back, because we never can connect the dots forward, only backwards. So like, ooh, I needed to go through that to become the leader that I am today. That's awesome. What about you, Brian?
Well, I was so excited because I thought she was going to say that's where we met. We actually met at that radio
really?
station. But evidently she felt like that little detail wasn't worth mentioning. But anyway, for me, a clearly defining moment that really on paper made absolutely no sense. I served 12 years in my state legislature, and for 12 years had absolutely grueling, horrible elections and re-elections. It was a street fight every time. So then after 12 years, I find myself as a sitting senator, and it's getting ready to be election time again, and nobody's running against me. I mean, literally, I was unopposed. That never happens, but it happened. Well, that was exactly the same time that I was making the decision of whether or not I was going to quit nibbling around the edges and quit, tiptoeing with my dream. And my dream was to be a full-time speaker, author, coach, and consultant. Well, I said, you know what? I'm not nibbling around the edges anymore. I'm jumping in with both feet. One of my mentors, and again, this is why it's so important to be connected to the right kind of community, the right kind of people, because I couldn't make up my mind. Do I stay in the Senate? Is it God speaking to me because there's nobody running against me? Or do I launch out in my real dream? And I couldn't make up my mind. And what happened? I called my mentor, and my mentor said these words to me. I'll never forget them. They're some of the greatest words I ever said. He said, Brian, make the decision and then make the decision right. And then I had clarity, and I left the Senate, or I didn't run for re-election. And everybody said, oh, there must be a scandal. There must be, why isn't this guy running for re-election? No, I decided to follow my dream, even though it didn't make sense.
What I heard from there, don't wait for the perfect moment. There's no such thing. Don't wait for a signal, because then you may be confused. Make a decision and make it right. I'm taking that one with me as well. Okay, so again, I loved each of the stories. We have about 2 minutes here to wrap it up. And I want you to imagine I'm your genie here, right? And then tomorrow, I'm granting you one day that you can do whatever you want and you have zero responsibilities. So what are you doing tomorrow, Angela?
I'm traveling the world.
I love that. Take me with you.
Come on.
What about you, Latika?
Yes, I'm hitting all the tropical beaches around the world.
Yes. Kelly?
Yeah, I've got to get back to Italy.
Oh, one of my favorite places too. And Brian?
Yeah, really, with us, with Kelly and I, it is all about travel. It's just travel. That's it.
You know what? I just got home from traveling for 3 months with my whole family of 5.
True.
From East Coast to West Coast America. Had an absolute amazing time. Man, this is a pretty awesome panel you've got here, Jenny.
I did. And thank you, Angela, Latika, and Kelly and Brian. It's just incredible how real your stories are. And everybody just brought a ton of wisdom. So I do appreciate each of you.
Thank you.
Absolute blast.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your wisdom with us. All right, we're going to move on to the next segment. But, Jenny, quickly just stay here with me for 2 seconds. The thing I took away from that panel, and actually this whole summit, and actually probably all of our summits that we've done, is I'm sitting thinking, people ask me, so Jeff, why do you do these summits once a month or, even more than that? And I'm thinking, you know what? If I had to sum it up in 2 words, it's about elevating humanity. And I think that we've done that here today. We've elevated some amazing voices. And the other word I'd come up with is alignment, right? Helping things to get into alignment. I just loved what, Brian and Kelly and, actually all of our couples that seem to come on.
I know.
Right? It's a beautiful thing when you can see people running side by side, with each other. Actually, talking about couples, I get to interview my beautiful wife next on the next panel. So
Oh,
that's going to be
yay! Amazing.
Before we go, can you just quickly give us like a 10-second little blurb about one of our summits that are coming up with the Podcast Power Summit and what you're really excited about with that?
For the upcoming podcast one? Yeah, so excited. That's coming up next month, if I remember correctly. Again, it's like you mentioned, we've been doing these events now monthly for quite a bit, and you think, oh, is it repetitive? Like, it's not. Everybody's coming from a different experience, different angle, and there's always so much wisdom. I'm a podcaster myself, the Very Caliente with Pablo Ercina, so I'm looking forward to also learning from other fellow podcasters in terms of how do they use their voice to influence and having an impact out there in the world.
Yeah, and that's what part about what we're doing with Voice to Influence is our podcast network. You know, Jenny's a podcast host with Very Caliente with Pablo. I'm a podcast host with Unmuted with Michael Silvers and Sandy Grigsby. And we've probably got around about, off the top of my head, 60 other podcasts that are a part of the network here with us. And so if you're looking at these events and you want to be a speaker, you want to be on the panels, you want to be interviewed, whatever that look like, you want to maybe be part of our podcast network, Dave, if you could just drop in our speakers portal link there, like let's have a chat, register and apply to speak on one of our summits. And whilst you're there, have a look at the summits that we've got coming up. You know, one of the ones that I'm really going to be talking about a lot moving forward is we're going to start doing live events. And so we've got one of our first Peak Vitality live events coming up in December at Los Angeles. So watch this space. And, you know, we're going to have Dr. Joseph McClendon talk. We're going to have probably Natasha Graziano. We're going to have Adam Ginsberg and Dr. Amy Seinfeld, just to name a few other speakers there. And then in 2027, we're actually going to do a couple of live events in the Gold Coast in March and June. So like this is an up and coming environment. Come and play with us. Let's have a chat and see what that looks like. So Jenny, I love watching you step up and shine, you know, as my co-host here. I'm going to have to start bringing you in to do more on the solo interviews. Did an absolute amazing job there. With
Let's
Dr.
go.
Amy. But we're going to head into the next panel now. So thank you, Jenny. All right. So this next panel here, as we presented, right, this summit it's a global summit. You know, we've got people from USA, we've got people from, you know, Puerto Rico, we've got people from Singapore, we've got people from here in Australia. Yeah, I've got a bit of influence here in Australia, so it'd be a shame not to have an Australian panel up here. So let's bring up my friends here from Down Under and let's dive in. So yes, we've got my beautiful wife and my partner and you know, just in everything that we're doing together in life, Sarah Jordan Ross, who is the host of Taboo Talk. We've got another actually both really dear friends, really. Robin Jordan from Reclaim You and Alison Rochelle, who is the founder of What They Don't Tell You. And what these three women all have in common is they're all part of that mission to elevate humanity and just their way of doing it as well. So let's quickly go around the Robin. Alison, I'm going to start with you. Let's keep our answers short and sweet and to the point so we can get a lot of gold out of these interviews. But Alison, give me your 30-second introduction. Like, who are you? What do you do? Then we'll move to Robin, and then we'll go to Sarah. So over to you, Alison.
Hey everyone, I'm Alison Rochelle, and I guess my real mission is to help people learn about what healthy relationships are. Like, I've got a background in policing, seen the domestic violence space, and so many people aren't aware of what's healthy and unhealthy. So really changing that education to create better relationships for everyone.
Yeah, brilliant. And you have such an amazing wisdom and a gift to be able to guide people through that journey. Robin?
Hi, everybody. Well, my mission really is to help women over 50 to find their identity again through all of the journey that they may have been through, those crossroads, to find their voice and to close that gap from the life that they're living now to the life that they really truly know that they're capable of. That question that we ask, is there more for me? And that covers a multitude of things, and it's a wonderful journey to embrace and to see these women shine.
I love that. I didn't really even cue you in, but I sort of did. You know, we've been hanging around close enough with each other now, so you know the training in the background, that you're all sharing your mission, and so I love that. And so, Sarah, you know, what is your mission? What are you setting out to do to help elevate humanity?
mostly sharing people's stories so that we know we're not alone. I was a massage therapist for 25 years. I started my podcast nearly 2 years ago now. I'm partway through season 2. But what I'd noticed was so many people were telling me the same stories of struggle, but the common thread, I feel so alone, like nobody gets it. And I figured they're all telling me the same thing, so they're definitely not alone. And maybe, just maybe, if we started talking about those things more and we realized that we're not alone, and that also sharing our story might help somebody else feel less alone, and we might actually find a way to all help each other.
Yeah, well said. And look, I'm just reflecting on a conversation that Michael and I just had before we started this summit today. It was with Mike Mahoney, who's he was one of the co-founders of the ACT CRM. You know, he's actually probably known as the godfather of the CRM. And so for those people who don't know what CRM means, in technical terms, it's customer relationship manager, right? And so, you know, I want to talk about that relationship piece because I think that's vital to our peak vitality, right? We are herd creatures. And the world is starving for connection. And that's basically one of the things that creating this tool, for businesses to be able to, keep connected with their pipeline. Okay. Yep. Most of us are gone and taken it for just be transactional. And that's what most CRMs are at the moment. They're all about sales, bottom line. But the intent behind creating the CRM was, how can we keep connected and build that stronger relationship piece? Because let's face it, especially in today's world with AI and social media and everything else coming in between, the world is starving for connection amongst all the noise that we have. So, Robin, I'm going to go to you first. How do you stay connected to your people, and how do you keep your people present and connected? And then I'd love to go to Alison and Sarah with the same question.
Well, I think what Sarah said, sharing that we don't walk this journey alone, and none of us are the exception, and if other people can create a life of meaning, of vitality, of purpose, then so can we. And that journey of working together, I really fully embrace that, the word alignment, of really finding your tribe and sharing with each other and making sure we all know that we matter, each other matters, that whatever you're going through, that somebody is there for you. I think that really, and it's not always about doing. For me, I've had to learn about simply being, and who am I being, and what is that song, within us. And that song is often a common song that needs to be sung, and it's far more powerful when we can find others that we can do that with.
Yeah, what I hear is to be connected to others, we also need to be connected to ourselves. So, Alison, you have such a heart to be able to help people through essentially dealing at the end of DV stuff and some pretty messy stuff at the other end of it. But and you're getting into a guide on the journey position, if you will, to help them to navigate that second season of their life. So for such a big responsibility, because it is, how do you stay connected to yourself and to your mission so you can be of service and serve your amazing community?
I think staying connected to myself and mission is by letting people know that it's okay to take that break, to prioritize yourself. It's like on the airplane, put your mask on first. That we need to remember, and especially as a mum with neurodivergent kids, we've got to look after ourselves first. So like this morning I woke with the migraine, taking a few hours to rest, but letting people know it's okay, that we don't have to be perfect all the time. We don't have to always be the front. It's let's stop, let's breathe, let's reach out. If you haven't heard from someone, reach out. And because we're all busy, we've all got powerful lives, it's just checking in, but giving people permission to accept that they're going to have the bad days. Like life's a roller coaster. You're going to have the up, down, good, bad, ugly. Be in that moment, be present, because it will pass, but it's okay to be there, because quite often we're told you've got to be happy all the time, you've got to do this, but it doesn't allow us to process those feelings and emotions and actually connect to where we need to be. Like our body's going to tell us we need to stop with the migraine or pain, let's listen to our bodies. Let's stop so we can reconnect. We can be there.
So what I'm hearing is be present, and sometimes to be present, we've got to slow down, and it's almost that be still and know that I'm God saying coming up in the echo of the right of this conversation right now, and in that stillness we find ourselves. And so Sarah, you've been on this wild roller coaster ride with me. I think I just asked you before, you're having fun yet? You want to get off? It's like, you know, how do you stay connected to yourself and not lose yourself when, especially when you're married to someone who's, you know, who's go, 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 and, you know, we're transforming the world around us. How do you stay connected to yourself so you don't lose yourself?
What, in a house full of people who have 2 speeds?
Yeah.
They're flat out or they're asleep.
Mother of 3 boys.
We don't do in between. No, it's that taking time to listen to myself. You probably saw me sitting here nodding along to everything else and was saying of that. And when Robin said to remember that sometimes you've just got to be, my old yoga teacher from, I'm going to age myself, but 25 years. She said the best thing to me back then. She said I needed to remember that I was a human being, not a human doing. And when she could see that I was, because there's a reason our children have 2 speeds, both their parents do as well. So hard for them not to. When she would see that I was getting into that, or what my mum called my crazy person stage, where I was studying, I had 2 part-time jobs and my own business. Stop doing and give yourself permission to just be, and remembering that sometimes slowing down, stopping, stepping away from it is actually the most productive thing you can do, because you stop spinning all the plates, you stop and you realize those things that need to be done and need to be done by you, and those things that, no, you need to handball them to somebody else, because you can't keep doing everything and you can't pour from an empty cup. And you've got to take care of yourself if you want to take care of anybody else.
Yes. And I'm just watching the comments here, you know, we've got Latika, give permission to yourself just to be, and Angela saying, love this. And I think I saw a quick comment there from Susan Ferguson, you know, fantastic, a heartfelt panel. And this is what I want to share here with this. Like, the reason that this panel is so intimate and heartfelt is because we all know each other in one shape or form or another. And so this summit's around
like each other too.
Yeah, right. So this summit's around peak vitality. So I've got 2 questions. And so I want you to keep this answer nice and short so we can move to the next one. But the first question is what does peak vitality mean to you? But also, I want to come back around to some of the elements to really living a life full. You know, I think of peak vitality, I think it's full of abundance, it's full of joy, it's full of peace, it's the fruits of the spirit, if you will. And so I want to come back to what does peak vitality mean to you, because I find connection, but helping people to create a community where people feel seen, heard, valued, known, is what peak vitality means for me and how we go do that together. So Sarah, I'll start with you. What does peak vitality mean to you?
I'm going to borrow a Joseph saying, to be healthy, wealthy, and financially free. So it's, but being really healthy, it's not just the absence of illness. It's actually being able to do those things that you want to do when you want to do them with who you want to do them with.
Yeah, love that. Alison, same question. What does peak vitality mean for you?
I'd have to say the same, as very much like Sarah, like being able to do what you want, when you want, with whom you want, without any of restrictions, like just being able to live the life that you want with abundance, love, light, and happiness.
Freedom, right? I love that. And Robin?
Well, living a life where I feel that sense of aliveness and alignment, that every day I wake up with a purpose and a passion to, I guess, use my mess from my life into my message and really make that impact into the lives of others, and get out there and have lots of fun and lots of adventure.
Yeah. And so I want to go a little bit deeper in a different conversation here. It's all related to peak vitality, right? So I think when you find your purpose in life, you know, something that really helps you to essentially become obsessed almost with, you know, making sure that you go make big, beautiful messes in the world. And they are big, beautiful messes because, you know, we're let's face it, at the end of the day, we're all just experimenting and, you know, we're all just having a go and showing up. And, you know, we get to show up, we get to step up, we get to shine, and we get to grow up along that way. So I want to hear about what makes you obsessed with, you know, bringing that joy, bringing that peace in your way. And how do you do that? You know, like, I think that's when you find your tribe, you know, what really makes us different from, you know, maybe the rest who are content with where they're at. And that's okay. We need those people. There's nothing wrong with that. But for us, I think we're a little bit crazy. And I think that's healthy too. So let's lean in and let's own that. So what makes us crazy? What makes us obsessed without burning out? That's the caveat, you know, because I think that obsession can lead to burnout if it's not managed properly. So, Robin, you know, let's go to you. You know, what makes you obsessed to be able to create the life full of purpose that you are living, but also how do you balance that out without being burnt out?
Well, years ago, I faced my own mortality with cancer, and that led me on to a very different path. And one of the quotes that really drives me is a one from an old philosopher that says most men and women are living a life of quiet desperation and they die with that song unsung. And then I found myself, when my 32-year marriage broke down, working in healthcare, and I had these little old women saying to me, "I left it too late, dear, don't you?" And it's like they sit on my shoulder, and I realize that I am driven by not having regrets, to live my God-given potential, whatever that might be. I'm not attached to what that is, but it's like showing up in all my authenticity, my fullness, and just bringing other people along on that journey. And I guess how I balance that burnout, which is I've experienced, because part of my role was the caregiver, the people pleaser, the one that took care of everybody else, is to listen to my body. And that was one thing I learned through my cancer journey. I was very good at suppressing everything. And what that did was just erode me. So now I pause, I listen to my body, I listen to my heart. I'm very much driven by my heart and intuition. And it's
I love that.
been a wonderful transformation, really.
Yeah, and look, we wouldn't probably wish anybody going through cancer on our worst enemy, or even if, you know, anybody, would we? But it sounds like you're grateful for that journey. Am I right?
Oh my gosh, it's been one of my greatest gifts. It ended my 32-year marriage, which was something that I still sort of find surreal. And yet, you know, I've found me again. I found that my voice, who I'm really here to be.
Perfect.
And exactly. And it's not something that I have to force. It's actually awakening to that and who God really created me to be.
Yeah, so I get excited about that awakening conversation, and that almost that remembering conversation, because I'm doing a lot of work with Martin Ruoff with my own self-identity transformation. He's absolutely brilliant at it, by the way. And part of that conversation is remembering and refining and renewing almost in that conversation. So like, it's just, when you can come into that space, it's exciting, and the, you know, the things top up the tank instead of take out from the tank. Alison, you know, you put yourself in, I would say, you know, in a position that needs to be making sure that they operate from a overflow versus scarcity, right? So you're not giving away your energy from lack. You're actually coming away from a space where you're running from the overflow all the time. So what do you do to help yourself to keep in that overflow around essentially, you know, your healthy obsession? You know, so how do you stay in that overflow without burning out, without running on empty?
I guess staying in the overflow is having gratitude. Like, even the shitty situations, we can always have a choice. about the gratitude from it. Like they're all lessons to learn, and I might have gone through a lesson to save someone else and to educate in that. So it's really seeing the positive in everything. Like I can choose to be as negative and why me, but that doesn't help anyone. So it's really being grateful for everything that I experienced, waking up in the morning to know that there is someone else who has gone through more than me, that will go through more than me. How do we use these experiences to let people know that they're not alone, that they're believed, they're seen, they're heard, they're part of something, rather than being in the dismal pits of doom all the time, because no one wants to be there. So it's really seeing that appreciation for life. Like we're given an opportunity every day. We get to choose what we want, and we choose the best we can in the situation.
Yes. And we choose from what the tools we have in the toolkit. Robin just said, what we focus on shapes our reality, and so true. So that was the main theme that I wanted to bring out for this panel is, with peak vitality, it starts with our mindset. It starts with our energy. And so, so that's the theme of this conversation, right? So Sarah, what feeds your obsession, fuels your tank and keeps you operating from a space of gratitude and love versus operating from that lack, from that scarcity, essentially that fear state? How do you keep in that space of gratitude, especially with a crazy household and, doing what we do?
Well, one thing I've noticed, when you notice the things that you have to be grateful for, you then have more things to be grateful for. So it's noticing those things.
Compounds.
And like Robin said, she wouldn't necessarily choose to have cancer again, but coming from, I was a sick kid. I cared for my mum through cancer. So been in that. I wouldn't choose to have that experience, but I wouldn't choose not to. Because it made me who I am, and it helps me do what I do. And one thing that fueled me, there's a poem by Emerson where he talks about success. To know that one life has breathed easier because I have lived, that's to have succeeded. So if I can use what I've been through to help somebody else and make their journey easier, then I've done a good job. And I think legacy isn't just what we leave behind us, it's what we live while we're here.
Yeah, well said. And Robin, just a heads up, I just muted you because we could hear you type it away, but that's all good. This is live. So Sarah, I'm going to stay with you for a second.
Me doing that.
We've got about probably 3 minutes to wrap out this part of the interview and before we move on to the next. And I'm really looking forward to the next one because, the next few interviews that we've got coming up with Angel and Shane and all that sort of thing, they all talk about similar things with state of mind and, what we think, what we feel is what we get and all of that. So I'm really looking forward to that. And it's beautiful through line, this whole conversation. But just quickly, as before we wrap up, Sarah, and let's keep our answers short and sweet to the point. So we can get everybody to have a chance here. Do you have any final words of wisdom that you would like to leave our audience with today? Would it be a tangible takeaway or just something to help them to keep into that space of gratitude? Sarah?
Just, I suppose, count your blessings, know what you have to be grateful for, and use that to help other people.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Alison, we'll go to you next.
I think mine is that if you were here today breathing, you have a purpose and mission. It doesn't have to be something big. It could be something small, but you are important. You are valuable. Believe in yourself.
Amen. Couldn't have said it better myself. Robin? You're muted, Robin. Sorry. That was probably my fault. I muted you before. Let's quickly see if I can fix it. Unmute. There we go. You're good.
Your hands. That your past does not define you, and that overflow is not earned; it is uncovered.
Wow! Wow! Mic drop. And absolutely brilliant. And say good day to your little man there, Alison. It was good to see him jump on the screen. I love that we're doing this from families in the background and everything else in between. It's beautiful. And wow. Thank you, Alison. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Robin. This has been an amazing panel. You've done a marvelous job. And for our people who are tuning in and watching, they're all asking me, how can we reach out and connect? Well, I'm going to ask you to go to social media, go do a little healthy social media stalk. I'm sure you can find these beautiful people and just reach out and connect to them. They all love to chat, especially Sarah, because she's married to me. She's got to be able to chat, to get a couple of words in. But anyway, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next panel here, and it's an absolute pleasure. So just before we do, team, I'm going to run to commercial, then we're going to move in. And whilst we're here, you can probably take the panel off, team. Thank you. That'd be very much grateful. Whilst we're here, please make sure that you're sharing this out and register. Team, if you could just drop in the link for people to register to this event so they can get access to the replays. We've got 8 hours worth of amazing gold loaded up here. And we've already, you know what, we're 4 hours in, we're at the halfway mark. Make sure you register, get access to our replays, and keep in touch with what we're building here with Voice to Influence. You know, essentially, you have the voice. We're here to help you to build the influence. And we do that together. It ain't a solo journey. I truly believe trust is earned when someone else passes you the mic. And that's what we're doing here. We're building the platform, we're building the room, we're building the space that I wish that I had when I first got started. And that's why I'm so proud and honored to be partnering up with my business partner, Michael Silvers, and our rest of our team. We've got Dave Miller behind the scenes and Daryl Simmons doing an absolute amazing job with the tech there, keeping us on point and keeping everything functional. And, you know, we've got Jenny, we've got Robin's part of the team now. We've got my beautiful wife, Sarah, of course, behind the scenes, you know, keeping me on point. And, you know, we've also got some amazing other speakers who you're going to hear from later that are a part of our partnership with Aaron Young and Mary Glorifield as part of it as well. And I'm sure I've missed somebody, so if I have, please don't hold them off in my head because I will remember you down the road. It's all right, I haven't forgotten you. But I look forward to seeing you, meeting you in person, and including you as part of our family, because we are really one team, one family, doing to help elevate humanity. Thank you very much. Team, let's go to commercial.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
What a powerful, powerful panel. And I love the reminder that we are human beings, not human doers. So talking about that, I can believe he just said that we are at the 4th hour mark here. This is a true test of our peak vitality. So make sure you keep yourself hydrated as you're taking all the incredible notes and also learning. And it is my pleasure to introduce the next guest. So let's bring him here. And I need to ask you, do you go by Angel or Angel? Because my Puerto Rican self wants to introduce you as Angel Olvera. And you're muted.
Depends on what language you want to say my name in. That's what I tell people.
All righty. Well, let's go with Angel today. But in the back of my mind, we're friends. We're Angel Olvera. But I want to introduce Angel here. Is the
Well, Jenny, when I'm in trouble with my wife, it's Angel. I know when she says that word.
Oh, okay. So same here. If I'm in trouble, call me Jennifer. Otherwise, I'm Jenny. So
Okay.
Angel, let's go with Angel. So
Yeah.
Angel, he is the founder, speaker, and author of the Bulletproof Mindset and Bulletproof also Leadership. And he is helping leaders around the world to develop that mindset that continues to help them move forward. And Angel, I was looking and reading a little bit about your bio, and you have a very interesting story. And I would love for you to share it, because just by reading the beginning of your story could end up in a total different trajectory versus the successful entrepreneur that you are today. So we'd love for you to share a little bit of your journey with the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Los Angeles, California. My parents were young when they had me. I don't come from money. I grew up in the ghetto. In Spanish, you would say the barrio. And you know, and I grew up around all the craziness, the gangs, the drugs, the violence, everything. Like every project housing across the street. And you become a part of your environment. You just become a product of your environment. and you don't know what you don't know, right? The kids you played baseball in the street with became a gang, and and then they're fighting with these people, whatever, it just happens. And then, when I was young, I got in trouble when I was a teenager. I started obviously those friends of mine, started doing the wrong things, and I got caught up, and I actually got kicked out of high school in the 11th grade. And I also became a father when I was 16 years old. And my parents were really mad. I made my grandparents my parents and grandparents very young. And they, I was going in the wrong route. And when that happened, my father got me a job in construction. So I became a cabinet maker in the construction world, went to trade school, kept me busy. And that kept me so busy that I got introduced to entrepreneurship, and the rest is history. I've been an entrepreneur for 20 plus years. It's been amazing. It's all about the mindset. I wrote a book called Bulletproof Mindset because where I grew up, people were like, well, we grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. And I'm like, yeah, but we don't need to stay here. We can move out of here. We can go somewhere else. We can go to the hills or get out of here. So, that's my story, just in a quick little snapshot there.
I'm glad you shared it. It's very powerful. So let's talk a little bit more about that bulletproof mindset, because when I first hear it, I'm thinking it's just develop this tough mindset that nothing faces you. Is it about that, or is something different?
It's funny, Jenny. I did a podcast the other day. I'm not a podcaster. I don't do podcasts, but I was on a podcast, and they asked me, hey, they asked me the same question. I'm like, it's funny. My mentor years ago used to tell me, you got to have a bulletproof mindset. You got to have a bulletproof mindset. I'm like, what's a bulletproof mindset? He never explained what it was. And I thought, you got to be hardcore. You got to be this, you got to be that. And I figured out that having a bulletproof mindset is being aware of what mindset you're currently in, right? Like we all have different mindsets. Angry mindset, the grateful mindset. I've been seeing mindset here a lot on the chat. All kinds of a greedy mindset. A dreamer mindset. We all have different mindsets, right? So it's like when you wake up in the morning to the alarm clock or to the iPhone, it's the worst noise, right? You wake up. Let's say you wake up, your foot hits the dresser. Oh my God! You could be in an angry mindset, and you could spiral downhill from that moment. And if you don't know how to get out of that mindset, it could be a bad day for you. So immediately you identify, hey, I'm in a negative mindset, or a bad mindset. I need to snap myself out of it and get into a gratitude mindset where, hey, thank God I'm alive today, right? I'm alive. I'm breathing. I'm healthy. I got my family. Who cares? My toe will be all right. But you got to snap yourself out of it. And I learned that, and I wrote the book, and it all talks about different mindsets. It's not every mindset out there. There's a lot of them out there, but it's some of the ones that are the most common out there. So it's just knowing where you are, what mindset you're in right now, and what mindset you need to be in at the current moment to have success, or to put you in the right direction.
In the right direction. So when you mention about having different mindsets, what do you mean about that? And maybe, I know you want us to read the book, but maybe you can talk a little bit about some of those examples.
Well, it's like some of you guys say you speak in front of thousands of people, tens of 20,000 people. You might go into a fear mindset, right? And you need to snap yourself out of it. You need to put yourself into a different type of mindset, like a producer mindset. Like I'm gonna go up there, I'm gonna rock the stage, right? I'm gonna psych myself up. I'm gonna be that producer mindset, and you got to do that. I remember that. I remember I used to go speak in front of people. And, when I first started, 1,000 people, a few thousand, and 10 and 20, but those butterflies were there. The fear gets in, right? And then all of a sudden you got to snap yourself out of it and put yourself into like a producer mindset that I'm going to go up there and I'm going to blow it. I'm going to light this crowd on fire. And that's the kind of mindset you need to get in before you get on stage. Or I heard somebody's going to walk the runway in Paris or France. Hey, you got to go up there and become the best version of you, and have that mindset and rock that stage and rock that runway and be that supermodel up there.
I love that. So actually that connects with the next question that I have for you, because at some point in your journey, you probably had a belief that you had to trigger on it, before your circumstances change. And I think a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to wait until things change for me to become right, or for me to believe that I can, etc. So what was that belief that you had to trigger on before the circumstances change, and that helped you creating this entrepreneur journey that you are in right now?
Well, a lot of people, they're a victim of their circumstances. They're like, oh, I'm this, so I can't be this, or we live here, we can't do this, or I grew up like this, or I don't have a high school diploma, so I can't have success. They get all these excuses, right? So you have to see it, right? You got to, like they say, speak it to existence. Well, you got to see it to existence. You know, I used to drive around these communities in LA, you know, dreaming of me living there one day. Then I end up living in those communities and driving Ferraris and Bentley. And I dreamed of all that, right? When I didn't even have a car, when I got into when I didn't have a car, my car got repossessed when I was becoming an entrepreneur in the journey. Because when you become an entrepreneur, there's peaks and valleys, right? And there's those valleys where I lost everything. And then there's those peaks where I have the Bentleys and the Ferraris and all the cars. And it's like but I had to see myself in that, visualize that, you know, before I was already in it. And you can't worry about what's going on, you know, at the moment. You know, I had $2. I remember going to Taco Bell and getting the you know, I know I'm Mexican American, but you know, Taco Bell is all I could afford.
I love Taco Bell too.
It's not that I eat Taco Bell right today, but like maybe sometimes they'll cheat me or whatever. But I remember that's all I could afford, right? But here I was talking about we're going to be successful, we're going to conquer the world, we're going to be entrepreneur, we're going to make a lot of money. Speaking it to existence. I was talking to people and telling them what we're going to do, because I believe in vision. You got to cast vision. You got to be a visionary. And at the time, I'm over here eating 99-cent tacos, talking about how we're going to travel the world and we're going to be here and doing this and doing that. And it all happened. But at the moment, if I would have said, oh, I'm eating tacos at Taco Bell at 99 cents, then, you know, they wouldn't see the vision, right? People follow visionaries, you know, and I always, you know, that's what I did. And that's how I became successful in business.
I love it. And you're talking about people follow visionaries. There is you wrote 2 books, right? One is about the bulletproof mindset, and the other one is about the bulletproof leadership. What's the difference, and what made you do that order, like the 2 books?
The reason I believe in leadership, because I work with John Maxwell. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of projects with him. It's funny. He was my mentor before I knew him, before I even met him. And one of his books is back here. It's Failing Forward. And I felt like a complete failure when I was growing up. When I was in the cabinet shop working in construction. You know, I was a baseball player. I was getting scouted to go to UCLA, ASU. I guess I was pretty good at baseball. And then all of a sudden I get in trouble in high school. I have a kid, and I felt like I just let my parents down. Like they worked hard, you know, try to give me a good life, and they try to do things for me and get me out of the hood and all that stuff. And I felt like a failure. I felt like a big time failure. And when I read his book, Failing Forward, and it talked about how failure is fertilizer, you know, how I'm 5'9", if I fall on my face, I'm 5'9" closer to where I want to be. I just got to get back up and do it again. And then that book led into leadership, and you got to lead by example and not only tell people what to do, but you got to do it yourself. And leadership is so powerful. It's influence, right? Leadership is influence, but it's also influence if you're actually doing what you say you're going to do and what you're telling people to do. Because there's a lot of fake leaders on the internet right now. You can go online and leader this and leader that. And I know a lot of them, not a lot of them, I've seen a lot of them that I know of through business. And I'm like, hey, you're teaching people leadership, but you would never lead by example. You would never do those things that you're saying you're doing, but now you're charging people for classes. I'm like, that's just, I always say this, it's like a diamond and a zirconia, right? They may look the same, but they're not the same.
So true.
And if you ask the ladies on the line, if you got proposed with a zirconia, could you imagine it if you a guy proposed you with a zirconia? You probably get the ring and throw it out the window. It's got to be a real diamond. Diamonds are made under pressure.
I love it. It's like also what Joseph McClellan was talking about, the difference between coach and mentor, like follow the person who has done it and is actually emulating like you being a role model. So Angel, I go back to Angel Angel.
A lot of business in Asia, they can't even say Angel or Angel. They call me Angelo, so it's fine. Or the Italians.
Angelo. No, we'll go with
Angelo.
No, so I have a question. We're in a culture that, celebrates the hustle, like never quit. And I know when I'm hearing you speaking, I'm thinking like, I'm a vision, you go and make it happen and speak it into existence. But at some point, how do you know when to continue to persevere or when to realize that, hey, that is not the right journey? Like we need to let go and pivot or do something different.
Well, you got to know when to get off the highway. It's like you got to know when I'm going in the wrong direction. Like, have you ever went in the wrong direction before? Like you're driving somewhere. Well, now we have GPS on our phones and all over the place. But if you ever gone in the wrong direction, back in the day when you had a Thomas guide.
With a map.
You guys remember a Thomas guide, right? Remember Thomas? Not MapQuest. I'm talking about a Thomas guide, right? Old school. And you remember, you're going in the wrong direction. Well, how long are you going to go in the wrong direction before you get off the highway?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you just got to, know that you're going in the wrong direction, or it's not the right opportunity or the right, whatever you're doing, you got to figure it out and check yourself and figure it. And what I am doing right now, and I'm a spiritual person. I believe, obviously I'm a big faith in God, and just, I asked, the man upstairs, hey man, is this the right way to go? Or am I doing the right thing? And, and he'll guide you, and it's go with your gut feeling, and you can go from there.
Yeah, very, very good. I have a question for you in terms of practical tips. So let's say for the person who is watching, and you just wake up in a funk, right? Not a good day, and things are not going your way. Things don't seem to be working, and you're overwhelmed. What are some of those tricks that you have, practical tips in terms of like triggering that mindset that you can help us trigger?
Well, if your why is huge, if you gotta, whatever it is you're doing, if you're passionate about what you're doing and your why is so big and you're just so passionate, you're gonna wake up on fire. You don't need motivation or read a book or see a quote. You're just gonna wake up. I don't know if you've ever done this, the people on the chat here or whoever, but you just wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock, you're wide awake because you can't sleep because you're so excited. You're so passionate about what you're doing, your calling, your purpose, whatever it is you're doing, that you just wake up and you're on fire about it. And, and if you need motivation, guess what? If you need something to wake up with, borrow somebody's excitement. Borrow Natasha earlier. She's fired up, right? Borrow her excitement. Borrow whoever's Jenny's excitement, right? Put music up. Music's a good way to get fired up. I remember years ago, I would put the Rocky song on, the Rocky Balboa, that song.
Yes.
I would put that song on, and, put a song that reminds you of like you on stage, or you conquering that goal, that dream for your family, whatever it is. Get yourself in the right state of mind. And whatever it is you got to do, music, jumping jacks, push-ups, whatever, just do it.
That's awesome. Angel, I know I can talk to you forever here. To wrap it up a little bit, since we're talking about peak vitality, what are some of the habits that you are very disciplined in doing to make sure that you take care of yourself before, and then that way you can run that powerful business that you have?
Well, I read, I read, I grow up, I believe in personal growth and development. If you go to my Instagram, I used to be embarrassed of what to say, where I came from and what I used to look like. I used to be, because I was in the business world, meeting with CEOs and business people and stuff like that. I'd be a little timid. I don't want them to know kind of like where I came from. But now I don't care, because the internet, you can find everything about everybody, right? So for me, I personal development is so crucial. My favorite leadership book is actually Proverbs from the Bible, right? That's one of the biggest things that I read is Proverbs. And also all types of, I read so many books from John Maxwell, Napoleon, all the people I heard today, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, one of the books that changed my way of thinking, all these books, read, obviously your health, right? You got to take care of your health. It's so key. So I just faith, my faith, my family, and then everything else after that, you know, business, everything else after that. And one of the things that I do a lot that keeps my mind and me, just one of the biggest things is I golf. I love to golf. And I'm a big golfer. There's some trophies back there. I love to golf. It just golf and business, they relate so much that I don't know. It's a big, they go hand in hand. If you're a golfer out there, you know what I'm talking about.
That's cool. And it fills your cup. You love it. It's one of your passions. That's awesome. Angel, it was such a pleasure interviewing you. I'm so happy that you share your story because you have no idea how many people you're inspiring. You inspire me. And I'm sure a lot of people in the audience feel the same way. How can people find you on Instagram since you mentioned your Instagram?
Well, it's my name and Junior at the end, JR. So it's Angel Vera Jr.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Angel, for being here at the Peak Vitality Summit. Pleasure of having this discussion with you. And with that, we're going to go to a short commercial and we'll continue the summit.
You know you're capable of more. So why isn't it translating into the recognition, trust, relationships, or opportunities you want? It may not be a capability problem. Let's find what's holding you back. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session, Friday LA time, Saturday Sydney time. Map your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move.
Back to the Peak Vitality Global Summit. You know, I've been really looking forward to this conversation all day because my next guest has spent years studying, teaching, and living many of the principles made famous through the Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich book. But I don't want to spend the next 25 minutes talking about an old book, you know, that most of us have already read. I actually want to use this time here to pressure test the principles behind it and against the life that you're living right now. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. Most of us don't have an information problem. You know, we know what we should do with our health. We know what we should do to make decisions faster. You know, we know our environment matters. We know persistence matters. We know our thoughts and beliefs and influences our actions, right? You know, we know a lot in today's world. So the question is, what else do I need to know? It comes around to this space of why isn't what I already know translating into the life that I want and what I say I want? And that's where we're going to go today with our conversation here with Shane Moran. Mate, welcome to the Peak Vitality Global Summit. Shane, welcome to the summit.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for having me on here. Appreciate it.
Cool. Well, Shane, before we get started and get into any of that, rather than me reading your long bio that, you know, most people don't really read anyway, I'd love for you to introduce yourself. So who is Shane Moran and what have you spent your life doing?
Oh, well, okay. That's a great, well, it started at my life started at a very early age, of course, right? I'm not going to go back that far, but I was born in Toronto, grew up in Ottawa, Canada, the capital of Canada. And of course, in Canada, we played hockey. I was born, I think, with skates on, and I played at a very high level. Thought I was going pro, by the way. And at the age of 19 years old, I had an injury, ended my career. But luckily, I had a fallback. I was studying printing and publishing. And so I went into the printing and publishing field back then. And that's when a friend of mine handed me a book at 19 years of age, handed me this book called Think and Grow Rich, you just referred to, which is the all-time best-selling business book in history. If you're watching this podcast and this segment here and you haven't read the book, you need to read the book. It's the best-selling business book in history. So, and anyway, the first time I read the book, I thought it was like crazy. What is this guy talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Why? My parents never taught me about it. I just finished school. At the age of 19, I was done into the working force, and none of my teachers, none of my relatives, none of my friends' parents, nobody talked about these amazing principles of success. So I thought it was BS, to tell you the truth. I didn't believe it, but something was resonating and said, go back and read that book. And I set a goal so outrageous, so crazy. And I said, I'm going to read the book and I'm going to apply what he's talking about to this crazy goal. And we'll see what happens. And my goal was, at the age of 19, I wanted to buy a piece of property before I turned 20. All right. Which is another outrageous goal. And of course, I started reading the book and underlining every single sentence that could possibly help me buy a piece of real estate, my own home. My parents never owned a home on their own. We rented our whole lives. So I didn't have any money. I just started working. and so didn't have a lot of savings and everything. But I read the book, and the bottom line is, I didn't, of course, buy a house in a year. It took me 6 months to buy my first property, which is, again, and I thought, wait a second here. If I could do this, what else is possible? So I studied. I went into the business of studying these works, and along the way, I got positively addicted to personal growth, personal development, and I just read every single book I could. I spent, I was a facilitator with the Anthony Robbins Foundation, Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown, Jim Rohn became a friend. So I was addicted to just learning these success principles. That's how it all started, with the understanding that it's possible. Whatever the mind can conceive and achieve, it's true. It can achieve as long as you can think. It's called think and grow rich. It's not think and grow rich. It's think and grow rich. And if you think about it, Jeff, I was just having this conversation the other day. Anything in life that you really are kind of proud of that you've accomplished, whether it's, buying a new car or a house or graduating or whatever it is that if you can think of something that you're really proud that you've accomplished, when you think about it, how much time did you spend thinking about that in advance? A lot. You started dreaming and started visualizing the house or the car or graduating or meeting the love of your life or whatever the area is. So that's a little bit my background. In 2008, I co-founded, Jim Rohn got me involved in the network marketing space, of course. I was at dinner with him, and I was promoting his events, and I was talking, I said, I'm a little nervous, Jim. Like, what happens if I get sick or something happens and I can't go out and speak? I don't make any money. And he says, why don't you get involved with network marketing? And I said, are you crazy? My idea of network marketing was like, the Fuller Brush guy knocking on the door, selling people stuff that they don't need. And I said, Jim, are you crazy? What are you talking about? And he goes, no. He says, listen, there's a new television network coming out. It's called the Success Channel. And they're looking for someone in Canada to promote, and they're using this network marketing, referral marketing. And I thought, wow. And he says, Jim says, I'm going to be on the network, and we've got Les Brown on the network and Mark Victor Hansen on the network, and we've got Brian Tracy on all of these guys. And I said, what a product, what a service, I'm in. So I helped bring that Success Channel to Canada. And that was my first exposure to leadership development, growing a team, and so on. And that led me to 2008, where a friend of mine and a partner, just sitting at the table, he came up with this formula to make coffee healthy. And he said, I'm looking for a global master distributor because we want to take this global. And I said, what the heck is that? I didn't even know what a global master distributor was. And I said, I'll volunteer. I probably can do it. So we helped, I helped put together the strategy to take the company global. And we went, Jeff, from another crazy thing, but we thought about this over and over and over. But we went from zero, no investors, no customers, no distributors, from the idea to over $1 billion in combined sales in 5 years, which is crazy. But a lot of people say, well, weren't you lucky? No, we planned that very strategically, right? And so, so that's a little bit about my story. I love people. I love growing. I believe that there is an epidemic in the world. It's not the one you're thinking about. The epidemic that I'm talking about is the epidemic that I've been to 55 countries, maybe more now, and I'm seeing the same thing over and over, even to this day. And the epidemic that I see is the epidemic of low self-confidence, low self-worth, low self-esteem, where they've been told over and over and over, who are you, to run? By the way, Jeff, look at your success. It's amazing, but you are so lucky, right? And you can't do that. I know you were friends, and how could you be doing all of that, right? And so they develop this habit of thinking of an idea in something about the future, and automatically, not me, it's just me, and low self-confidence, low self-worth. So I'm not even going to take the step. And I think that's the core focus of what people just need to, first of all, believe in themselves bigger, much, 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 much bigger. Because the bottom line is this: if you don't believe in you, who's going to believe in you? Right? Think about it. If you don't believe in, and I'm speaking to the viewer who's saying, do I have an opportunity here? Are there opportunities? Yes, but you need to believe in yourself. It's the most important function that you'll ever have, is developing your belief that you can do it, that you have everything that you need to do whatever it is that you want, whatever the dream, whatever the company, whatever the business, whatever the growth that you want to achieve, whatever the amount of money that you want in the bank or the property that you want to live in or the car that you want to drive, you can do it. It's possible, but it's not possible if you don't believe in yourself. That's just the quickest
It's
way.
fascinating. There's a lot to unpack there, but there's two things just in that introduction I want to highlight. First off, yes, I'm always a big believer in looking for ways to connect, relate, and resonate with people. And so back when I was 12, I used to play peewee hockey. I was the goalie for New South Wales, and we used to play on rollerblades on ice skates. But so used to love roller hockey for sure when I was a kid. But also coming back to what you're just talking there at the end of that sort of introduction is, we have a low self-esteem epidemic, and I totally agree with you, especially here in Australia. Australia has what we call the tall poppy syndrome. And so, people are scared to raise up and to be that, that tall poppy, because they're going to get cut back down and everybody's going to try and bring them back down to their level. And I think that's just another reflection or another echo of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Australia. It's every country that I've ever visited to. We speak to audiences, for example, and I can look out into the audience. And I can see it. I can see it in their eyes. I can see it. Not everybody, but I've kind of broken it down into what I'm calling the 27 percenters. When you're building a network or an organization, I feel that 3%, Jeff, like yourself and like people that that are probably on this podcast and some viewers as well, they're going to the top no matter what. It doesn't matter what the product and service is. They're gonna find their way to the top. That's 3%. There's 70% that are never going to take a step. They're going to get all excited, but they're not even going to take the first step. 70%. That's the mass majority. But then there's this little spot in the middle. I call them the 27 percenters. They're just saying they're the kind of people that say, I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I want more out of my life. And I'm really teachable. I can follow instructions. I can follow simple instructions. I just need a mentor. I just need a coach. And that's why they're on this call. They're looking for, that's the 27 percenters. And that's the focus. I'm not focused on the 3%. They're going to do good without me. I'm not focused on the 70%. They're not going to do anything no matter what I say. It's the 27%. So the only two requirements, in my opinion, this is my opinion here, is that you just have to be hungry. If you're hungry, and teachable. You've got to have both. If you're hungry and teachable, anything's possible. And so find a mentor, find a system, find something that has already been proven success, and just copy. Just do that over and over and over again. Like Anthony Robbins would say, success leaves clues. It's not, people don't achieve success by accident. They're doing certain things. And if we're just intelligent enough to pay attention to what's working and just copy that, just do that and start there, right? And then you can tweak it as you go. Yeah.
So I love that. I totally agree with you, especially the 27% who are really looking to take action. And sometimes it's got to be born out of the right time, right? The student and the master will appear at the right time, sort of conversation. But in today's world, especially, right, we have an information overload. We've got the podcast, we've got the courses, we've got the YouTube, we've got the mentors. Everybody's a coach or a mentor in something these days. And now we have AI on top of all of that, which can put extraordinary amounts of knowledge into our hands instantly. So why are so many intelligent, informed people still not creating the results that they say they want? What is actually missing?
Again, I'm going to give you my opinion from my experience and my background and some of the successes that I've had. What I found is that people, let's call it, they're here on the first phase. This is where we are. This is the reality. I don't have enough money in the bank, or I'm not living in the house, or I don't drive the car, whatever. The reality is here. But over here is what I really want. What I really, 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 really want, whatever that is: a better car, a nicer house, more money in the bank, a bigger organization. Okay. And in my opinion, the key is, if you're focused on what is today, you're going to stay where you are today. Because Jeff, a lot of people last year at this time said, hey, I don't have enough money. My business isn't going well. They've been telling themselves the same story. And so what I found is that the little $1 million tip here for everyone is that wherever you are, that's great. All right. That's great. But don't stay there. In your mind's eye, in your imagination. This is free. There's no charge here. That's free, right? Go to the place that you want to go. Like, go imagine yourself already driving the beautiful car, for example, with the smell and the speed and the music blaring in the background, whatever it is for you, or living in the house, or taking that dream vacation, or having that amount of money in the bank, whatever the goal is. All right. And once you're there, you know, imagine that it's here now. So you can feel good now, even though, but Shane, the reality is that I don't have enough money in the bank. The reality is I'm driving this car that's about to fall apart. I don't care about your reality. You need to get yourself into a space and into a state, of that it's already here. And I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm driving this beautiful Porsche, or that I'm living in this beautiful home, or that I'm in Hawaii on my dream vacation, or whatever the goal is for the person, or I've built an organization, or I have X amount of money in the bank. And what you need to focus on, and the focus here, is that feeling. It's the feeling that people are chasing. It's not the thing. It's not the 10,000 in the bank or the car that people really want. It's the feeling that a brand new car would give them. That a house, their dream house, or that dream vacation, or whatever the goal is, they're chasing the feeling. So why not just go get the feeling and bring it here? And in my opinion, it's like a magnet. Once you have that feeling that, wow, I feel so good now, I'm happy and grateful now that I'm driving my dream car, right? And that feeling is almost like a magnet that will pull you into a brighter and a more prosperous future. But you got to focus on the feeling, because guess what, Jeff? What people are focused, the reason why, to answer your question, is because the feeling that they have now is the reality feeling. I don't have enough money in the bank. Wow, which is, yes, that's reality. Yeah. And so isn't that like tricking yourself? Well, so whatever it is, I don't know what you call it. All I know is that I've helped over 400 people become millionaires using this simple strategy, right? Dreaming and feeling. What would it feel like to be a millionaire? What would it feel like to have this car that you've been dreaming? Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is having a feeling and almost a desire that's bigger than the current reality to pull you, up in that direction. So, I think this is where we might need to sort of get a little bit uncomfortable with, things. And, people say, I want financial freedom. I want better health. I want to build the business. I want more time with my family. I want more to make an impact, But they've been saying the same thing for years as you're talking about. Like they sort of, keep getting pulled back into their reality. So what point, do we have to confront ourselves and say, maybe I don't want this as badly as I say I do? How can somebody tell the difference between a real desire, a feeling, a future state, and simply a wish?
Yeah, that's a big point. And that's what Napoleon Hill refers to as a burning desire. If you don't have a burning desire for what it is you want, forget it. That is a wish. Without that burning, and and everyone will understand this because you've all experienced it. It's nothing new here. You've all experienced something in your life that happened, and inside you were said, "I want that. I'm going to get it. I'm going for it." And guess what? You've got it. Whether it's the relationship or whether it's whatever it is that you thought about. Like I said earlier on. Think of anything that you're very proud that you've accomplished, and you had already that burning desire. That's how it started. It's like this fire inside that you can walk through walls. And the key is that not a one-time thing. You can do this. One of the philosophies that I love is that I think and I believe that you should have too many goals, not too few. You need to have too many goals, write them down, write your goals down. You've got to have too many goals, and this goal and that goal and this goal and that. I said it way back when I was studying success. I was looking at all these principles of success and goal setting, and it was, to me, so complicated. It was like, you got to follow these 19 rules if you want to set a goal. I was like, I'm not that smart, right?
Yeah, this smart goal and all that. Yep.
I needed to figure out a simple, easy way that I could do that I could, and I figured out a real simple thing, and I tested it by accident. By the way, it's another story, but I tested this thing by accident, and the reality was within a year, I had 20 goals written down on a piece of paper, folded the piece of paper, put it into my desk. A year later, I was moving into my new house. And so I was cleaning my office desk and I pulled out this piece of paper and I see these 20 goals written down. Jeff, I had 19 of them accomplished. And I went, what? And they were not small goals. Like I wanted to go to Hawaii for 3 weeks. I wanted to drive an Audi. I wanted to have a brand new house, 5 bedrooms, bigger than I had, all of these check, 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 victory, 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 victory. And I'm going, I will never, ever, ever have a goal that I don't write down somewhere where I can go and find, because I could have lost that piece of paper and never known, about this.
Yeah.
But these are goals, like your goals, and your goals are magnets. These are magnets. And so do you want to have a little magnet or a big magnet? So goals can be simple. Like if you haven't read the book Think and Grow Rich, write it down as though you've already accomplished it. I've read Think and Grow Rich, and you just let it sit there. There's no date. But when you can look at that goal written in a book, in a piece of paper, like a lined book, and you can say, yeah, I have read the book. Victory. You got another one. You got another one. You got it. And you just like, this is like money in the bank. You get all this accumulation of victory, 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 victory. And what happens to self-esteem? Goes up. What happens to self-confidence? Goes up. What happens to your self-worth? Even when you have a bad day, what I would do is everybody's going to have a bad day. That happens. Life happens. You're going to have health issues. Bad, unexpected news is happening all the time. But if you can go back to your book or to where all your goals are and look at all the victories that you've accomplished.
I love that.
Automatically says, wait a second. Yeah. It puts you
what
in
you're doing. You're creating essentially evidence to, instill the new reality, the desire, if you will, and bring that into being, and so let's talk to someone who's, only sort of hearing this type of sort of conversation for the first time. Their behavior consistently contradicts their goals. Which one should I believe, my words or my behavior? How do we help someone go from that, essentially that before state to essentially, awesome town, the transformation? How do we help people go through that transformation?
Yeah. The first step is get started. Just get started. Take a step in the right direction. Remember, 70% are not going to get started here. I understand that. 3%, they're already gone. They've already got a book. They're already writing. They're already good. The 27%, you guys, if you go out and again, back in 1987 is when I purchased this $5 book at a drugstore. After I discovered this piece of paper, I got into my car and I went and got this hardcovered lined book and I started writing my goals in this book that I now call the Victory Book. But you got to get started. You just take the step and start writing your goals down and not thinking, oh yeah, I have goals. Yes, I have so many goals in your head. No. There's something magical. I don't really want to use the word magical, but it's kind of magical when you take that pen and you write down and it's physical and you put it down and you can read that goal as though you write it down in the present, as though it's already accomplished. Yeah, but Shane, that's a lie. Yeah, well, I've told 4,700 lies, but the bottom line, I've got over 3,000, victories that are outrageous. Some of them are outrageous. People that I wanted to meet, where I wanted to live, the house I wanted to live, the cars, the organizations, the money that I've earned. I have written down over 4,700, goals, but a lot of and every one of them, when I wrote it down, was not a reality. My reality wasn't there. My reality was where I was at that time. So the best way to get started, in my opinion, is okay, acknowledge where you are right now. But just like when we walk into a mall, okay, we've all been to these giant malls, right? And maybe you've never been to the mall before. And so what is the first thing you do? You go to the directory and there's a little thing that says you are here. You are here, right? And so you need to know where you are. Okay, great. I don't have enough money in the bank right now. Or great, this is not working really well. That's wonderful, but don't focus there because you're never going to get to the shop, to the toy store, or to the clothing store that you want to get to. You got to, okay, I'm here right now, but I need to go, where is the map? Oh, it's on the second level and there it is. And then you've got a little guideline. So what I'm, advising is focus on where you want to go. Ask yourself, how would it really feel if I was there? Like, how would it feel? And that's the hard part, because if someone says, well, I've got this goal of accumulating X amount of gold, for example. Okay. And I would say, like, how would it feel, Jeff, when you had this X amount of gold? And if you said, well, it would feel, okay, that's not the goal. That's not the feeling that you're looking for. It's got that feeling of accomplishing whatever the goal it is has to fight. You're going to feel the fire. When you feel like, wow, this would be amazing, I'd feel special, or I'd feel whatever it is. That's it. And I can tell within 2 seconds if someone's got the right, the goal. Now, remember, you got to have too many goals, not too few. So I'm not talking about one particular goal. Yes, the kind of car you wanted, that's one goal. Another goal might be the house you live in. Another goal might be the people that you're hanging around with. Another one, who do you want to meet? Another goal could be these outrageous goals, like, getting into a helicopter, taking a tour, or doing a fire walk, or doing something totally outrageous, swimming with the sharks, going to watch the whales and the dolphins, or outrageous goals are good too. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm also reflecting too on some of the goals that I've achieved in my life. It's not necessarily because of another course or another skill was implemented or something. That all definitely helps. But I find that, when I reflect, it was normally because of people, relationships, the rooms that I were in, the introductions that I was made. And I know Napoleon Hill talks a lot about the mastermind concept in his book, right? But, also he was talking about the mastermind concept, about the power of people coming together long before we had, social media or global online communities or summits like this. And so, if there's information essentially is becoming more accessible and easier to get access, especially with AI, are the right relationships now becoming more valuable?
Much more valuable, much more valuable. There was a study, some of you may have already heard about it, but you just reminded me, of course, the mastermind, when Napoleon Hill took 20 years to study 500 of the most successful people in the US at that time, 20 years interviewing them. And what he found was, with the commonality, they all had a mastermind. They all had some people that they were dealing with and working with. They all had this mastermind. This is interesting. So that's why it's a principle of success. But let's take it a little step further. I can pretty comfortably predict someone's income if they just told me who are the 5 people that they spend the most time with outside their family. Okay, I'm not talking about your wife and your kids, and no, I'm talking about your people that you're talking to every day. And who is that? And all you got to do, very simple exercise. Everybody can do this. Just write it down for fun. Who are the this is my friend since I was 2 years old, and this is my a colleague at work, and so put those 5 people down. Come add their incomes, you can guess, divide by 5, and that's going to be pretty accurate as to your income, right? Well, what if that's true? What if that's true? Who are you hanging around with, right? And so one of the mastermind, or kind of in that lane, is that try to reduce or eliminate the time that you're spending with people that are not really they don't have your vision, or they don't have they're not moving in the same direction as you, and try to increase the time that you spend with people that have the same like-minded, get up and go and like-minded kind of vision. They don't have to have the same, but they need to be going in a direction. They need to be going in that direction. And some people, I can hear them right now, Jeff, I can hear them right now and they're saying, yeah, but Shane, I don't know anybody I don't know any millionaires. I don't know, neither did I. Guess what I did? I turned my car into a rolling university, and I was hanging around with Jim Rohn and Anthony Robbins and Mark Victor Hansen and Brian Tracy, listening to they were my best friends, as I was driving around my car.
Not known at the time, but they were in the same room, right?
Yeah. So you can do it because of the internet right now, much better. I have to pay for all these courses to hang around with these guys. Now you can go to YouTube and just whatever the field that you're looking at pursuing, you can Google, you can ask AI, hey, who are the top 10 in this area, and download their stuff and listen to what they're saying. They're going to give you so many clues that it's you won't be able to sleep as much.
Yeah. I find actually, as I'm reflecting on this whole conversation too, I'm thinking, okay, so yep, that's all great, Shane, and I'm thinking of the audience, and then also the so what question comes up. But my rebuttal to that conversation would be, okay, what does staying in the wrong room for another 5 years actually cost somebody?
It already has, Jeff. It already has cost them. And to the listeners right now, you're here right now, right here. That what you were saying last year, you're saying this year. What's changed, right? But let's take it back, Jeff. 5 years ago, are you today where you thought you'd be 5 years ago? Probably not. Probably not. That's the cost. That's the cost of not hanging around, or not spending enough time, or not studying, or not listening to the clues. AI is a big. It's the future. It's here. It's not coming. It's here. It's here now, and it's to me, it's like a tidal wave, right? And especially in Australia, you guys like to surf, right? I've never surfed. I'm not a surfer, but I can imagine. Man, right now I'm paddling. Because that wave is coming, and I'm just trying to catch up to what's about to come. Because when that wave hits, it's either going to knock you out, or you're going to ride it for many, many, many years to come. So that's a big, big area, I think, that people need to get in front of. But it's here now, so you got to start paddling really quick.
Yeah. So essentially, this whole conversation, like, it sums up around, essentially the question people are left with: okay, who do I need to become to create this new future that that we're desiring to achieve, right? So how does somebody identify what's missing in them, rather than blaming the strategy or economy or circumstances or other people? And I want to make this really practical. If somebody's results hasn't changed for 3 to 5 years, how do they identify what their personal, like, their biggest bottleneck or constraint is? Like, is it discipline? Is it courage? Is it decision making? Communication, relationships, consistency, belief? Like, how do they know which one they need to work on?
I've studied this for many, many, many years, Jeff. And if I can just use, there's maybe 2 words that I'll use to keep it real simple, real practical. If you don't take action, if you don't take a step, I was in China, and there was this 888 steps up this mountain, and it was like, oh, and I don't like heights. I'm not really happy with heights, and it was like really, really, and with a little rope, and you're up like pretty high, and I'm going, there's no way I'm going up there. I'm not doing this. I'm not, I'm not that crazy. But then the group was going, and they said, Shane, you got to come, man. You're like a leader. You got to come up the hill. And I'm going, like, I'm shaking. But you know what I figured out? Take a step. Just take a step, and then just take the next step. This is one of my biggest life lessons, that I took a fear that I had of going up that 888 steps up to the top of that mountain with very little security on there. And so I just kept on saying, take the next step, take the next step. And this is the practical. So action is the first thing. Okay. Action is the first thing that I would say. The second would be leadership. Leadership is everything. Leadership is everything. And so in growing a business, and you've got to become, you've got to lead. You've got to be able to lead all of the top influencers or the top money makers in the world. You can think of any type of person that's really had some amazing success. They have one thing in common. That's leadership. They not only have leadership, but they're able to develop leadership. They're able to attract leadership, develop leadership. But it's hard to do when you have low self-confidence or low self-worth or low self-esteem. So that's why we come right back to, you've got to believe. If there was one thing that I would say that would help enough other people, you got to believe in yourself. You got to work harder on yourself than you ever work on your job, that you ever work on your business. If you work on you, everything changes. Once you start to develop that confidence and that belief in yourself, that when you show up to a meeting, people want that. They want that belief. It's attractive. It's attractive. Yeah, or, hey, Jeff, hey, do you mind if I, maybe we can do a podcast together, Maybe Jeff would say, get lost. Who are you? Exactly. Who are you? Right. And, and Don Green, I got to take my hat off to Don Green. He's the director of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. We'd be on all these calls. We're talking about all kinds of stuff that we did all over the world together. But every single time, this is crazy, but it's true. He would say, like we're just hanging up the call, right? We're just, okay. We're just ending the call. You can tell the call is coming in, and I'm about to hang up every single time. Say, hey, Shane, hold on. And he would do this. He'd catch me every time. And I'd say, what? He says, remember this, nothing great in life will ever happen without enthusiasm.
Love it.
He says, no, and he would do it to me every single time. Like I thought he forgot to tell me something. And he didn't forget about this. He says, Shane, nothing great in life will ever happen without enthusiasm. And I like to say to everyone, nothing great in your life. If you can't get enthusiastic about your project, about your dream, about your vision of the future, it's the wrong dream. That's how you know That's how you know you've got the right dream, right? That's how you know you've got the right vision. That's how, because when you think about it, if you get fired up and you get excited because you're enthusiastic about this vision that you have, that's the right dream. Go for it, right? So leadership, and one more little quickie for you, because when I started in 2008, I started this little coffee company, and there was a rumor that my partner had developed a team of 500,000 people. And I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it was a fact, but it was kind of a rumor going around that he started out in the Philippines and he had this massive 500. And at the time, I think the largest organization that I had built was maybe 1,000 people, maybe 1,000, right? Which is pretty good. But I'm going like, oh my God, 500. What if it's true? How? And so I was asking him all these questions and questions and questions, but it came down to this, Jeff. And you've mentioned it. You just mentioned it. That's what just triggered. I asked myself, who would I need to become to attract a team of 500,000 people? Who would I need to become? How would I show up when I walked into a meeting? How would I pick up the phone? How would I do interviews? If I was leading a team of 500,000? And so I went to work, and every day I would ask myself, who do I need to become? Who do I need to become? How do I show up, right? And guess what happened? I wasn't going into the back office. I'm not a back office kind of guy. I just work, and the results are going to come. And I logged in after a long time, never logging into my own back office to look at the team. Jeff, there were 1.2 million distributors in the organization. And I went, what? My vision was, who do I need to become to attract a team of 500,000? But it later became 2.2 million and so on. So you need to maybe ask again, whatever your vision is, because you're here. Remember, we talked about here you are in the mall, but you really want to be over here. You need to be, you can't become this, you can't be the same person and go there. It's not possible. Otherwise, you would already be there, right? And so you want to take yourself to that place that you really want and ask yourself the question, hey, who do I need to become to attract whatever it is, right? And I think that's a big tip. Yeah.
For sure. Like, and we could go on probably for hours about the whole topic. We do have other interviews coming up. So Shane, thank you very much. Something you just reminded me of and challenged me even too, and I'm very grateful for that, is made me realize even I'm playing a fairly small game and I need to up my ante, so to speak. And I think I'm playing a pretty big game, but, I've never even thought about like, who do I need to become to, be responsible and leading a team of 500,000 people. Like, I'm thinking that's pretty cool. All right, let's do that. And so,
yeah, well, I got to say, Jeff, congratulations to you and Michael and to the whole team there. What you guys have done is just remarkable. It's needed, and it's going to be more and more and more needed. People are looking, and you've got a platform that just solves a lot of problems and can potentially help millions and millions and millions of people. And that's why I'm happy and grateful that you've invited me onto the call today. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. And the gratitude goes both ways. So thank you very much. And thank you for the challenge for all of us to dream and think bigger and to become the people that we need to step into that, knowing that the same, knowing isn't the same as doing, right? And so you maybe already know enough to change something meaningful in your life. The question I have here for the audience is, will you actually go live the life that you already know that you're capable of? Shane, thank you very much for being a part of the Peak Vitality Global Summit. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we really, really look forward to seeing you here on one of our many other events.
All right,
and,
thank you, and continued success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And team, we're going to head off to commercial now, and we'll see you right back after our commercial break. Thanks for your time. Bye.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
mi gente, my friends were 5 hours strong. And we have a famous song for us Latino that says, no pare, sigue, sigue, which it means don't stop, continue, move forward. And that's exactly what we are doing today. And today is possible because of our sponsor, Podgo, because they help podcasters continue to distribute and help and provide the tools to continue to grow their shows so they can reach to a lot of people around the world. And also thank you to Voice to Influence also for being an incredible sponsor for today and making today a reality. Now, continue with powerful guests. I want to welcome Adam and Dr. Amy here to the stage, and they are the co-founders of Ginspire Health, and they bring a wealth of knowledge of innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership, health, and I can't wait to learn from each of you. Welcome, Dr. Amy and Adam.
Thanks, Jenny.
Yes. Well, I have questions for each of you because I've been studying each of you before here. And Dr. Amy, I'm going to start with you because you focus a lot on longevity. Yes, am I saying that right?
Yes, longevity.
It is a fancy word for me, especially at this time. So I want to quote you because I read something that I love and I don't want to mess it up. It says, what good is getting older if you don't feel well enough to enjoy your life? I love that. So if you can share a little bit more about what you mean by that.
Sure. So my training as an osteopathic physician is to help guide people through the journey of life by optimizing health and wellness. So how can we do that? By inspiring and guiding people, educating them. But again, what good is living long if we don't feel good? So that's part of what I do and part of what we do together, Adam and myself, through Ginspire Health.
That's a beautiful thing. So Adam, you are a serial entrepreneur. And now you said, I'm going to be focusing on health and co-founding this incredible business with Amy. What made you decide health?
Well, I think that if we really understand, I mean, I spent 2.5 decades teaching people about wealth, but I think that health is the currency of wealth. So as we get older, we realize that, we're not going to live forever. So just compounding on what you just asked, Dr. Amy, the longer we have to be here, the healthier we might as well be and enjoy it more. So this idea of just living our best life as we get older is very, very motivating for me. My mom passed away at a very early age. And so for me, it became a reality that I wanted to make sure that I was able to share the goal of being healthy with as many people as possible for as long as possible.
That's a beautiful thing. Dr. Amy, you've been practicing over 25, 28 years in this space. What is one thing that perhaps we're getting wrong about growing old?
That's a great question.
So we all know, or some people have the sort of saying that age is just a number, and it truly is. And again, it's about growing older, but feeling better along the way. So I think people have it wrong that that you can feel good until the end, and you can make every day a great day by waking up and having that positive attitude, and just doing one small change in your life can add up to multiple things that will make you feel better in the end.
That's awesome. Can you double click on the mindset? Because I'll give you an example, and I don't know if my mom is watching or not, but I remember, she'll be saying, oh, Nena, at my age, and it's almost like an anchor at my age, this is how you feel or how you're supposed to feel like. So how important is a mindset for continuing to grow with more energy older?
Yeah, no, the mental component, which is connected to the physical component, because our brain is connected to our body through a whole spinal cord and neurological system, is so important. So you have to have the mental aspect as well as the physical components together. And that's real important. And people have to be able to overcome that. You can dance at any age. You can dance at 90 and you can dance when you're 3 or 4 years old. There's no limit. You can, be swimming, you can go skydiving, you can ride horses. Just imagine it and you can do it.
Wow, I love it. It's almost like some of the speakers have been saying, like, you have to believe it first, and then
you have to believe in it. And of course, as a physician, I'm giving guidance in terms of health and wellness to stay healthy, to be able to do that. things, and that gets into what Adam and I talk about all the other time, all the time about muscle and longevity. So part of teaching about longevity medicine is get up, keep exercising muscles so we can live long and healthier.
So Jenny, if I can interject just a couple of quick things.
Yes, please.
I think that 60 is the new 40. And I also think that in watching and listening to Shane, Dr. Amy just talked about skydiving. Shane talked about not liking heights. So he and I will stay on the ground while you and Dr. Amy can do your skydiving. That's all fine. But I think that you talked about enthusiasm, right? He talked about enthusiasm and the enthusiasm for everything that we do. So just a reminder that the last 4 letters of enthusiasm are IASM. And IASM stands for I am sold myself. So if you're sold on what you're doing, it becomes that much easier to be enthusiastic about it. So IASM, the last 4 letters of enthusiasm, really builds all of that into being excited about what you're doing. Otherwise, what's the purpose?
I love that. You know what? 60 is the new 40. I like that. So if I'm
60
almost
is the
50,
new 40.
then I'm 30 then.
There you go. 25.
I like that math. So Adam, let's go with AI, because I know you're getting into the innovation and AI as well. What are some of the practical ways that you actually use AI to give yourself time to think, time to be creative, time to be, and truly work on your vitality?
Yeah, well, I mean, I do happen to love AI. I do a lot of work with AI. I build a lot of AI technology. We actually use AI for the majority of our advertising. So whether we're doing social media or Facebook advertising, I create all of the AI avatars and videos that go into that advertising. So what it does is it frees up my time to be able to do other things, whether it's working with patients, whether it's being at the gym, whether it's spending time with my family. I think this advent of technology that some people are very afraid of, quite frankly, is very, very important that we embrace. Because the reality is, you think about it like if you're standing at a train station and the train pulls in, whether you get on the train or you don't get on the train is leaving the station. And AI is part of that. And so are peptides and hormones and everything related to this concept of longevity. The two go very, very well together. So we can use AI to free up our time, and then we can use it also to focus on other things. But I'm a big proponent of AI. I love it.
Awesome. And Dr. Amy, since Adam mentioned peptides, and I know that's one of your expertise as well, I know we keep hearing about peptides, especially in the recent years, but what exactly is peptides? Like, please, tell us in a way that we can all understand.
So peptides is a short chain of amino acids, and everybody's heard of insulin, right? So insulin's a perfect example of a peptide, and that was discovered many years ago and saves many lives. So basically, peptides are just compounds in our body that our body makes, but over time, we stop making them, either age or a viral illness or some type of chronic thing that might set in and stops us from making peptides. So we can replace them naturally in our body, the same chemical structure of what our body used to make. And that helps with wellness and longevity. It can help in terms of energy, focus, muscle repair, just wellness overall, sleep, mindset, many things.
That's great. And anything that people should be aware in terms of peptides before going full in?
Yeah, so absolutely. Make sure you educate yourself and read about them. And of course, that you're using a good resource, speak to your doctor about it or someone that's educated in the field, because it is very, very, let's just say there's a lot of things in the world that we have that are unregulated. So it's good to do things that are supervised by a physician. So Adam and I work together as a team, developing products, marketing them together. And we do everything, the right way through pharmacy, through doctors.
Awesome.
Yeah, Jenny, there's a lot of misinformation there, right? So, you asked what was one of my motivations of starting the business with Dr. Amy, and the answer is bringing the education to the forefront. There's just so much misinformation.
Yes.
But just understand there's a peptide for every purpose. There's a purpose for every peptide. And the side effect really is feeling better. So if you're not interested in getting rid of some of your excuses, like I'm not feeling well, I'm tired, I have a headache, then you probably shouldn't take peptides. But as Dr. Amy said, they're naturally occurring in your body. So people a lot of times will think of peptides as a drug. Oh, I don't want to put that in my body because I don't like to take drugs. I'm not a fan of big pharma. But what you don't realize is that your body's made these your whole life. Just as you get older, we stop making them. Why is it that kids 3, 4, 5 have this out of control energy? But yet when we get into our 50s, 60s, or 70s, we feel tired more often and more lethargic. It's because the amino acids that our body was making is no longer making. So if we could just give ourselves back the things that we used to have, and it's something that our body is craving and wanting to begin with, then it's just another way to help us really enjoy our lives.
Yeah. So
and I'm going to chime in with that and say it's the same thing with hormones. For many years, we were misinformed about hormone replacement therapy when it came to females. And it took 25 years until this past July 2025 until that was corrected. So as men age, andropause, and females age, menopause, we can replace these natural occurring hormones and make us feel better as well. More youthful, more energy.
Yeah, very true, Dr. Amy. So I have a question for both of you, because running a business can be taxing on your health and your body if you don't do it intentionally. And you're in the business of health, right? So how easy or how difficult is to practice what you teach?
And Dr. Amy, I'll let you go first.
Okay. For me, it's easy. Exercise has always been a part of my life. I've been dancing since I'm a young teenager, riding horses. Yes, I love Zumba. And all kinds of activities. As I got older, I started incorporating more weight-bearing exercise for muscle sustainability, doing Pilates, and in addition, just following a healthy diet. I have the 80-20 rule, where 80% of what you're going to eat is great, and then that 20% you can kind of go off the wagon a little bit. But I use the word moderation with my patients.
I love that.
So you just have to find the activities that you love to do. So it's not an effort, it's just natural.
Yes. And then Adam.
Yeah, I feel like I'm an anomaly where finally, after all of these years of getting older, realized that I was doing things right at a young age, but I was not necessarily, it wasn't something that was looked upon. And that is that the biggest key, I think, to people's diet as they get older is they need to eat more protein. And I've always been a big fan of eating chicken and meat and fish, and probably not any. I mean, I don't eat a lot of vegetables, so I got to eat my vegetables. But for me, it's always been about protein, and the muscle density that comes from it and the benefits of it are so powerful. All the data is showing now how important it is to eat protein, and so many people are just missing out on eating the amount of protein. So for me, this has just been a natural part of my diet. I've always enjoyed working out. And you want to get your steps in. That's pretty simple to do. So if you are willing and able to dedicate just a little bit of effort, and again, this is, I love these events. I just love them because everybody's got value. Just in listening to Shane, 10 or 15 minutes of what he said is worth being here for the entire event. True. And he said that if you don't take the step and make the effort, then nothing happens and you can't go anywhere. And it's Absolutely. Not if you got 10 pounds to lose or 80 pounds to lose, everything begins with the first pound. And the expectation that, I need to lose it right away. We live in this society where we have to lose, do things and get these results so fast. But it took you 50 years to be 40 pounds overweight. So give yourself a little bit of credit and just change a little bit. Maybe eat a little less of this, or eat a little extra of that, or walk an extra 10 minutes today. And if you put those things in place, then they become, a habit. And I'm a big believer, Dr. Amy's a big believer of just living what we are breathing. And
Yes.
if I, I said earlier, I am so myself. If I didn't believe in peptides, if I didn't take them all, and I'm like a human pincushion, I just love peptides. I take as many of them as I can. Then I wouldn't be able to talk about them and be passionate about them. And if I didn't see the results that people got from them, I wouldn't be able to do it. So,
That's amazing.
I think it's very important for everybody. And I know everyone in your organization, everyone you bring on, really is a living, breathing product of what they talk about. And it's just so powerful.
I love it. And I love how you're very intentional in practicing what you teach. Dr. Amy and Adam, thank you so much for all the wisdom. Thank you for easing the whole thing about living longer with more energy and all the technology that is available for people right now, natural technology.
Can I leave you with one thought?
Very quick, because I need to wrap it up.
Here we go. I just want you to think about, people say attitude is so important, right? If you take all the letters in the word attitude and you add them up, it adds up to 100. If you give it 100%, the attitude comes along. But thanks for having us.
Let's
Thank
go.
you so much.
Attitude.
It was
I love
great.
that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks,
Dr.
Jenny.
Amy and Adam. Yes. And continuing with our next guest, we can bring Aaron Young here. He's the chairman and CEO of Laughing Associates. Hi, Aaron. So nice seeing you.
Jenny.
Yes,
Nice to see
and
you.
also the author and founder of Unshackled, the 7 Levels of Business Excellence. Aaron, it's a pleasure having you here.
Thanks. It's nice to be here. I don't know where people are watching from. I just was out in front of the house watching the lunar eclipse with my dog because it's dark here on the west coast of the United States. But what a joy to be with you. And I've been listening for several hours and have really enjoyed so many of the comments that I've heard, and I've taken a bunch of notes. So thanks for providing that for me.
Yes. Oh, the lunar eclipse is happening right now. It's at midnight where I'm at right now. So looking forward to it. So Aaron, you help many entrepreneurs around the world to scale and making sure that they do it in a way that is sustainable and get that freedom that people are looking for. However, a lot of people get trapped into a little jail instead of really getting to the freedom. And I know that's your superpower. So tell us a little bit about how people can unshackle from that prison.
Well, I was thinking about this summit and this peak vitality idea, right?
Yep.
And of course, I've got a light because it's dark. I put a light over here, so I might give
You're
you a shout out.
good. You look great. You look great.
Well, anyway, I just wanted. There's nothing's flashing. It's just my light. When the whole concept around Unshackled was because people kept asking me, how are you living like this? Like, what is going on? You own all these businesses, you do all these things, but it seems like you don't ever go to work, which is kind of true. I learned a long time ago that if I stay right in my lane of what I'm great at, and I don't try to be everything, I don't want to be a jack of all trades. I want to be a master of one or two things. And what that's done is it simplified my life, right? I watch entrepreneurs all the time, especially when they have a lack of money. And so they go, well, I can figure it out. I can figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll stay up late. I'll make it work. And I hear them saying, I'm working 12-hour days, 16-hour days. I get that if you do it for a minute, but not if you do it over time. If you want vitality, if you want freedom, if you want wealth, you're going to figure out that you're going to spend a lot less time running around trying to figure everything out. Because most people don't have a money problem, they have a capacity problem. And so what we want to do is show them how to get more capacity, surrounding themselves with one or two people to start who are excellent at something that they suck at. Right. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, I can relax a little bit. Business built on chaos. When you build a business based on, my hair's on fire, you're borrowing energy from your future. Right. When you're living in chaos, you're working all the time, you're sucking all this energy out. You're taking days, weeks, months, years off of your life. The interest rate on that borrowing of future energy is very high. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is figure out a way to slow down, because that low grade stress is one of the quickest ways to feel crummy and not vital. So I know I just kind of went off on a tangent because I thought about your question. I thought, we could talk about how to unshackle people, but the real issue, Jenny, is for a summit like this, is if I can just suggest to focus on what you're great at and get somebody, a virtual assistant, accountability partner, somebody that'll just be your friend who can instruct you on things where you're weak. It'll settle your whole life down and you'll make quicker progress. Anyway, there's my first.
No, I love that. And it's so true, especially when you start as a solopreneur and you're like wearing multiple hats. I love that you focus on your zone of genius and start delegating or outsourcing. Is there a certain order on how to do that when you start a business?
Well, if you buy my book, I kind of go through that for 300 pages. It's not so many books these days are parables or kind of like a story to teach a concept. Yes. My books are all pragmatic, do this, then do this, then do this. I learned a long time ago. Well, let me just tell the quick story. So I used to be a singer when I was young, and I toured all over the US and Canada, and we had a musical director, and this is, 40 years ago. And she was trying to have me learn a new song. And so I'm standing there, she's sitting at the piano. Anybody that's ever been a singer knows this moment when somebody's playing and you're looking at the sheet music and turning the pages. And I don't read music really very well. So I was kind of faking it. And at some point along the way, she took her hands off the piano and closed the cover. Now listen to this, guys. This is gold. She said, Aaron, first learn the sheet music, then you can improvise. And I've done that all through my life now is say, okay, there is a formula. And if we follow the formula, we'll get a predictable result. Just like if you're going to make, chocolate chip cookies, if you follow the recipe, you're not going to get like a Volkswagen, right? You're going to get chocolate chip cookies. You're not going to get sourdough bread. You're not going to get a trombone. You're going to get cookies. They may not be the world's best cookies, but you're going to get a predictable result. Most business owners, when they start and they're wearing all those hats, they have the ingredients on the countertop, but they're just kind of throwing stuff in without any process, right? So to answer your question specifically, though, the first thing to acknowledge is, and I hope this isn't harsh for the people that hear it, but first thing is you have to confront yourself and say, what am I great at and what do I suck at? Because I suck at accounting. I suck at creating a website. I suck at almost anything that's hyper detail oriented. I have big ideas. I've been running companies, making a payroll for 43 years now. I'm 62. I started my first company with a payroll at 19. And what I've learned is basically my first business was recycling. Then I was in cellular. This is back in 86. Then I was in financial services. Then I was in business services. And I've been I have a company right now that's commercial lending, and we have asset protection, all this stuff. The running of the company is more or less the same. There's a tremendous amount of stress if you try to wear all the hats. But if you figure out where you're great and where you're weak, and then surround yourself just even with one person who's strong at where you're the weakest, it opens up your capacity and you can start accomplishing things much more quickly. And if you follow things kind of in order and you get yourself as quickly as possible out of startup mode, which is where almost all founders stay. Our company made the Inc. 5000 list this year, right? It's not common for a 55-year-old company to make the Inc. 5000 list.
Yes, congrats.
So I was on a call today with a bunch of the other honorees, and they were asking they asked me, because I've been around for so long, they said, Aaron, is the founder the best person to be the CEO? And I said, only at the beginning. And as soon as you start to get any stability, then you want to start looking for your replacement, because it goes from being entrepreneurial and creative to organized and operational, right? And the person who is the ideation person usually sucks as a manager. Not always, but often. And so the answer is, what order do you do it in? The first thing you do is figure out, where am I going? What's the goal? Big goal, the big goal. Somebody was on a little while ago and he was talking about writing things down in his victory book.
Yes.
And the idea is you've got to live into the future of what will be the finish line? What's ringing the bell? When did I hit the goal? You have to know what it is, or you'll never get to it. Then once you know that, then you have to say, okay, so what should I be working on and what should I not be working on? And I need somebody. What's the most important thing? And then eventually you'll add a team of people who are great in their own right. They all lift each other. Nobody has to be the expert on that other person's thing. And it opens up capacity. With capacity, you can not only take on more business, and you can solve more problems. If you leave it to the founder or owner to be the tip of the spear on everything, the company can never grow beyond that person's experience. It'll never be more than whatever they know right now. But if you have a great team, that team will show you stuff you will never see yourself. You'll show them things they wouldn't see. And pretty soon you're taking off, and you can do it with less stress. When I bought Laughlin Associates 25 years ago, I basically moved out from home. I was there from Sunday night. I'd fly down Sunday night, be there Monday till Friday afternoon, fly home, be the weekend with my family, then go back. And I did that for a little over a year. And it was a sacrifice. But then, by then, I'd reorganized. I'd put management in place. We'd organized where we're going and how we're going to do it, all the things that I teach about. And I started going 3 days every other week and then 3 days a month. Now I've been there like 4 times in the last 7 years. It's an asset now. It's not a job. I don't have any job in that. I don't have a login for the CRM. I don't have a phone for the company. I own it. If you want to have great success in life, figure out how to get rid of all the things that cause you stress. Focus on the things that you're great at. Celebrate with other people who are great at their thing, and then solve problems for your customers. You'll get rich. You'll have a great life, and you won't have to work yourself to the bone.
Yeah. I like that you said it was a sacrifice, but it was a time period where you were designing the freedom that you were going to have later. So it was very intentional. I like that. Aaron, I have heard you speak on the phone, in Zoom, live, and you bring this vitality into everything you do. And then I met your wife, and she's like next level. So we need to bring her in one of these summits. But how do you guys continue to bring that energy into everything you do after decades of building many, many businesses?
Well, are you talking about us as a couple or the world? What would you like to know?
Oh, bring it up.
As a couple, I will tell you, first of all, I married well. I don't know how that 22-year-old and that 19-year-old, we only dated for a few months, but we both were like, yeah, you're my person. And we grew up at a time, we've been married almost 40 years. We grew up at a time when you dated people. You didn't hang out. You didn't go in groups. You went on a date. So you might go on a date Friday night and Saturday night, and then Sunday afternoon with a different person. And you learned. So we had both, because we'd been, she was really cute. Clearly boys are going to ask her out. And I was tenacious. And so I asked a lot of girls out. And when we met, we knew. And then we decided intentionally as kids, 19 and 22, what do you want for your life? She was a latchkey kid. Her mom and dad were divorced. Her mom worked. She was home alone, before and after school. She said, I want to be home with our kids. I want to be a stay-at-home mom. I said, well, and by then I was on my second company. I'd started one, built it up to 5,000 customers, 5,000 homes. They were recycling. I sold it. Then I started the cellular business when I was just 22. And I said, well, I didn't know the word entrepreneur. I said, I'm a business owner and I don't really want to have a job. And she said, we can live in a cardboard box as long as I get to be home with the kids. So that was our deal. Well, time goes by and the kids come and the kids get older and they start tugging at you. You know, we got to go to different soccer and dance and baseball and all this stuff, right? We had to renegotiate our agreement. How are we going to do this so that we as a couple stay tight and we can be great parents? And what we decided was there's a circle around us, Aaron and Michelle, and the kids are just outside of that circle and everybody else is outside of another circle. And nothing will get between the two of us. And then the kids grew up and they moved out. And then it was just the two of us. And she had gone from stay-at-home mom to starting her business and she was having success. And we had to renegotiate our contract. That was, how are we going to do this new way with all the demands and all the desires? And we did that. And it was a little bumpy at times, but we came to an understanding and then we just honor that. And consequently, people say all the time, I hear all the time, oh, I want a marriage like yours. Oh, I want that. And I how do you do it? And I will tell you that doing this work, I think we're happier than people even realize. And I think it's taken way more effort than people realize or might even be willing to do, because it means we have to evolve as human beings.
Yes.
So how do you keep vitality? You don't stay stuck. In business, you don't stay in startup mode. In exercise, you take the first step, or as Ginsburg just said, you lose the first pound. You don't stop moving your feet, right? And as long as you keep moving, you're going to encounter different terrain, a mountain, a river, something in your existence, in your marriage, in your relationships. How are we going to deal with that river? Are we going to tear each other apart, or are we going to work together?
Yes.
And so I don't know if that really answered the question. I will just say it's really important to be secure enough in a relationship that you can say, I think we need to talk about the responsibilities, the shared work, how much time I'm going to be away and so forth, and what I want, like where do I want to live, and how often do I want to sit on the couch and watch TV, and what's the romantic side of it all, and all of that. If you talk about it, instead of just getting frustrated or quiet or pensive or pouty, odds are that person that loves you will probably want to work with you on that.
That's a beautiful thing. I can hear you talking forever because of your stories, that you bring everybody into your story and you get the learning there. So I always learn hearing from you. So when you say something about never stay in the same place, you always continue to evolve. So what about for you personally and your own peak vitality, because you bring energy up the roof every time you go anywhere? What are some of those habits that you have discipline incorporated into your daily life?
Seriously, no joke, simple stuff, not mind blowing. I'm going to say something that maybe people won't like. I'm pretty successful. I've done a lot of things. We've made money and I don't have to work anymore. Right. All I do really is sit on boards, advise companies. I mean, I'm advising up at Amazon right now. Right. And give talks. That's mostly what I do, and have board meetings with the companies I own. Are you still there, Jenny? Oh, it froze for a second.
Yes, I am. I am here.
So what do? I don't start calls before 9 a.m. Michelle and I get up and I make coffee for us, and we sit there either talking or looking at our phones, but we sit together, and sometimes for 90 minutes, we'll go walk the dogs. We walk the dogs 3 times a day up to this forested area about a half mile from here. And we stand there and we look at the trees, and the ocean is right outside that window, and we watch the whales. And I say no to way more stuff than I used to. I only work on things where I think I can bring a lot of value.
Yes.
And by reducing the workload and adding more to my family, my 4 kids, our 10 grandchildren, my horseback riding, our travel, Michelle and I love to go places and all over the world together. if I was busy trying to chase somebody else's expectations, I wouldn't have time to live the life I want to live. And by paying a price for a little while, we made our first big batch of wealth when I was 30 years old. That's where we got the lump of money to start buying and fixing companies.
Yes.
And so for half of my life, more than half of my life, not that I haven't had ups and downs, but I've generally had control of everything I was doing. And that's intentional. There were times it would have been easier to have somebody just give me a job. But if you know what you want out of life, as long as you know where you want to go, if you know you want to get on your GPS and go from A to B, and you go and there's a road that's under construction, there's a way around the construction. You can still get where you want to go. You need to know where you're going. We knew from the beginning where we wanted to go as a couple, as a family. And as a family, we didn't make a bunch of decisions for our kids. We wanted our kids to be happy, healthy, and safe, however they live their life. And they're all living great lives. And they're all very diverse. The trick is decide what you want. Most people never do the simple thing. And I bet you've heard that all through this. Decide what you want and focus on it. And don't worry about the path. Just keep your eye on the target.
In the future. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. I always learn so much from you. It was a pleasure having you here at the Peak Vitality Summit. Thank you for joining us and sharing your amazing stories and wisdom. And
Always
Michael, you're going to be
pleasure.
joining us.
Hey, Michael. All right. Am I out?
Hey, Aaron.
How do
Yes,
I
sir?
get out?
We'll take you out. There you go. Aaron's so great because Aaron's one of my mentors and partners and business partners on everything that we do. And it's funny, Jenny. And Jenny, that was a great interview. Thank you so much. And we're going to let you go, Jenny. So first of all, let's give Jenny a thunderous round of applause. Anything last you want to say for this? There you go. She's gone already. There we go.
No, I'm
Anything
here.
last you want to say before we, Jenny's like, it's like, I don't even know. It's 12:30, God knows what time it is where she's still rocking. So any last words, Jenny, before we let you go?
No. Beautiful summit so far. And we keep going. So thank you, Michael, for the opportunity. And everybody stay hydrated. Keep taking notes and share in the comments all the wisdoms that you are taking forward. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jenny. Have a good evening. It's great because when you got a team and you have a team around the world, it really doesn't matter what time it was. I was just actually typing with the team over in Singapore. And I said, I once did a training for Success Resources and I had trained all day. So I had trained the Peak Potentials Mastermind and it was about 3 a.m. and I had to get up for the call. When you realize that it's not about you, right? Because I did the training for 45 minutes and I went back to sleep. And the funny thing about the whole thing was, I don't remember the training. I don't remember what I said because I had to get up at 6 a.m. again and then train for another 12 hours. And I get this. Richard Tanner was he was amazing. And he texted me the next day and said, that was amazing. That was just amazing. What a great, and I had to say, honestly, I'm so glad because I don't remember anything. But there is that point sometimes where you just show up. And so everybody right now in the comments, if you can just put a 1 that you just show up, put a 1 that you just show up to what's going on, that you're always there, that you're always making a difference. That always changes everything we're doing. There you go. Because it's about just showing up. How many times in our life, right? Any warriors out there? Can I get an aho if there's any warriors out there? But, and it's aho. But the thing is, that there you go. The thing is that really is important here is you need to show up. And those of you who've stayed with us, you've showed up. We've been going for just a couple hours, right? 5 hours and 38 minutes at the moment. And we have a couple hours to go because we have so many great speakers to bring you. We have a whole group about to come on from Singapore. We have, it's the education, it's the training. And then we have speakers in the US who are still staying up incredibly late. We have a group, the Australians. We never quit. We never stop. That's what success is. And if being part of our team means you find the thing that you love to do and you work with those. To me, I just found the group that this is it. I have, you find a home, right? And we're creating a home. And we've had so many meetings and people calling us saying, I want to be part of what you're doing. How do we make this happen? And we have, and we've done it worldwide, and we're continuing. And it's just a vision of bringing it together. So the team's going to drop right now what Voice to Influence is, just a link for you. And you've seen the commercials for it tonight. And really with one of our sponsors, Podco, it's one of the fastest rising podcasting groups on the planet. And we're going to provide for them. We're going to be for them as they grow to 10,000, 15, 20,000 podcasters and worldwide influence. They already have studios in New York, Nashville, they'll have LA. But it's how we do this together. So riding that wave with us is one way you can do this, because riding that wave with us means we're doing this as one team, one family. It's how I build everything and how I do everything. And it's great to be on. It's great to be here. And at the same time, what makes a difference is we get better and better at what we do every single day. So I want to thank everybody, by the way. We're about to go to a commercial, and then you should see what's coming next. So you don't go anywhere, right? Don't go anywhere. Stay right where you are. Keep having fun. And the team is on this. We're going to go to commercial if everybody's ready in 3, in 2, in 1. Go to commercial.
Everyone is fighting to be seen. More posts, more content, more noise. But attention alone doesn't build trust. And visibility doesn't make you the obvious choice. Because the opportunities that matter don't come from being everywhere. They come when the right people recognize your value, trust your voice, and choose you. That's the authority gap. Let's close it.
It's Jeff Ross here, and welcome back to the Peak Vitality Global Summit, where peak health meets peak performance. Joining me here today is Dr. Mark Leong from Singapore. He's an award-winning global healthcare leader and health scientist. He's the founder and CEO of NutriPrime Holdings. He's a bestseller author, and he's a 2-time Singapore Book of the Records, records there in the Book of Records holder. So we have a lot here to unpack today. But Mark, rather than me talking about you and getting straight into it, first off, welcome to the Peak Vitality Summit. It's so glad to have you back on one of our many summits.
Thank you, Ross, for having me. And hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great time with Jeff and all the experts on Peak Vitality.
Yeah, it's been an absolute summit, amazing summit already. Like we've heard from people like Tom Wheelwright from Rich Dad Poor Dad community. We've heard from Dr. Joseph McClendon, and now we get to hear from you with the Singapore Asia market as well here, opening up this segment for us. So rather than me read out your long bio that nobody really ever reads anyway, I'd love you just to do a quick introduction for yourself, like who you are and what you're passionate about, and we'll get into the conversation from there.
So hi everyone, this is Dr. Mark Leong here, and most people ask me what do I do, and I tell them that I help both men and women above the age of 35 to look great. In fact, lose up to 7 kg in 7 days without slimming pills, packages, purely through food and nutrition. So that is in a nutshell what we do. But in fact, we spend a lot of time doing a lot of blood works and also on supplement testing. So we run a lot of lab tests, in particularly, for example, on supplements like probiotics that is heavily marketed in around the world. Is it really true that probiotics can survive the moment you put it into your mouth, or is it just a marketing gimmick? To collagen, to your multiple types of vitamins. When our patients come to and say, Dr. Mark, I think I need to eat vitamin D, C, E, whatever it is, right? My question is that how do you even know you need these vitamins? So let's put it to test. And apart from that, what are the best timings to consume your vitamins? Because you see, Ross, Jeff, a lot of people take supplements first thing in the morning, right? Which is a bad time. So you want to know exactly what sort of supplements to take during the morning, afternoon, and dinner time. Should you pair with food? Should you go on an empty stomach? So long story short, guys, this is what we do at NutriPrime Group. And I can't wait today to share with you all on things that not only has helped more than 10,000 of our community members around the world in achieving, that body that they want despite of their health conditions, but also more importantly for all of you that is part of the Peak Vitality summit because, again, what is wealth if you don't have the ability to enjoy it? I think a lot of people talk about health is wealth, but my definition of health is that am I able to walk? Am I able to have that energy, to play my kids, my grandkids? Am I able to live without pain, where I want to travel the world, not travel hospital beds at my prime?
Live life to its fullest version. So I love that, and we'll definitely make sure that you have space towards the end of the interview here to invite people into your world to be able to help you do just that. I think it's a brilliant fit for the Peak Vitality Summit. So with everything that you've accomplished here across healthcare, science, and business, what originally put you on this path, and what continues to drive you today?
I remember, one day I had a call from my mom while I was up in the mountain in Mongolia. And she said, Mark, I need you to come back as soon as you can. How soon can you, come back to Singapore? I'm like, at least 20 hours on the next flight with transit. And I said, what's going on? And she said, your father has just passed away. And it shocked me, right? To receive a call that my father has just passed away after his long battle with cancer for 5 years. And that journey where my father was battling cancer was the reason why I went into biology, nutrition, and medicine, because he was given literally 6 months to live, and the chemotherapies were killing him on the 4th month of his treatment. While living with 2 months, the doctors, the oncologist told him that, you can only go back and, plan your time with a family, and that's all. However, we were desperate. We started talking to different cancer survivors, different experts from around the world. And that was where, my father went on a juicing diet, something that I always thought that it was silly, a gimmick. But we put him out of, that attempt of desperation. And that 2 months that he had, we were very blessed that he was able to extend his life to another 4 more years. So I wanted to understand so much more about the human body and also about the word healing. How can we do that without drugs? And, how do we also put science in? So that was how my journey started.
So bringing in true healthcare, not just managing a sickness, but actually bringing the health. And so you're a fascinating guy, and I know you've got a wealth of wisdom here in this space. So you've spent years looking at health from a scientific, from a global perspective. When you look at how most people are living today, what do you think we're getting wrong when it comes to our health and vitality?
Wow, that is a great question. I think the biggest challenge here is that we always think that there is only one way to get to that outcome that we want, or one truth, one single truth. But the fact is that even until today, not all medical experts have answers to the human body. It's a complicated machine, right? Just to talk about women itself, the hormones are way more complicated compared to men. So for me, the biggest realization here is that there is no one single truth. And it's always about trying to widen the perspective, but at the same time also question what is logical. So the mistake is that most people only take an opinion from one point of source. We shouldn't do that, at least for me. Secondly, is that if that solution works for you, doesn't mean that it will necessarily work for the other people. And that is where, we always have to try it out in order to get things, to the outcome that we want. So Jeff, that I see is the biggest struggle today, and a challenge that most people get it wrong. Like, for example, in the last 5 years, there was a group of influencers, health experts that were coming out to talk about, keto diet, right? Everyone was like promoting keto diet, that you should go on, high protein, high meat intake, and no carbs. Well, I did that. And for me, yes, I was able to lose weight in a very short amount of time, but it wasn't sustainable. I couldn't work out. I was having mood swings. I was having PMS every single day. And the fact that we still need glucose in the bloodstream, and that real truth is that you don't need to remove carbs in order to lose weight. In fact, you need carbs if you're going to be working out. The only question is, what carbs should you be taking? How much should you be taking? And at what time should you be taking? So rather than taking carbs throughout the whole day, you should be taking it during the day and avoid during the nighttime, so that the body has enough time to digest it. And this is just an example, right, of many things in the health and wellness world that we all take just one single truth because someone is in a lab coat to tell us that this is the way. So that is a big mistake that I see most people heading towards.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So what's the thing people aren't paying enough attention to, you reckon?
Sleep.
Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, we all, focus so much on biohacking, from fitness when it comes to how we work out, our nutrition, our diet. But I've, noticed that when I work with our patients and clients, there were a huge group of people where we did a simple study that they were eating on point on their calorie deficit day to day. They were working out 4 times a week and they couldn't lose weight. And I was wondering what was going on because we were checking all their biomarkers and it was well. And then we found out that this group of people, in fact, we took a case study of 100 adults. They were sleeping beyond midnight. So what we did differently was that we said, look, I want you guys to go to bed to sleep by 11 p.m. That is the cutoff. And we're going to put you on 5 grams of magnesium. Now, guess what, Jeff? In just 30 days, these people lost up to 3 kg doing the same thing by just adjusting their sleeping timings.
Wow.
They lost up to 3 kg. So this is one of the biggest, things that people overlook when it comes to health. And for me personally, after crossing the age of 40, I can't function optimally if I am not having not just many hours of sleep, but a good night rest of deep sleep.
Yeah. The days are gone when we can, we're 20, when we go party hard and work hard, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I totally relate to the whole sleep conversation because I got diagnosed with sleep apnea and I was put onto a CPAP machine and having a good quality night's sleep now has made a huge difference to my energy and to my vitality. And that has also then shifted my mood swings and my emotional health. And now to actually focus on doing something around the physical health. So yeah, I totally relate to that. That's pretty cool. So, there's so much conversation going on around longevity, living longer. But for me, the more important question here I find, the more interesting question I should say, is how do we live better for longer? From your perspective, what are the biggest the biggest factors that determines whether someone maintains their energy, their health, their quality of life as their age?
Wow. This is, in fact, a very important question, Jeff, that you have asked, and something that I was always curious about. Now, I wish that there was one biggest thing, that ultimately can prolong longevity. But the fact is, there is no one thing. Given the fact that, for example, if you are a person that's very disciplined in terms of the diet, the food you eat, however, you are not moving, you're not working out, you're going to lose your muscles, you're going to start their body aches and pains. Also going to, basically impact the word longevity. On the other hand, if you're working out like crazy, right, super fit, but you don't maintain your sleep, likewise, it's going to, prevent you from living better. Now, I look at longevity coming down to, in fact, rather than 3 pillars, there are 4 pillars. And in fact, 5 pillars. So number 1 is the nutrition, the food that we eat matters so much. There's not even a question about it, right? What you eat fuels your body or it destroys your body. The second part of the pillar would be the movement. So again, not everyone needs to work out like you're going for High Rocks or Ironman, but are you doing strength training and cardio to get, again, strength training is to help you have mobility, help you to build muscles that you will need. And at the same time, cardio is to give you that good heart pump, so that you can have good stamina. The third part is your sleep. These are the 3 pillars that a lot of, people are pursuing right now when we talk about longevity. But with all these 3 things, if you are missing the 2 other most important things, you will not probably live a good life. At least for me, longevity is not about living until 100, but living the next, decade of my life, having, the ability to do things that I want to do physically and emotionally and mentally. So what is the two other pillars here? Definitely is emotion regulation. So a lot of times, while people think that cancer is either inherited genetically or because of the diet, well, it's very interesting to look at the data where there are studies that have shown that most cancer patients that suddenly have cancer, even though their lifestyle was almost considered as healthy, but underlying they have emotional issues like anger that they have been holding on, resentment. So a lot of this build up inflammation in the body. So today, when we talk about longevity, are we able to regulate our emotions, or are we just a bunch of angry people? Like in Singapore, we are first world, very advanced, highly educated, wealthy, but most people are walking around very unhappy.
It seems to me that most people are enduring life, right? They're just enduring it.
Yes, you are right. Right. So this is something that, that's why our lifespan is on average 70 to 80. While if you look at countries like Bhutan, people live up to 100 over years. They may not be as wealthy as us, but emotionally they are better regulated. They are easily having contentment. Now, the fifth part here is mental. So how mentally, right, are we looking at life, and also at the same time, mental ability in terms of, how are we not only looking at the parts of life positively, but also at the same time keeping ourselves active. So Jeff, there's this part, right? That a lot of people say that, once my retirement comes, I'm going to do nothing. But in fact, if you look at most people that has retired and do nothing, they end up having Alzheimer's disease, dementia, simply because you lose the muscle here. And this is a very important part of the human brain, right? That holds and controls your entire body, your system. And that is why, when it comes to longevity, Jeff, that there is no number one thing or three things that most people talk about. I look at these 5 pillars as the very important things that we have to tick the box. Are we doing certain things in all of these 5 pillars?
Yeah. That's absolutely fascinating. So the next question I'm left with then is where do I start? Let's make this really practical as we finish this whole conversation. Someone's watching us right now thinking, Mark, I need to look after myself better, but I don't know where to start. What are 2 or 3 things that you would tell them to start focusing on from today? And I know that you've got something really, really practical that we can lead people towards to come and actually, dive into your ecosystem. So what would that look like as well? So where do we start? What are 2 or 3 things that we can focus on today? And then how can you help people further from this conversation?
Where do we start? First thing is taking a piece of paper or diary and writing down what is that one outcome that you wish to achieve. Whether it's physically, whether it's from a disease that you want to get rid of, or even reducing your medication, what is that one thing? Because every one of us have different desires or outcome when it comes to measuring health. For some people, it could be getting your first 4 packs at the age of 50. So you want to first define what is that goal. That's number one, right? Otherwise, you are working blindly. It's like saying that I want to be rich when you are blessed with that amount of money, but you do not know what to do with that money. So you can't break down the plans if you do not know what do you want to achieve with and do with it in the first place.
So this
Second
is where
thing,
we're going.
if it comes down to practicality, rather than trying to do 100 things that is going to be difficult, I always set, a duration of a 90 days goal. Now, why not 10 days? Why not 60 days? In order for us to change habits, I think this author called James Clear, the famous author of Atomic Habits, has mentioned that it takes 30 to 90 days to form a great habit. And I'm a true believer of it. So set a 90 days, transformation in the 3 areas, right? Nothing complicated. First thing is to set your diet by eliminating any sugar and processed food and fried food, right? Take these 3 things out. just focus on eating whole foods rather than trying to complicate things like counting calories. So just eat whole foods and you will not get wrong with it. Okay, say, you know what, I'm just going to be eating 6 days in a week, whole foods.
Yeah.
That one day I'm going to enjoy and eat whatever that I feel like eating, whether it's a burger, pasta, pizza, you know, fine. Right. That is the first thing, so that you don't feel like it is a torture. Adjust that food habit first for at least 90 days. It will definitely help you, whether it's for weight loss, whether it's to improve your disease. That's the first part. The second part here is to start small. Start by doing a simple 10,000 steps throughout the whole day. Are you able to at least commit to walking 10,000 steps? That is definitely a good way to get you moving. That is the second step. And the third part here is make sure that you are going to bed before midnight. You want to be doing that simple act. All right, get yourself, you know, into that mode. I know that for most of you that's watching right now, it's like, oh, Dr. Mark, I've tried to sleep at 10, 11, and I'm just tossing and turning on the bed, and I end up, you know, scrolling social media. So put your phone outside the room, go into bed. Obviously, you're not going to fall asleep immediately. It's going to take you a few days to adjust. And, you know, in fact, we've got 68% of adults that are having magnesium deficiency. So go online or go to any pharmacist, look out for magnesium glycinate. You know, you can get it in powder form or tablet form, whichever that works for you. Include magnesium every night after dinner. I would guarantee you that you're going to have a very good rested sleep. When you wake up next morning, you feel fresh and you have all the focus. These, for me, Jeff, these are the 3 simple things that I recommend all the viewers here to do. Very practical. Again, it's inexpensive. Something that you guys can bam, without signing up any memberships, you can do it. And the best part, when you start seeing results, you will continue that habit, right? The only problem, most people try to do too many things and you give up because it's complicated, it's expensive, right? And you don't see the results and you start wondering, are you on the right track? So that is why I always believe in getting results fast, and it keeps me motivated to, you know, really build through to the next difficulties in terms of level. If that makes sense, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I love that. Look, we're running out of time. So if people want to be able to connect with you and, you know, maybe explore what this looks to go a little bit deeper with you, how can they reach out?
All right. So for everyone here at the Peak Vitality Summit, we have done something special for organizing a 7-day body detox challenge, where in that 7 days, you will receive blueprints, checklists, and all, you know, the blueprints that you can download for free, where people used to charge, because Jeff is doing a great work here and we want to contribute to this amazing community. So there is a link that is inserted. You can scan the QR code or click on the link to join this 7 days challenge, which we are running only for the next 3 weeks. So we are going to invite different experts, medical experts as well, to guide you through from your diet to your workouts. And basically it's going to help you guys to achieve up to 7 kg in 7 days. And yes, Jeff, this is special for everyone that is part of the Peak Vitality Summit.
Well, very, very generous of you. So thank you very much for that. And we'll make sure that that link that's in the comments is getting out to everybody so they can go ahead and take advantage of that very generous offer. So Dr. Mark, thank you. I always enjoy our conversations. I love your energy. And I think it's a big reminder here that our health isn't something that's separate from the life we're trying to create. You know, it's probably the foundation of it, right? It gives us the capacity to actually go live our lives. So thank you to lead, helping to lead the conversation in your space and in your sphere, and to our community here. Let's look at ways to, you know, build and contribute towards our health, you know, because the saying is true, right? Without our health, you know, we've got nothing. And most of us don't really realize the cost of our health until something really goes wrong. So let's you know, beat that before it happens, and let's try and transform that in that story. So Dr. Mark Leong, thank you very much for being part of the Peak Vitality Global Summit here.
And we're just about to head into another amazing panel from Singapore with my friend Stella Ho, being our new host here for our conversation, joining the team. So gonna really look forward to seeing what they have to offer. So we're about to head to commercial, everybody, and everybody who's tuning in, make sure that you jump onto that link and sign up to Dr. Mark Leong's 7-day challenge there. And let's, I know I'll be signing up to it because I'm looking to lose some weight. So, 7 kilos in 7 days, that sounds very attractive to me. But at the very least, take those steps that we talked about and go and put them into action today. Thank you very much for your time. We'll see you back here for our next interview after a commercial. And Dr. Mark, thank you very much.
Great work you're doing, and bye, guys.
You know you're capable of more. So why isn't it translating into the recognition, trust, relationships, or opportunities you want? It may not be a capability problem. Let's find what's holding you back. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session, Friday LA time, Saturday Sydney time. Map your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Singapore show. I'm so excited for this show. And tonight we have 4 very incredible speakers coming from different worlds, pretty different. So you're going to hear from different perspective of things. One from finance, abundance and mindset, performance under pressure, and healthy and vitality. We just heard from Dr. Mark Leong, right? I took a lot of notes on that. And it's really something I care about because women, we talk about losing weight all the time, practically almost every day. Okay, so what I love about the areas that we're going to share this evening in USA is afternoon for us in Singapore, and in the UK, I have someone from the UK, that's morning time for him. Yeah, so what I love about all these areas that we're going to cover, because we're going to actually go very deeply into all these areas, because it's really connected in a world like this when it's changing so quickly because of AI and technology. So tonight, rather than having different interviews, we're going to have all of them to answer one big question together. What does it really take for us to thrive in this world? So I'm going to bring up my speakers. Yeah, my panel speakers, 5 panel speaker. Dawn, she's a Singapore leading personal finance educator. We have Skip, the miracle man, my miracle man. I've been to his retreat. And we have Eugene Sia, the abundance coach, and Nada, I'm sorry. Somehow my brain switched off, ADHD problem. And Nadam does all this meditation work. So I will leave it to them to introduce themselves so that you know from their voices who they are. And let's start with the miracle man.
Hi everyone, I'm Skip and I'm actually over in Spain at the moment, and Stella came to one of my events. We've been in the shadows for 15 years, showing people that we are living, breathing miracles, and miracles are real. I don't want them to sound like something that's woo-woo. You're out there, and when we learn how to get fully in control of what we've been gifted, then miracles can become a daily thing.
Cool. How about Eugene?
Hi, I grew up in Singapore, believing that everything is limited and scarce, including my energy and my time and my money. And then at the age of 40, 10 years ago, I realized that's completely untrue. I can create abundance anytime I want. And that's why I became an abundance coach.
Wow, cool. Yeah, I love abundance. I'm the wealth alchemist. We talk about manifestation all the time. Yeah, our common language. Yeah, and let's move to Dawn, our beautiful lady here.
Hi everyone, I'm Dawn. Some of you might know me online as SG Budget Babe. So I grew up in Singapore but studied in China and America. So I've been putting all of that together to teach people how to manage your wealth, regardless of where you are.
And let's move to Nadam.
Hi, I'm Nadam, and I've only got one question for people when I meet up with them. It is, what happens when pushing is no longer the answer to the situation?
Wow, cool. That's something deep for thoughts. Okay, my first question that I would love for you guys to share is, what does peak vitality mean to you? Eugene, what do you think?
I'm very happy you asked me. January I turned 50. So now it's August, and I was feeling very low on energy. I think that maybe old age is catching up, and when I hang out with my classmates, they like to say the same thing, already. Yeah. And then I realized that's not true. So I went to the gym and I started eating healthily and I lost 12 kilograms in 4 months. And now I'm feeling like super energetic. I'm running a few communities, a few businesses, and I feel like I'm in my 30s right now.
Cool. Yeah, I'm always on the weight loss journey. Yeah, 12 kg sounds great. Cool. Okay, how about Nadam? What does peak vitality mean in your world?
A lot of times when we talk about peak vitality, we are thinking about how we can push further, run harder, just one more thing in our schedule. Where I'm coming from is probably instead of pushing harder, what we can look at is how can we build capacity? How can we look at what we're doing and expand the capacity to actually just go one step further? That's where I would come from.
Let's make it conversational. You're free to hop in. I'm okay for you guys to just, because I think we are very respectful here in this group. Cool. I love this energy. I love you people because you're all very lovely, to my heart. Because I especially chose you guys because you're really close to my heart. I know you're the great people here. And how about Dawn? What do you think peak vitality means to you? Because peak vitality to me is not just about health. For me, there are a couple of pillars. In my world, there are 4 pillars. 1 is wealth, which is the money part. 2 is the health component. 3 is the relationship component. And 4 is your spiritual growth, which I think Skip will really cover a lot in depth on that. What do you think from my perspective? Does that relate to you for that, Dawn? Because you are from the finance world and your peak vitality may come from the finance perspective first. And if we apply peak vitality in the finance world, what would that be?
I think that's what people think. But the reality is that, you can only perform and be at the peak of your finances when you're also at the peak in other areas of your life, including in your work, including in the pursuits that you take on. You may not be the best High Rocks winner or participant. I don't do High Rocks. I find it really difficult for myself. But you need to be able to perform at what your top 1% means to you. And this is the question that everyone always asks me, like, Dawn, how do you do it all? You're a mom of 2, you wrote a book, you have a job, you do content creation, you do filmmaking. What exactly is the secret? And the secret really is energy, because I have had days where I am really low on energy. It happens not very often, but once in a while it does. And on those days, I am like 0. I can't do anything. And that's why I feel it's so important for people to know that health is wealth and wealth is health. Then the next question is, how do you marry the 2 together and how do you get there?
Yeah, I think Skip will be one good person to answer that question for all of us.
Okay, I love the question. So we talked about spirit, and then we have a body, we have a mind, we have a spirit. There's only 3 elements that we get to experience life in. And as you noticed, Stella, when we was doing one of our retreats over in Bali, we had a doctor arrive in a wheelchair who's dedicated a life to try and help people. And she ends up in a wheelchair and on bucket loads of medication. Now, cut a long story short, she left that event doing headstands, doing handstands. Now, what does it show? As Dawn said, energy, it's talking about energy. Energy has no age. That's what we've got to understand. If we learn how to bring the energy into the body, the right type of energy, because energy can turn against us, the right type of energy into the mind, and we can have this abundance of energy breathing through us, we're going to be at that peak. It's like children have this energy just oozing out of us. And how can we call it a childlike spirit? When have we ever heard anyone go, that's a great adult spirit? It should be with us for our entire life. So for me, it's about getting the best out of what life, what God, what the universe has given us. And that is this very vessel, this sort of spiritual vessel that we go through life in. When we get to use that at its best, our confidence goes up, our competence goes up. We start getting better results naturally.
Yeah, I totally agree with the energy component because I'm really someone into energy. And I also believe that if we don't clear our energy, the lousy energy, we can't actually move into the higher energy, which is what a lot of you guys do in abundance, like Skip in his component of health and wellness and also spiritual growth. And for Dawn, removing that mental blogs on finance, being an educator. I think that is fantastic. Of course, the part that Nadam does is the meditation component. Maybe Nadam, on the same question, what would your opinion be on that?
Thank you so much, Stella. And I really love the statement that Skip just made. Energy has no age. And I'd like to add on to that sentence, because there is no better time for energy than now. It really just takes a few seconds, just a really good deep breath and a good exhale. That kind of resets you for the short term. Of course, it would be nicer if we already have some practice, and that practice helps to sustain the capacity for more. But in terms of energy, I really love how Skip put it as it's ageless, and we just have to pick a way of utilizing it, of energizing it, and there's no better time than now. So just take a deep breath and exhale.
Deep breath and exhale. Yeah, exactly. And I guess it's also about, I believe, if with the right energy, we can even reverse the age, isn't it? Like what Eugene does? Yeah, in 12 months, or 12 kg rather, in a few months, 12 kg. Eugene? Yeah? I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
So what do you think is draining us today?
Okay.
Yes, good, all good. What do you think is draining us today, Eugene?
I think our mindset mainly, I had a very, very limiting mindset for most of my life. I want to thank our Singapore educational system for that. And after that, I realized I can change my storyline, right? I'm like a director, script writer. I can just write a brand new Hollywood blockbuster for myself for the next 40 years. So why be trapped by my culture or nationality or the way my parents brought me up? So I reframe. In neuro-linguistics programming, we call it reframe. So instead of saying, I'm old, I'm tired, no use, my genes is like that, my father is fat, my father had heart attack, which is true, he passed away. So I'm also destined to have heart attack. Then I say, no, stop it, Eugene. You can write a brand new story where you are Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. You can look like you are in your 30s. So that's how it began.
So this is the new Tom Cruise, Eugene, yeah? Okay, so I have another question for you guys. I think it will be really, fascinating to hear from different perspectives. What do you think is draining us today from the perspective of the work that you do right now? What do you think is quietly draining people's vitality away? And even among those people who look successful externally, right? But they might be, draining off their energy internally. So Dawn, what do you think, from your perspective?
Part of it is mindset. So people have to start to identify and be really honest with themselves if they're subscribed to and adopting an abundance mindset or a scarcity mindset, because that changes the way you approach and work in so many areas of your life. And I think I'm going to point this to Skip, because knowing his story, I think it's just amazing that he was able to overcome the physical obstacles that he did. Not everyone is able to. And I believe mindset was a huge part of it. Skip, over to you.
Yeah, Dawn, you're great.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Well, what we're talking about is I used to be a gymnast, had an accident in the gym, busted my back, got told that I'd never stand or walk again. And that's what I believed. Now, we have to understand that the mindset is everything. If you don't learn how to direct your thoughts, you're going to have a world that's breaking down, take control of your thoughts. And before you know it, and according to the psychological model, 90% of most people's thoughts in the modern world are now negative. So we've got to learn how to focus on what we want. And we talked about outcome. We've got to be clear. What's the outcome we want? But for me, when I realized, hang on a minute, and here's a few little 99.9999999% of what we can see and touch, guess what it is? Non-visible, non-physical. So we're talking about energy, frequencies, vibrations. I don't want to freak people out. So this thing that we can see and touch is only 0.000000001% of what we truly are. So I realized that, hang on a minute, if I go and deal with the majority, surely I can change this. And I learned how to fully heal, from being told that you're never going to stand or walk again by the best experts in the industry. It kind of hits you. But here's what I learned. What doesn't kill us can make us stronger. And if we learn how to have our energy going forward, for me, I took it where I didn't just learn how to stand or walk again. I went back to the sport Fearless and became the English Sports Acrobatics champion. Now, I don't say that to impress anybody. What's great about me is that we are living, breathing, walking miracles.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, having been with Skip for a while, I also totally believe in miracles. And I'm actually in the law of creation. I believe in the law of creation rather than just the law of manifestation. And Nadam, is it something that you think people recognize in themselves, or they fail to recognize it or discover it so late that maybe they have to use a form of meditation to get to closer to what they can to help themselves? For most people.
Thanks for that, Stella. I think the idea of meditation to a lot of people is that I'm going to sit down quietly at one corner, I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm just going to focus on my breathing. And the next thing I know, I'm going to be flying somewhere in the universe, and that's it. Everything is going to be fixed. The process of meditation is very much like any other process. We can find a framework that guides us, and I break it down into 3 different steps. You first need to find a practice, something that works for you, right? And you need to then look at the process of what you're doing. That's when you find out what works better for you and what doesn't, what seems to be going on for you. And finally, there is a third component called the experience or the state. Not always you're going to get a good state. Not always you're going to get a bad state. So if you understand that whatever state you're going through is just a byproduct of the process you happen to be going through that day, it doesn't mean you have a bad practice. It means I just need to refine the process to get the state I want. Yeah. So that's how I look at it. It's no longer just meditate means you watch a Chinese kung fu movie and the Shaolin monk sits in a corner. It's very scientifically broken down. It's very performance oriented. And I love how Skip was sharing with us about the 0.999999% it's thought and energy, right? I just recently gave a talk to a group of people, and I asked them to do this. I asked them to take in a breath, yeah, and I asked them to take in a breath a little bit more, and we kept going, and it comes to a point of failure. We all know that oxygen is vital for us to live. Oxygen is important, but if that's so important, we cannot take any more until we actually exhale out, and that's the cycle that keeps renewing itself. I love how this idea of healing the physical body, you first need to work on the energy, and it cycles back. Yeah, it's always a process.
Cool. I mean, I'm hearing so much, information from all perspectives. Now that we talk about science, we talk about AI so frequently right now, right? If AI is so much better than us right now doing all these technical tasks, what human quality do you think will become more valuable over the next few years? Over to Dawn first. Ladies first.
I think in this age of AI, the real human quality that will stand out is our character and our resilience. And I say this a lot as a parent myself as well, because in trying to protect our kids so much, we might actually be setting them up for failure, because our generation struggle. And it is through struggle that the human brain, the human body is able to become a lot more resilient, a lot stronger. But we're not getting enough of this today. So that's what I want someone to think about. If you're listening into this, what struggle can you identify or put in your life that doesn't kill you but makes you stronger, in the words of Skip?
How about Eugene? Your mic.
A producer is muting me. Yeah. Okay. I personally embrace possibilities. Yeah. Basically, I just believe that anything is possible, except astronaut. I know that's not possible for me now. Yeah, but other than that, I keep thinking like, why are people always saying my plate is full? As if the plate is a physical thing. Actually, we have no plate at all. I can use AI to learn any talents I want. So instead of thinking like, hey, wait a minute, AI is now replacing me as a coach. People will ask AI the same question they used to ask me as a coach. But now I actually leverage on AI to offer coaching services so that they can shorten their journey to success. You know, there's no need to brainstorm their personal brand or brainstorm what should they call themselves in positioning. They can do that within 10 seconds using AI and then come to me to shift their mindset. Yeah, I treat AI as a buddy.
Yeah, I love to have Nadam and the Miracle Man. Let's start with Nadam first so that we can move to Miracle Man after.
Thank you. Sure. The way I look at it is that actually AI is opening up new possibilities in my work, right? Again, back to the process of having a practice, having a process, and then the state. Now, if you go on AI is going to give you a practice. It's going to tell you need to do A, B, and C. But there's no one who's going to help you monitor what's the process and the progress that you're making. And that's where the human element comes in. Right now, there's a lot more opportunity, and I'm doing a lot more private one-on-one or small group sessions because they want to find out, am I doing this in the right way? Can I do it better? How can I tweak certain things? And they realize what they learn from AI, it takes them so far, then the human element comes back in.
Yeah, I love what you say. How about our Skip?
Well, everyone's talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Let's not forget one of the most important things on the planet. Us, AI. What's that? Infinite intelligence. And here's the thing that I think is going to happen with AI. I think us to take life forward big time, because I think we've become so disconnected with the planet. I think humans are like parasites on the planet. I think we're killing ourselves, we're killing each other, we're killing the animal kingdom, we're killing the planet. And I think what AI is going to do is going to help us to get back in alignment. Like, I've got 300 acres of land out in the Amazon. When we take people out to the Amazon, oh my God, and we do plant medicine and we cross the veil and we come back with the wisdom, we see how disconnected we are from all life that surrounds us. And this is why people can get stuck up in their head. They might have success in one area, but they feel like a failure. Or they might have great health, but then they're not wealthy. And life is calling for us to have the balance of it all. That is what peak vitality is all about. That's what I believe infinite intelligence is all about. When we're in true alignment, first of all, with ourselves, with the planet, with each other. And then what happens is that energy starts to flow instead of people feeling like they're just hitting a brick wall all the time.
Exactly. So cool about that, with marrying the earth element with, everything about the 3D world. So in period 9 in metaphysics right now is actually the world of energy now. So I mean, I love all of you, marrying the AI, marrying all the different aspect for peak vitality, because peak vitality is really not just about money, not just about health separately, but all these elements together to achieve peak. Yeah. So before we end, we have a little bit more time. There's, I want, everyone to walk away with something, not just hearing us talk for the last 20 odd minutes. I want them to leave this with one thing. Is there one thing very simple that they can start immediately and do in order to improve vitality? And what would that be for each of you? Well, one action, something they can actually go away and do tonight. Eugene?
Well, I always tell people at the end of the session, I leave them with one statement. Don't forget to exhale.
Wow, that's powerful.
We just all exhaled. Awesome.
For me, I have a film background. I dropped law to study filmmaking. So I think of life as a film, basically. So one very concrete action everybody can do is please play the role of director in your life. Don't play the role of actor where you are waiting for the government or your parents or your spouse or some authority to direct you. You direct yourself. That is the action.
Oh, yeah. How about Skip?
I think the most important thing is to remember that we are a living, breathing miracle for our heart to work, for our brain to work, for our bones to work, for our skin to work, for our organs to work, for our eyes to work, our ears to work, our nose to work, our mouth to work. For all of these things to work, I mean, what's the chances of that happening so that we can be alive in the game of life? Let's not forget we're in the game. We don't keep these bodies and minds forever. You're only going to have it for a short time, so don't waste a moment. Three of the most important words is here and now. Remember that you're here, you're now, so let's make something of what life has gifted you.
Be present. Cool. Wow, I love that. How about Dawn?
I'm an author, so I'll leave you guys with my favorite. your next pages are yet to be written. So go out there, write your pages, learn from everyone else that you respect and admire, who have walked the roads that you have. I think in today's world, a lot of people doom scroll on social media and take advice from people who are not living the lives that they want. It's easy to give advice, but you want to take only from those who have actually walked that road or that life with the trade-offs that you're trying to learn from. Or otherwise, it's called avoid those situations. So go out there, learn from those people, and then write your next chapter, because the best parts have yet to be written.
Take back control. I see that. So I guess for each of you, the way that people can learn more about you would be stepping through, going into social media and finding your handles, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think for anyone who wants to know more, learn more about each and every one of them, hop into Miracle Man, hop into Eugene Sia Abundance Coach. Dawn, she's the SG Budget Babe. And of course, Anta Nadam, he talks about meditation, because we have all this great perspective on money, abundance, and mindset tonight. Of course, physical health as well, the energy component. And perhaps the biggest takeaway that all these things are actually not separate. They're all the things that affect us, whether it's wealth, because wealth affects stress, and mindset affects all our decisions. And if we don't have the health, we can't enjoy it, isn't it? And without the shifting the energy, making it work for us, we won't be able to take this world to a peak vitality. And hi, Michael. We have Michael back here.
Awesome. It's all right. First of all, I just jumped on quickly. I wanted to thank everybody. So audience, put a 5 in the chat. Give them a round of applause. Amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here. It's just been great. What a great panel. Keeps the energy going. We keep moving. We are into hour 6. We're like halfway through hour 6, and we keep moving forward with the energy. You guys really brought it on. You always do. And thank you so much. So we're going to let the panelists go. Thank you again from myself and the whole community.
Yeah, thank you all for your wisdom tonight. Good.
Yeah, thank you. And Stella, you were great. You were great. It's been a great show. We do need to move on, but everybody watch Stella, because you're going to see her a lot more. There's a lot here to unpack, as we say. She's got quite the background and just a lot of things she's going to create, whether it's with us or even on her own. You're going to see a lot of Stella Ho in the next years.
Thanks for having me here, Michael. I really appreciate you and Jeff and Peak Vitality for this show.
Yeah, you've been amazing. Thank you so much, Stella. We'll talk to you soon. It's great. So we're gonna move on, but I just want to say, everybody, this is the place to be. Thank you so much for all being here. We're going to move forward now with an amazing interview. I'm going to bring up Mr. Jeff Ross again, and he's going to take us into the next panel. Jeff, over to you.
Well, sorry. There we go. I'm running the tech board. I'm doing everything, and I'm juggling all the hats. So
Yeah,
there you
he
go.
is.
Michael,
He is.
appreciate
You've got the person you're about to bring up is just amazing. So I'm going to turn the show over to you. So we just keep rocking and rolling, and you two just have an amazing time. The audience is just here 100%. Comics coming. Look at the 5s popping on the board. And I will talk to you soon, everybody. Thank you for being on this show. We got a while to go. Stay, learn, and listen, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Michael. And I just love that we've got such an international audience here. Yes, it's getting late in America, but we're here in Australia. It's still just getting to the mid-afternoon. It's around lunchtime in the Singapore market. And my next guest here, I'm going to bring him up. He's actually become a really dear friend and an absolute amazing colleague to work with. And Josh, I'm not going to go in and read your bio, mate. I'll let you do your own introduction, because nobody ever reads those long bios anyway. And mate, I just thank you for the energy that you bring. And this whole conversation's around peak vitality. And I know health and wellness is something that's very close to your heart. So Josh, I'll get you to do a quick introduction, and then we'll dive straight in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jeff, it's amazing to be here with you. And how refreshing it is always to hear from people that see, I would say, a better way of life. And I think that's something that we are experiencing right now here on this Peak Vitality call. A little bit about me quickly. I have come from a very deep line of ministers in my life. And from serving humanity since I was born, I realized very quickly in life that without money, that you can't really do anything, especially the things that you want to do. And from coming up from a very, we can say, low income family to being able to create amazing success in my 20s, my brother as well, for me, one of the greatest things in life is the opportunity to show people that there's a better way to live. And I think more than any time in history, this is a moment that people are truly seeking. So we're at a very beautiful time in history, as crazy as it may seem. You know, I am actually really excited about this conversation with you, Jeff. No need to really toot my horn. I've done a lot in business. I love being able to impact people. And more than anything, I like to give people practical vehicles to create the life that they desire to live. And then ultimately become who they were created to be so we can enjoy the life that was meant for us.
I love that. You know, we're 6.5 hours into an 8-hour show here. And so for everybody who's, you know, gone along for the ride, let's bring the goal. Let's make sure they walk away with something really tangible here for this event today. And, Shane Moran and Dr. Joseph McClendon and Mark Leong, they've all done the same thing. So it's my absolute pleasure to, be the host on this guide and this interview. But I wanted to dive straight in, and so I know a bit about your background and your story. You've come from essentially a church background, and having your pastor, your there you go, your father as a pastor, in that space. And so known as the, in the church terms, the PK kid. And so how did you make the shift from living in a space, and there's nothing wrong with this, but I want to challenge it a little bit. How did you make the shift from living in a space that essentially, church environment, right? It's always got its hand out and it's looking for the ways to elevate the mission and lift up to living now a life full of financial freedom, of financial abundance. Like that must have taken a bit to make that shift. So I want to start there. How did you make that shift?
Crazy enough, at a very young age, I realized that not having what you want in life is not a good way to live, and while even being a kid, dude, I was 8, 9, 10 years old when I lived in New York with my dad. I mean, we lived in an efficiency bedroom apartment, just me, my dad on an air mattress, my grandma sleeping on the main bed. And I would go out, especially when it snowed, and I would shovel snow to get money, just so I could start buying things that I want. When I was in middle school, I sold candy. When I went into high school and they told me I couldn't sell candy anymore at school without an LLC or some type of corporate license, I started my own lawn care company, and I started out just with a push mower, cutting grass, and for me, I just got to a place in my life that I realized, watching my dad struggle financially, that I didn't want to be a burden to him either for what I wanted. So I immediately, even at a young age, started to work, and that was something that just made sense to me. I was fortunate enough to watch both of my older brothers go from government housing to both becoming millionaires, in their 20s. And for me, it only made sense. I looked at one side of the family and saw poverty, if we want to put it in clear terms. And I saw the other side of the family being able to get whatever car they wanted, go on whatever vacation they wanted. And for me, I was like, what if we could bring these two worlds together? What if you didn't have to abandon who you are to have what you want, more than actually becoming in alignment with what we were created for, and realize that abundance is the very basis of our creation. It wasn't created in lack, because the universe has no lack. God has no lack. So for me, immediately I realized, especially I would say 16, 17, 18, I was like, I want to do something significant in the world. And I'll tell you where it really shifted like entirely for me was I went on a mission trip at 19 years old to Cameroon, Africa. And on this mission trip, I saw so many different things. And for me, one of the most beautiful things in my life has been being able to serve people. And I realized coming over there, we're pouring our heart out. We're feeding the poor. We're praying for the sick. We're seeing people believe that never believed before. We're building a church. We're getting clean water. Like, we're doing all the things that we should be doing. So I was on like cloud 9 coming off of this trip. Like, I fell in love with the people. Like, just my heart just, like, this is what we were made for. And then when I was in the airport, I feel like God asked me a very clear question. What did you do for these people? And immediately I started going through the list, man. Dude, we saw people believe and give their hearts to the Lord. We saw miracles. We built a church. We did all these things, right? We fed the poor. We took care of everybody that we came in contact with and poured out. But I realized like I'm getting on a plane to go back to a first world country, and these people are still in the same exact situation as they were before I got here, but now they have a church with a name on it.
Yeah.
You know, and it hit me. I just started bawling my eyes out. Like when I say bawling my eyes out, like some of the other leaders came over to me and they're like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I just need a moment. Like this is a moment. I'm okay, but this is a moment, and I need this moment right now. I'll share with you later." And it hit me so hard that I was like, without finances, no matter how good the message is, no matter how empowering the source is, without resources, people can't live. And in that moment, while being in ministry school, while this is what I sold my life out for, was to serve people, I realized that I've watched what it looks like to grow up, love Jesus, and give everything away and not have anything. And then I see on the other side what it looks like to have everything that you want. And I'm like, what if we can bring those worlds together? But more than anything, let's not even talk about everyone being rich, but at least everyone not being poor. At least not everyone being in a state of lack and being in a place of not being able to cover the basis and the basic things of life that we need to. And I think that's where my heart is in a massive position right now, that my whole mission in life, more than just awakening people to the spiritual reality of who we are, but actually embracing what's possible, being able to create solutions and vehicles where people can actually go and make it happen without there being decades and decades of people still trying to figure it out.
Yeah. So what I hear is, essentially the summary of peak vitality. Peak vitality is abundance, it's joy, it's peace, it's bringing it in. And that's why we've had such a rounded show here today of talking about all areas of spiritual health, financial health, physical health, emotional health, relationship health. And so I want us to unpack that a little bit with you. So what does peak vitality mean for you?
It's a good question. I think it's embracing and coming into alignment with the divine frequency that we were created to live from. I think if I could put it in any term, I really think that it is that. What does alignment with the divine look like? It looks like the very essence of life, right? That is the very essence of life itself, embraced to the fullness. And I think why we're seeing so many people depressed right now, so many people miserable, so many people without, is because they are out of alignment. You know, my stepdad's a chiropractor, and I heard all the time about the importance of the body being in alignment. But imagine from your mind, your heart, your being, what happens when all of these things that society has tried to effectively discombobulate and separate and do what a lot of theology has done a great mistake too, which is try to separate the natural from the spiritual, right? Just it's a grave mistake. And for me, I think more than anything, it's sorting back to realizing like this is what we were created for. This is the very essence of where we came from. How do we get back to awareness and alignment to that? And how do I stop accepting things that society was told me was normal, that society said this is how it's supposed to be? But I look back at the source and the foundation and saying, well, that's not what it looked like from the start, which might be why we're off right now. And I think what is exciting me about this day and time right now, this conversation, is people are seeking and they're saying something is not right. There is something that is off. This shit does not feel the way I feel like life is supposed to feel. And I think this is a moment in history that people are going to look back on a decade from now and say, that was one of the most empowering moments in human history, this period of time. This isn't just an informational age. This is a transformational age.
Yeah, well said. I've got goosebumps right now. And yeah, people keep asking me, so Jeff, why do you keep doing these summits? You know, you've done about 20 of them now in the last 12 months. And if I had to bring it down to 2 words, it's to elevate humanity. This is just one vehicle to be able to go do that. And so I heard my friend Martin Ruoff talk about this the other day, and it's just so really present to what this conversation is. He said, remember who you are, but more importantly, remember whose you are.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know some of the work that we've done together, and it's about it's not trying to be somebody else. It's not trying to add other things on. And I think that's what our Western world has done so well of. Add something here, find another piece here. You already got everything you need. We need to remember, we need to refine it, and we need to revive it in that way. And so I want to come back to your conversation, your story, right? Because you've done that. You've done the work. What's some of the things our audience can do to bring that in and live that life full of abundance and go live a life full of peak vitality, to remember who they are? You know, at the end of the day, they're God's greatest gift. God did not make rubbish, right? And then another thing too, just to plant the seed as well, what you're talking about is what I've come to term, you know, this discombobulated stuff. I'm now calling it disconnected potential. And so we have a responsibility to help people to bring all of that stuff back into alignment. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Look, we've probably got about maybe 7 minutes to unpack this. I know we could probably go down a deep rabbit hole, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on how we can bring things into more alignment and help people to remember whose they are.
Yeah, you know, I want to do this in a quick way, which is difficult for me because I like to have long and thorough conversations. But, you know, I think there's several really key important points. Number one, and I do appreciate you saying that I've gotten to this place and all of that. But guys, we're all on a journey, you know, and no matter where you are on the journey, the beautiful reality is that you are on the journey and life is possible. You know, I really have found so much peace in what you said, Jeff, finding out whose you are. Right? If you think about it from a royal perspective, who understands that whoever the king is, their genealogy, their family is royalty. The son next in line to take the throne. Like, I want you to understand, we come from a royal being, the very creator of all things, the one that holds all things together and gives life, the very basis and essence of life. This is who is within us, and this is what our DNA is made of. There is no possible separation. So I think one of the questions that I asked myself a long time ago is, if the divine created me and lives within me, how can I lack anything other than experiencing what is true? And I think the very first step of anything from your mind, your heart, is to remember what is true. Because until you remember the truth, you'll never be able to walk it out. Until you begin to realize and see what is, you will never experiencing that which actually is, even if you're not currently experiencing it right now. And to a lot of people, that feels like delusion. Like, what do you mean, see a life that I'm not experiencing? That is the very power of manifestation. When God said, let there be light, he didn't wait for light to be formed and then believe it was possible and then do it. No, God said, let there be, and there was. And it was the very basis of belief, which once aligned in that energy, in that truth, then the experience must happen. And from a standpoint of like, okay, Josh, what does that look like? I want to give all of you a very, very practical thing that you can do. I love practicality along with theology, along with philosophy. There has to be practicality, or all of that means nothing.
Yes.
All right. So with that, here's something that all of you can do. What's something that you actually want to do? And it could be a small measurable result, actually. It doesn't have to be something that's like, all right, for the next 90 days, I'm going to work out every day. I'm going to do 100 sit-ups. Like, you don't have to get that aggressive right out of the gate. There is something empowering about seeing something actually happen in your life. And this is the very basis. Make a decision to do something and then go do it. And you're going to realize it actually is that simple, but we're just piecing the steps together more than trying to take one massive step at a time. You know, as someone that is a very creative person, it is very hard for me to sleep because of the way that my mind works, right? I love to work. I am a workaholic, not because I have to be, but because I love creating things that empower people, because I love building solutions, because I love seeing people awaken. But in that, I could leave everything on my whiteboard and not take anything to its completion. So one of the big things that you can do is, say it's something practical. You want to lose weight. Make a commitment that you're going to walk one lap around your neighborhood tomorrow. Like, do this in the next 24 hours, the next 48 hours. The more that you push it off, the more reality is that it's not going to come into fruition, right? It's easy to push things away. It's this feeling of comfortability with hesitation when you could just go do it, right? If you have this thing on your heart that you're like, I need to do this, and ask yourself this, what is something that I need to do? It could be as simple as going and moving something that's in your garage that you've left sitting there for years now, or left sitting there for months. Like, I want you to ask yourself, it doesn't matter what it is. This is an experiential moment for you that you can realize it actually is that simple and that practical. Now, is your whole world going to change overnight for making this decision? No, but your advancement towards it is. The steps that you're now programming your mind go from being someone that's complacent and hesitates to being someone that makes decisions and activates, right? That's where things start changing. And again, start with the small things. Most people stop shooting because instead of shooting a layup, if we're thinking about basketball, you want to go to the half court and shoot something that everybody would celebrate if you make it, but all you had to do was hit a layup for the points to count in the game, right? So in this situation, I want you to do something practical, something small, something that maybe nobody else will realize, but you realize, and your subconscious mind will celebrate that you took action on something. And then for you, I actually want you to celebrate yourself for achieving it. Even if it's a walk around the neighborhood, I want you to celebrate that I made a decision and I did it. And watch how that momentum starts to build if you will continue to just stack upon the foundation, brick upon brick. Positive activity upon positive and powerful activity leads to powerful results.
I love all of that. And Josh, you've actually recently written a book about this whole topic with the Great Reset. So I'd love just to spend 60 seconds just to give you an opportunity to, give your book a bit of a plug. And then we've got such an amazing interview. We've got about 4 or 5 interviews still left up for this episode. But mate, I just love doing live with you. So thank you. But yeah,
of course.
Where can people find your book, and what's the main intentionality behind the book?
The book is called The Great Reset because I think the greatest reset that needs to happen in the world today is us remembering who we are, whose we are, the very purpose of what our created experience was meant for. What if we actually took time to figure that out? What if instead of being drowned by all the noise that is not enhancing and giving you the life that you want, what if you took a moment to be still? One of my favorite verses says, be still and know that I'm God. Why? Because it's only in the stillness you can really hear him. And with this book, that is the purpose. There is a philosophy and there is practical steps that I put into this book that's going to help you have a reset in your life, from your mindset, from what you believe about spirituality, what you believe about yourself. I don't care what anybody says. Until you really tap into the truth of this, you will never reach the frequencies and energy that is waiting for you to begin to engage with. So this book is something that people that have read it have had transformational experiences. And more than anything, while I can't be on these type of calls every single day talking to you, a physical book that gives you a blueprint. And this isn't the ultimate key that's just going to solve every part of your life, but it is going to unlock things that you've not been able to see, which is going to put you further ahead on your journey. So I encourage all of you, you were made for a life of abundance. You were made for a life of joy. You were made for a life of peace. And more than anything right now, what if you prioritized you? And you will see that by doing that, you're actually impacting the people around you because they see transformation in you. And the proof of that testimony, the reality of your experience now breeds hope and beauty for everybody else around you. So Jeff, I love you guys. It is an honor to be doing what we're doing together. And, this is really just the start. This show is just beginning. And for everybody tuned in to just this conversation, know that you're at the right place at the right time with people that are seeking truth and looking to help humanity awaken, because the truth, and if you know it, will set you free. Back to you, Jeff.
Amen. And so everybody, I've just dropped Josh's link there on Amazon for the book. Make sure you go grab yourself a copy. I read it from front to cover. I was actually very blessed to get a very early copy of it all. And, Josh, you said it to me when we were in LA last November. it's one of those ones that gives you the keys to unlock your
Come on.
life, and has done that for me. And what's happened almost in this last 12 months has been pretty phenomenal, and we're just getting started. Thank you, Josh. We're going to
Yes.
continue to move on. Thank you. All right, so we're going to continue to move on with this amazing summit. All right, we're almost 7 hours in. For those of you who have gone the whole way with me for the last 7 hours, I just want you to take this moment just to breathe and get present. All right, because we're going into the last stretch here, and we've still got some amazing interviews coming up. We've got my friend Ash Khan from the Israeli Tribune. We've got Mary Glorifield, who's an absolute dear friend now and partner here. You know, she put Tony Robbins on stage for the last 18 years around 50 countries around the world. We've also got Marcy Hopkins, and we've got my friend Lisa Tan from the Pay It Forward summit that we did last year. We are gearing up to do that again this November, where we're going to bring in Heart Math, and we're going to help pay it forward for Puerto Rico. And if you're watching this, you know, I'd like to be part of these summits. Well, drop in. I'm going to find the application link for you now. We've got our Podcast Power Summit coming up next month. We've got our Direct Sales and Real Estate Summit coming up. We've got our Pay It Forward Puerto Rico. And in December, we're actually going to do this Peak Vitality Live Summit live in LA. We're going to start doing some live events as well. And if you're watching this and you would like to, you know, learn how to be part of this room, part of this ecosystem, come join me tomorrow, 9 a.m. Sydney time, which I believe converts to be 7 p.m. Friday night New York time. Don't quote me on that. Go do your own research. But we are hosting a quick call, which I call the authority gap, to help you to close the gap with the potential that you have, plus the potential the marketplace sees. You know, voice to influence, right? Is you've already got the voice. We help you to build the influence. All right, so we're going to run to commercial just quickly, and then we're going to bring up our next interview. Strap in because we're not done yet. All right, we'll run to commercial, team.
You know you're capable of more. So why isn't it translating into the recognition, trust, relationships, or opportunities you want? It may not be a capability problem. Let's find what's holding you back. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session, Friday LA time, Saturday Sydney time. Map your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move.
Welcome back to our Peak Vitality Global Summit. My name's Jeff Ross, if you're just tuning in, and really excited for this next conversation, because when we talk about peak vitality, we can quickly think about, you know, our health, energy, and physical performance, right? But there's also another part to living and performing at a very high level that I think that really matters enormously. And I'm excited to have this conversation because the people we surround ourselves with, the relationships we build, the rooms that we enter, the opportunities that we create together. You know, my next guest here, Ash Khan, who's connected with the 90210 Enterprises and the Israeli Tribune, and someone I personally got to meet when I was in Los Angeles just recently. You know, what struck me with yourself, with Ash Khan, is your belief in relationships, collaboration, and bringing good people together. So Ash Khan, welcome to the Peak Vitality Summit. It's glad to have you with us today.
Looking forward. I'm excited.
Cool. So Ash Khan, before we get into, you know, leadership and relationships, let's give everybody the quick version of you. Who is Ash Khan? You know, what are you building today and what drives you? Let's give me the 2-minute version.
Oh, wow. Excellent. You know, I've been having a pleasure of living in the United States for almost 40 years. Came here when I was 12 years old, got into early start entrepreneurism, and I read my first book, Think and Grow Rich, at 12 years old. Then at 18, after high school, I reread it, and, you know, it was an amazing journey. Went to actually corporate business for 20 years, had huge warehouse, you know, 50 employees. We did over $1 billion in sales, 9 to 5. And then after 20 years, you know, I thought that, you know, that's enough. So I turned into being an entrepreneur, like a samurai. And we got into an organization called Higher Connection. We did about 50 wonderful things under that umbrella. And then now it's just the best of entrepreneurism, best of corporate, you know, very big on relationships, kind of family style, you know, amazing parents I had, good friends. And, you know, I had the pleasure of doing few things, you know, and right now as you mentioned, we have the Nana Tuano. It's the first of its kind relationship-based, high-profile business ecosystem, or Mecca. And we have about 50,000 relationships in 3 areas, which actually goes together with peak vitality. We have also a very nice echelon community media forum called Israel Tribune to bring diversity through unity. You know, we have an advisory company. We also have an entertainment company. So really, now I have my hands not full anymore. I have reached a level that I have these different platforms to bring peak vitality to people of different demographics.
So what I pick up is to increase your capacity to hold more and play a bigger impact. I love that. And so, was there a particular experience that shaped the way that you think about business and people today?
Yeah, if it comes, since I have done both of the end, 20 years each, full corporate and then full entrepreneur. People who are in corporate, it's very good because you have a business, you have to watch your bottom line. You have to care about your employees, but it's mostly, revenue driven when you are a corporate. It's really what it is. And always make sure you take care of the people and what is going on. So in that regards, it's good to have that mono or revenue based. But at the end of the day, people miss the idea of having a purpose, following their dream in life. So that's the imbalance there. Usually people have corporate, have a lot of money, are very successful, and then comes certain time they go to an event, or now through social media, they hit that oh my god, and the big why is so big, it's so powerful. They leave the corporate, they leave the families. So it's better to really to have a balance, right? On the other side, all the entrepreneurs that are not capsulated by 9 to 5 or by a curriculum of being usually when you're in financial, it's a certain entity overseas, or when you're a lawyer or a doctor. Entrepreneurs are free-spirited, but and they follow their dream. But on the other side, they do have an imbalance of focusing on one thing that can make them money. But at the end of the day, if they cannot get the best of the two, a good mindset of a corporate that is revenue driven, making money, and also having a heart or the spirit of entrepreneur, when you mix it together these days, you get a better outcome. You get a better peak vitality.
Alignment comes to mind. So something I've seen in your world, but just the exposure that I've had to you, a real emphasis on relationships and bringing people together. So how much of someone's success do you believe comes down to who they are connected and what rooms they're willing to put themselves in?
Whether it's a corporate mindset or entrepreneur mindset, it really comes down to relationship. Because when you are in a corporate setting, you go to shows or wherever you are there to find good candidates or prospects for a business. So it comes down to your skills of being authentic, to, could be short, how to talk, how to make the person feel special, follow up and be authentic, because then guess what? You have an amazing client. And then vice versa, if you have a client already, it comes down to how the relationship is not just business and profit, how you're also adding value. Do you guys send them basic, every year, not a digital, actually a wonderful greeting card on their birthday, or all the stuff that is missed these days. So it's important to keep with that relationship, nourish that relationship. And on the other side, if you're an entrepreneur, even more. As an entrepreneur, it's really about relationship. And when you're an entrepreneur, it's good to know why are you going to networking, why are you meeting that relationship. At the end of the day, when you serve properly, what happens is a lot of these relationships becomes a sustainable business relationship. They not only come back, they also bring their friends to you. It's very different dynamic when it comes to corporate mindset or business or entrepreneur. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is the same. When you go to networking, people are not numbers. If you are not there to be authentic, don't go to networking, because a lot of people suffer from network addiction. And they just go, they get business cards, they don't follow up. And then, the same people, why are you collecting? Why are you getting names? There's a purpose. You go to these networking events. Yes, maybe you find a friend, but if you find a couple of people, guess what? As excited as you are, that's going to go away. Make sure to do one thing. follow up, because that is,
yeah, right. Because actually, you don't have no idea where my questions were planning to go today. We're just carrying on a natural flow of conversation, and you've sort of just led into the next section here, which is what I wanted to really unpack, which is relationships versus networking. You know, and you've already, you know, thrown it in there. You know, there's basically the word networking gets thrown around all the time, but networking can be very transactional. You know, what can this person do for me versus what can I bring to the room? What value can I do? And 2 + 2, you know, together, right? So what's the difference between collecting contacts and actually building meaningful relationships? Let's, you know, for our audience here, what do you see as the difference?
You know, people should not be going to networking if they're not willing to be authentic. They're not willing to give some time to the person, even later, to have a call. If they're too busy, they shouldn't do it. There's not a magic, you know, it's just because, see, the problem is just because people have the opportunity and the option and they can choose to go, that's a problem. You know, just because you have, who said you can't? You know, people need to be very clear. You know, if you're corporate, you have a job, you're busy, yeah, you know, go to your yearly, or whatever, and make sure it's clear, you know. And, you know, but if you really want to do this, there's no rule. You have to, you know, when you talk to somebody at a 3 days event, you pay, I don't know, $5,000. The person in front of you, that's it. There's nothing else. Even if you see like a A-lister that you've been waiting for a year pass through, no problem. You let them pass through. You only focus in front of you. You have a conversations. Usually, you should know, basically, when you go to which kind of networking, what dynamics, you have to know who you are, what you do, what you offer, you know, basic, and what is it you like, what is it you want, what do you require. And also you have to know what is it you're willing to give. When you know those before going, that's really the difference, because it's, if we keep it short, like, you know, I'm Ashkan Tabibnia, you know, I'm an advisor. You know, I have a company that I can, you know, give relationships to you. And what I want, you know, I want quality relationships. You know, if you have vetted good relationships, I'd be very happy to be introduced to. So it's just about communication. And I just, the word networking, as you said, has been thrown around, but now with everything more, with so much online and so much going on and so much choices and so much visual and events, people are really learning to, whoa, it's too much. They're scaling back. They're doing more research of which networking relationship based, you know, to go to. There's more information now.
It's what I'm calling disconnected potential. And, you know, and so it creates this gap, you know, with disconnected potential. Our Western society especially is just doing more, right? More events, more skills, more courses, more this, more that, more this. But unless you've actually got the aligned foundation underneath you, all of that more is just going to compound the fact and rather than support it, right? So, yeah, I totally resonate with where you're going with that. So shifting gears here quickly, you know, you're also involved in the media space and the influence space through 90210 Enterprise and, you know, the Israeli Tribune. You know, we're living in a time where almost anybody can have a platform these days, but having a platform doesn't necessarily mean you have trust behind you. So what does responsible influence look like to you today?
You know, influence is something that is earned, not purchased. So influence could be not just having 1 million people on social media. Influence could be a skill that you have mastered, a challenge that you went through, and now you have that skill. It could be influence could be having the right relationships like we have. Influence could be a right way of communication, or, you know, like what you guys have, voice to influence, right? So influence could be any of those areas, right? Or a way of, or a method, or a system, or a product, or a service. And when you do the work, right, not just, you know, have something made for you, which is fine, but it's not, you know, it's different when you toil. It's different when you talk to people that have been in the business and really try to give people something amazing. So what happens is influence is responsibility. And when you want to be an influencer, the first question is, it's like somebody gives somebody a knife, so it can be properly for you to usage of, cutting fruits, or it could be, used in it. The influence could be the same thing. Before you become an influence, or if you want to use influence, make sure you understand what is the responsibility that you carry with that influence. And when you know that, make sure that there are people who, I give you an example. Some of our friends here might be a social influencer. What happens with a social influencer, they miss something. As soon as they meet somebody that has, I don't know, on Instagram, somebody 700, or like I have 700 people, or 200, they misjudge them. Don't. You have the 10 million on your social media. If you're talking to a person that has 5 people on Instagram, no problem. Make sure you understand the responsibility of maybe the person with the 5 has actually the person that you've been looking for with your 10 million and you don't have. So very important to balance and communicate. And at the end of the day, when you know what you have and you know the responsibility, also you have to be open to people who come to you, not just other influencers that they just hang out together. If people come to you, they don't have the money, your first fiduciary is helping them versus the ones who get the help all the time. It's like at the Oscars, all the nice brand names goes to all the A-listers. It's just, and everybody else, and it's okay, but at least you do it differently. If you have the power, if you can help somebody, guess what? Do it. Because you don't know if that person that,
I think it was Gandhi who said, be the change that you want to see in the world, right? So be the change.
Because you don't know that the person that you just helped and they needed it, they couldn't afford the $10,000 or $1,000 fee. I said, don't do it all the time. If you're charging people, from every 10, make sure you allocate 3 of those to people who need it. So charge 7, but not 1, not 2, 3. Gift it to the people who need it, because you don't know. The person who you helped could be the person you're going to need in your next growth or in your next, expansion.
I love that. So coming back to the Israeli Tribune, and I see what you're doing there is a responsibility. Like the quote that comes to mind: "With great power comes great responsibility. With great responsibility comes great power." So what do you want the Israeli Tribune to be known for?
The place that there is understanding with respect to differences, people can have a conversation, and at the end of the day, that's a responsibility to be to be an ear to try to if there's a misconception or there's a it has to be properly educated. Right now with again, I don't want to pick on social media. On social media, people follow what is popular.
Yeah, we create an echo chamber for ourselves.
Is it A-lister or amazing or a big influencer? No problem. Listen, if you see a piece of information that you want to make sure to be factual, do your research. Now what you can do is, thank God, you can take that statement and go ahead and Google it. Or sorry, let me take it back. Use it AI. And really do a research and see exactly what's going on, or talk to people on both sides equally and really try to get to the bottom of it. Don't follow the herd. It's not that, because at the end of the day, when the misconception, some light sheds on it, you don't want to be part of the people that it's not good. It's always be too authentic. It's always good to have communication. At the end of the day, the reason with Morag and of course Mr. Michael Silvers, your partner, and everyone else, Dr. Nali, and many others, we started the Israel Tribune. Is we have many areas, no religion, no politics, to bring about culture, about Israel, about people, about science, many areas that people miss. That it's beautiful. Israel. We can actually kind of close with that. In Israel, there are 10 million people living. There are about 6 million Jews. There are 2 million amazing, wonderful Muslims. There are about 1 million Christians and 1 million everybody else. And they're all actually living together. And as you know, the biggest religions, whether it was the Judaism or Jesus or actually our wonderful Muslim brethren, that's where they have all the holy. So really, it's a place that we have to come together, diverse, but that's where unity is right now. I know there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of still educations and a lot of dialogues and But peace is not so far-fetched out, because
Yeah.
people are living there very soon. I think what we do is, in Israel Tribune, we focus on ourselves, our friend, our household, our community, our city, people who are around us, and we have a conversation and we tell them this is what we think diversity is, respect is, and everyone's respectful. We are really respect
love
every
that.
person of color, every person of race, and every religion. Together, this is who we are, but together we can have differences. But at the end of the day, human values, human liberty, human freedom, at the end of the day, under the eyes of God, we are all the same. We are just the children. We are in a garden, same garden with different flowers.
That's beautiful. I love that vision that you've just created, and using the Israeli Tribune as a platform to be able to help, as a vehicle to be able to help make that vision come reality. I love that. So, let's come back to the Peak Vitality, right? So Peak Vitality Global Summit, we're looking at vitality and much more broadly than just physical health, as this discussion's opening up here, around entrepreneurs, leaders, and high performers all the time. What do you think people misunderstand about performing at a high level without losing themselves in the process? And we've probably only got about 3 minutes left before we got to.
Yeah, that's perfect. I believe that you guys really, with this Peak Vitality and what you guys are bringing with influence, it's something was needed. Everyone have these amazing topics, leadership, and then we have everything else, which is fine. But at the end of the day, what is the secret sauce? What is the master key to really a life of Zen, of Peak Vitality? I believe personally, with this Peak Vitality, we can keep it as simple as mind, body, and soul, right?
Yeah, I love it.
People need to, a lot of people, what they do is they like personal development like myself. And, there's a balance of it. Make sure as much as you're into personal development, equally you're taking care of your body. Make sure you are running, you're drinking basics, water, breathing during the day, exercising, right? And everything else, right? So when you do that, and then guess what? With Sundays or Saturdays or Fridays, make sure you go to church or equivalent. Can you create a balance all the time? No, you will forget, because as humans, we like to follow what excites us, which is good, no problem. But with the Peak Vitality, that is a very good grounding that every month you say, what? I want to have a Peak Vitality. How do I do that? So if I'm doing too much in the area of personal development, let me do a little bit less and do a little bit more on my health, personal, maybe me. And then maybe I'm not so balanced with my family. Let me do a little bit. So wherever you think Peak Vitality would be a good thing monthly to say, these are the areas that are important to me, which area I'm really doing so much great. So there's areas that always gets missed, and there's not a perfect way. But as like a GPS with the Peak Vitality formula, mind, body, and soul, you have opportunity to, let me do the gym now. Then for a month, for a month, let me go get the yoga, or
I love
etc.
that.
So
What you're describing is put the big rocks in first. Reevaluate each sort of month, each sort of quarter. Look at how we can put the big rocks in first that help us to bring it. I think the key word
mind, body, and soul. Because a great mind without a healthy body, not gonna work, and a wonderful body without a healthy mind, not gonna work, and a great mind and a great without a proper soul. So mind, body, and soul is the basic. All three. There's more, but you get that three balance once a month. It's good, because that you be at your peak.
Yeah, I see what I call integrated balance. In that space, integrated. Yeah, I love that. Well, Ashkan, thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to have you involved in this summit is because vitality isn't just about living more, having more energy. It's also about, who we become, who we surround ourselves with, what we contribute, and the opportunities that we're given in that space.
I do want to share one thing, though. The most important thing in business is like family. Okay? Because in our family, we have our home and we have our rules, and we have our family there. So who can come to our house? We are very important. We are very careful. So do the same kind of a measure, and in your office or your own business, your circle of proximity, the people not that you surround yourself with, that's okay, but the people that you let in to come to your office or your business, do the same thing. Be careful.
Yeah.
You can be a
Yeah.
client, but be careful who you call friend, who you bring to your close proximity, because those are the people that can help you to have a higher peak vitality or not.
Well said. Well, thank you very much. And
Thank you
team,
I'm very happy to be here. I
Yeah.
enjoy it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And team, we'll head to commercial for now. Thank you. Thank you, Ashkar.
You don't need every answer. You need to know what matters next. Is it your voice, trust, relationships, opportunity? Find your biggest gap and leave knowing your next move. Join Jeff for a free Authority Roadmap session. Friday, LA time, Saturday, Sydney time.
Of introducing our next guest, and I'm so excited about this interview. Let's bring her here, the one and only Mary Glorfield. Hi, Mary. She's a powerhouse in the personal development industry, and she was also the former executive vice president for Tony Robbins, responsible for helping scaling the Robbins Research Company to be one of the most influential companies in the world. She also has produced hundreds of events, and I'm talking about big events, big stadiums, live events, and she also has been responsible for helping shaping the career of many of the thought leaders that we really know about them in the world. And if you ask me about Mary's superpowers, I'm thinking, you told me if I'm right, is your vision, is your passion for the events, is also operational excellence and mentoring. And talking about mentoring, she helps mentor people to increase their influence with integrity. And today we get to learn directly from her. Mary, welcome to the Peak Vitality Show.
Thank you, Jenny. So great to be here. So great to see you.
Yeah, same here. So I have a question, Mary. You have been in the first row of many successful people, powerful speakers, and in your decades of experience, because a lot of people see what they see in the show, in the stage, or in social media, but they don't see behind the scenes. So what is the cost of success, especially if you don't pursue it in a very intentional way?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
No, that's okay. So when people talk about, oh, I want to be successful, what do you think is the cost of success, especially when they're not pursuing it in a very intentional way?
What is the path of success? Well, I think number one is
the cost.
The cost of success.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I guess it depends on your integrity. What's the cost to you, to your family, but if you have high integrity, the cost is going to be great, wonderful, right? And not a negative. It's not a negative at all. And I think that, again, comes down to integrity of the person. So I would say most of the people that I've worked with now and in the past have had high integrity. So the cost has been success to them, maybe some of the time away from family, but also it's been great, the difference that they've made in people's lives. So they're changing the world.
That's beautiful. And that's really the impact at the end of the day. And I love that. I think a lot of people overemphasize the whole concept of time management, and they're trying to sell this concept of these strategies about time management. But in your experience, do you really think it's time management or energy management?
That's great. I think it's both. I think energy management for sure. Time management is critical, particularly when you are in the process of building your brand and building your name. So I think, and it's hard to get balance, work balance, work family balance. And so I think sometimes you have to play on that a little bit where, one year it may be all work, and then you've got to take some time for your family, for yourself. You have to fill your bank back up. And I think it's difficult. I'm not a great person to ask that question to, because I've had a very hard time, not with time management, but with managing work balance, work and fun balance. And because what I do is work, and that's what I love to do. So it's hard to take time for family and for yourself when you're doing something you love so much.
Yeah, and it's one of those things because I share that with you. Some people will say you're a workaholic, but I get charged from work as well. So I get energy from what I do, especially if we're connecting our work with our passion. So have you, in your experience, because you're also orchestrating these big events, and people think it's just the event time, but it's before the event, during the event, the logistics, the people, and then after the event, what are some of the things, and maybe you can help with some of the time management and energy management strategies that have worked for you to be able to deliver at the scale and at the pace that you have delivered?
As far as my time management, well, years ago, I learned from Tony Robbins, RPM. It's results and how you lay out your sounds like you're familiar with that.
Yes.
So each project has an outcome, and then below that there are what are the activities that you have to do in order to achieve that outcome. So you have to know your outcome first. And so sometimes you have your outcome, and then you have your activities that you have to do, and you assign those activities to different people and yourself, of course. And then sometimes you don't have to do all those. You don't have, sometimes they just flow into place. So doing a large event, like an arena type event, when you're working with 15 speakers, and so a lot of different personalities, and then staffing and everything. So you have to know how to delegate, number one, for sure, but you have to know how to be the leader and show that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get the task done. If something falls through, you pick it up. So it's so again, I learned that years ago, and I still do that even in my personal life.
Yeah, absolutely. RPM. Yes, I have learned from Tony Robbins as well. And it's one of the things that has helped me, I don't say balance anymore, just like you integrate all of the different aspects. What about energy, Mary? Because it takes so much energy during those events, even working with different personalities, that's an energy drainer. How do you keep your energy up? Because as a leader, you need to do that to be able to deliver on your outcome.
Right. Yeah. And energy is key. Of course, when you're younger, you have energy to spare, of course. But I think for me, I've kept the energy up because I love so much of what I do. It energizes me instead of draining me. So I can go on 4 hours a night of sleep because I can't wait to get to the event, to the venue, to coordinate and meet the people. And I mean, even the clients that are coming in or the participants, it's always fun to see them before the event and see them after the event. So that really energizes me to see the changes in people and know that, I've played a small part in supporting whoever's on stage to make that happen.
That is a beautiful thing. And I'm just so curious in terms of the mindset that you have to lead with, especially in those big arena events that are live, because not everything goes according to plan. I'm sure things happen. So what is your mindset? How can, and maybe you can give some wisdom nuggets for the people who are thinking about having events or even life. Life gives you unexpected things as well.
Well, that's true. And I think that's the fun part of it all is like if everything flowed the way it was supposed to, it would be kind of boring sometimes. So it's kind of fun when something happens that could be, noticeable to the participants. I always feel like if they don't know what's going on backstage, I'm happy. If they don't see the mistakes or the overtimes that happen or the speakers that are late and you have to shift people around and all of that kind of thing. If they don't see any of that, it was a success, even though, you're running around like crazy. But I think it's I always found it fun. So, and you're dealing with so many different personalities that you're learning from each of those people. And so that's one thing that I love is learning every day, learning something new and something exciting. And some of the people are, big name people, and you're learning again from them and how they've maneuvered around life, how they've succeeded, and a lot of it is they have humility, and that's critical. And so their success, it has not changed them of who they are.
Oh, over time, that's a beautiful thing. And as you're seeing some of these speakers that you're talking about, you see them on stage and you see them commanding the room, energy is contagious. Do they have any kind of, before they jump on the stage, do they have some practices that you've seen that helps them get into that power zone? What are some of those examples?
Many of them do. I mean, there's different things that they do, from using their voice, practicing their voice. Also, it'll be, on a what a rebounder is.
Yes, the little trampoline.
Mini trampoline. To get the energy up, they'll jump on the mini trampoline. I always have one backstage. They'll jump on the trampoline to get their energy up. Some of them, it's pacing back and forth and back and forth. Some of them sit in the audience and watch the other speakers before they go on. They want to see the energy in the room. They want to feel the energy in the room. So it depends on the speaker. They've got so many different traditions, whatever that you want to call it, that they use. But all the big ones certainly have their practices before they go on stage.
I get it. Mary, one of your gifts is that I think you see potential in people. That's why you have helped shape the career of many of these thought leaders and help them unleash it. But have you also come across some leaders that this person has this potential, but they keep playing small? Like, what do you think they're waiting for?
Well, I think some of it is that they don't have the confidence in themselves. I mean, sometimes it wasn't this person, but it was the topic I was looking for. And there might not be a well-known speaker in that topic, but somebody had written a book on the topic, and I would call them and say, have you ever spoken before? Like, they don't speak. I'm like, I think you would be great on stage. I'd really like to put you on stage. But their self-confidence, or maybe in some their desire, or they just don't feel like that's their lot in life. But I've worked with some of them and put them on stage, and then they become great. So through nothing I've done, but I found them. I guess that's what I'm
That's great. And I think, honestly, I see a lot of people that they're saying, okay, I just need to prepare more. And once I'm prepared and I have the confidence, then I'll do it. Is there, and it's so funny I'm asking this question because I say, when do you stop preparing and actually go for it? But I'm laughing because when do you stop preparing? You're always learning. But when do you do that transition to say, you know what, I'm ready to go, at least to go for it? Do you know what is that transition? What does that look like for leaders?
Well, do you know who Keith Cunningham is?
Yes, I do know him.
So Keith has this saying, it's like, anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. So just get up and do it, because you'll never be perfect. Nobody's going to be perfect. And you can keep, if you're writing a book, you can keep rewriting, keep editing, it's like, at some point, put it out there, do it. As he said, just anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. So you may not, you may not be great the first time. Whoop.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think some people say, I wait until I'm prepared, but sometimes doing the thing is what's going to prepare you and give you the confidence. Just like the speaker that you will say, I'm not a speaker. And then once they speak, then they like it. And that's part now of their journey.
They get the bug.
Yeah, they do. It's contagious. And honestly, it's not just about the sake of being on stage. It's like you mentioned, the impact that they have. When you see those aha moments and the impact they can have, it is contagious. Talking about that, you've been helping people for decades. You've been building events for decades. And some of these events are huge. They take so much time, but you keep doing it. What is your drive? Do you see them repetitive, or you think that this whole thing is also evolving and keeps it fresh for you as well?
I don't see any event as repetitive. I mean, as you know, as many times as I've done the same event for the same speaker, it's not repetitive because you're going to another city, another venue, you're working with different people, there are new clients or new participants coming in. So there's always different challenges in each event. Sometimes you'll have different speakers. So I never consider them repetitive. And you know, you learn something, even if you're in an event and it's repetitive, you hear something different than you've heard before. So I think you learn no matter how many times you have done the same thing. And again, you're dealing with different people, different venues, different cities. There's always different challenges.
Yeah, I love whenever I ask that question and you see the challenge. Some people may see the challenge like, oh my goodness, this happened, but for you, that's fun because otherwise it will be repetitive, right? You'll be just executing the same process all the time. That's a great mindset to have. After these events, like, do you have like a practice of getting together and see what went well, what didn't go well, and just keep that as continue to improve? How does that look like?
Well, typically, depending on, you know, the length of the event, every night, my team will get together and we do discuss, you know, what went right, what went wrong, and what do we need to improve for the next day? What can we do differently? And what were the challenges that we encountered? And can we correct those for tomorrow or the next event that we're going to do? Is this going to be the same challenge over and over? How do we change that? So yes, we always do. And then we do a wrap up after the event is over. And number one, it's a celebration because it's always a success.
Yes.
We handled all the challenges and we got through it. It was a success.
Yeah.
So we do a wrap up as well.
That's great. And see, and I wanted to bring this up because a lot of people say, oh, she's probably just do this and it's just the same thing all the time. And no, she does it every day. And we're always learning and continue to get better. Continuous improvement. That's
right.
great.
We have to continue to improve.
Exactly. So question for you, what is peak vitality for you? Meaning, like, what does it mean to feel like you're fully alive? Since this is the theme of the conference.
To feel fully alive. I think it's just to experience new and exciting things, to meet new people. I mean, for me also, it's, you know, it's grounding, getting out in nature to really, I mean, I'm a spiritual person, so I think that it's so important to meditate and understand you. So I feel like my vitality comes from within, I think, and then also from receiving from other people all the knowledge. I think I'm a perpetual learner, so that really creates a vitality for me.
That's beautiful. And what I've learned, Mary, as well, is that sometimes we like go, and it's in those moments of meditation, of space, and that we also get wisdom, I think spiritual wisdom, to keep going. Do you schedule that time? Is there like a daily practice that you have? Or you said, hey, I'm going to go in on this event and then I'm going to schedule recharge time and then repeat? How do you do that?
I do it. I try to do it daily. So I learned many years ago. I have a chair in my house, or you can have it, you know, in your hotel room or what. And it's like my thinking chair. And I journal during that time. And it's just 30 minutes a day, but I do that every day. So I journal, or sometimes I might create lists of things I have to do that day, or things I want to accomplish. Let me say it like that day. Not necessarily lists, but what does my day look like? What do I want that day to be? So I have a thinking chair, a thinking journal, and a thinking pen, which I only use during that time.
Really? Like, you actually have an assigned pen for thinking?
I do.
I'm going to steal that. I love that. That's incredible. So, like for the people who are watching right now, Mary, that perhaps they have achieved some sort of success, but even though they're successful, they don't feel fully alive. What will be your final wisdom here before we wrap up this interview for them?
Fully alive. Well, I would say find number one, your passion. What are you passionate about? And what can you do to create change either within people or within the world? That, you know, where can you make a difference? Maybe not change so much, but where can you make a difference in this world? Whether it means volunteering or speaking to a large group like Tony. You know, Tony Robbins has made major shifts for people. And I don't even know how many thousands or millions of people has changed their lives. So he's banked a lot of goodwill for sure. But I would say find your passion and find where you can make a difference in the world.
That's beautiful. That's energizing by itself because of the impact you have. It's not about you, it's about somebody else. And that helps you keep moving forward. And that's why you keep moving forward, doing all these events and helping hundreds and thousands of people around the world. Mary, thank you so much for what you do. I always learn when I hear from you, and it's been an honor to have this space with you. And thank you for sharing your wisdom with everybody who's connecting right now with the Peak Vitality Summit. So thank you, Mary. You heard from her. Find your passion and find that person or the people that you want to have an impact on. Mary, thank you so much for this space.
Thank you, Jenny. It's been so much fun. I've loved sharing this time with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And now we're going to break into a commercial.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.
Excited to be introducing our next guest, Marcy Hopkins. She's an award-winning keynote speaker. She's also an author and the co-host of a podcast, a TV show, and also an advocate for mental health. Marcy is always empowering people to don't let their past define their future and make sure that they understand that they are not broken. And I can't wait to get a little bit deeper into that conversation. Welcome, Marcy Hopkins.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's fabulous to be here.
So excited to have you here. So Marcy, maybe for the people that don't know you very well, maybe you can tell a little bit about your story and then we can go from there.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say I am a mother of two. I'm very proud of that and married. And I'm so grateful to be where I am today. And about almost 11 years ago, I decided to put down the drink because I had been using alcohol for years to cope with trauma, with bad decisions, with overwhelm, with life. And it was no longer serving me. Living in that victim mode and using alcohol was no longer serving me. And once I put that alcohol down, it allowed me to start healing and going really deep. And connecting to those things that I had pushed down for so long, the trauma that I had pushed down. And so once I stopped drinking, I started facing those emotions, learning how to face different obstacles in life in a very different way and in a positive way with different tools and modalities and finding myself and that love for myself. And from that, born Wake Up with Marcy, which helped me to share other people's stories, to spread hope. I wrote my 2 books, Chaos to Clarity, which is my memoir, and then just released Wake Up, You're Not Broken, a companion for your first 30 days of sobriety. And now I am hosting recovery retreats and helping people to move forward, know that they're not broken, that they're beginning, and they're not giving up something, they're getting their lives back.
That is a beautiful thing, Marcia. And by the way, congratulations. That's a big, big achievement. And I congratulate you on that. I have a question for you, Marcy, for the people that perhaps can connect with your story, because from the outside, they look that they're successful. They're performing, right? They're doing their best. But inside, you know that there's something not right. They're really struggling. Can you maybe inspire them about what's next? Like what made you trigger to say, enough is enough, I'm going to make a decision right now?
Well, I just want you to know I see you and I connect with you, because I was functioning. Everything looked fantastic on the outside, and I was performing. But what happened is life started to unravel and I was breaking down internally. So I started to notice that my relationship with my husband, how I was just performing in life, and things were just not going well. And so if you see that you're struggling in work, in your community, in your everyday life, with your family, then maybe you can start to look at yourself and say, I want to make some changes. And that's what I did. I knew that I no longer wanted to live that way. You get to a place where you're just soul tired, right? You've just been pretending for so long and just living in this web of lies. And most of those lies are to yourself. So just realize that you are showing so much strength in that surrender, in that giving over of your life. And what I mean by that is going into communities and asking for help. I always say that my life changed and my family's life changed when I sat down with my husband and I said 3 very hard words: I need help. But that was life-changing. And let me tell you, we think that and I get this because I thought I had to do everything. We feel like if we ask for help and we let down those walls, that we're being weak, but that's really showing so much strength.
I love that reframe about strength through surrender, because perhaps I think like society may you think that, oh, that's a weakness, and it's actually the opposite. It's a strength. And because of the person you become, I'm sure everything around you benefit from Marcy now. And that is a beautiful thing. Marcy, tell us a little bit about your books. I know you published the first one, The Chaos into Clarity, several years ago, and the most recent one is the one about You're Not Broken, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Wake Up, You're Not Broken.
Yes.
Yes, so I was just, through this healing journey and through my ability to now connect with myself, it was one of those things that it kept coming back to me to write this book to help people in that first 30 days, because okay, let's say we know something's wrong. I'm a functioning alcoholic. I'm doing life, but life isn't great. And we decide we're going to stop drinking. Well, what is happening, right? What is happening to our bodies? And then it's the first time we're going to be facing those emotions and then cravings, and learning what a craving is and what you can do through it, and then the triggers in our lives, and so we don't relapse. And these are the things that I wanted to help you with. I have my lived experience and I wanted to give that back. And so that's what I share in with my book. I share, stories that are weaved throughout the book, and I take you through those first 30 days, what you may be feeling, what you can do, a tool to use, an affirmation to take through that day, journaling prompts, and then family, because this is a family disease. So helping you to understand the family side and the family to understand what's happening to those that are struggling. And just, there's so much more. I have professionals that I have that have contributed to also share what is really happening. and I have my sober toolbox and what I learned in the 12-step program. So there are so many gems in there, and it's just a gentle companion for you to pick up every day and read. And it's creating a foundation. It's not really just for people in that first 30 days. It's what it is starting to rebuild your life and create that foundation so you can take it into life and have hopefully long-term recovery.
That's beautiful. It's a guide, it's accountability. Because one thing is making a decision, and the other one is to continue to be accountable to yourself and going through. That's incredible. Marcy, I know a lot of people talk about grace and self-love and things like that, but not every time we are at our best, in the best energy. How does self-love look like whenever there's still something triggering us, right? Or we're overwhelmed and they're a little bit down. What is your message around that? Because I know you're a mental health advocate, so I want to start getting into that subject.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, it's hard when we think love is transactional and we've had abandonment and we think it's performative and we're always looking for validation, right? So once you slow down and you start taking time with yourself and you get curious with yourself and you prioritize yourself, and we aren't taught to do that. We are taught to give to others, take care of others, that it is selfish to take care of ourselves. But it is not selfish. It's the best gift that you can give. I mean, we're on a plane, right? The first thing they say is put on your oxygen mask first. You got to take care of yourself first, because then you become the best version of yourself for yourself and then others. But the thing is we are going to have difficult days. Life is going to happen. We're lifing every day.
We're lifing. I like that.
And we're going to have bad days. And I have bad days. But the wonderful thing today is that I can recognize that maybe I'm thinking something is happening a certain way, or I'm not happy that something turned out the way that it did. And I allow myself to feel sorry. I have my own little pity party, and that's okay. Give yourself that time to feel down. I mean, we have all of these emotions and you are allowed to have that. But then realize that you can start over. Tomorrow is a new day, and do something that lifts yourself up. Celebrate the little wins and be around somebody that's going to pick you up instead of bring you down. And just know it's okay. You can have that bad day. Give yourself a little grace and call a friend that's going to lift you up. And I'm telling you, once you start learning these new ways to get through things, I would have immediately gone to a glass of wine, really sobbed, really felt sorry for myself and be that victim. But the great thing is when you start learning these new tools, you become resilient. You're going to have the bad times, but you can get through it so much quicker.
We need to talk about this more, Marcy. And I'm sure you talk about it in your show and everything, but we need to normalize this because not everything is perfect like you see out there in social media. Talking about like current culture, like what are some of the things that you see right now that as a culture we're normalizing, but it's actually hurting our mental health?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm going to tell you that I think it is very sad that we continue to normalize the culture of alcohol and finding all of these different ways to calm our nervous systems, if you will. That's what we're doing. Okay. So when you get home from a long day of work or you're not feeling well, now there's gummies or these drinks with these different ways that you can calm your nervous system or still go for that glass of wine. And the thing is if we start normalizing the conversation around what is happening within our bodies, and we are looking to calm our nervous system, there are so many ways that we can do it. And quickly, by box breathing, by butterfly tapping, by the 5 senses and these different, little and movement, motion, getting yourself out there, right? like there's so many things that we really can do that are so much more productive. And I would love to see us out there talking about that and teaching each other how to do that. And it's not woo-woo, it's real. And you know, if we take a drink or we do something else, the sad thing is, on the other side of that, it creates more anxiety. We can't sleep well. We're not thinking clearly. There's so many negative side effects to it that we're not talking about it. So I just wish that we could normalize these productive ways to calm our nervous system.
I see. And these practices that you're sharing, like the butterfly tapping, that's a new one. I know about the tapping, but that's a new one for me. Do you do that do you have a ritual in how do you calm yourself? Like after, let's say, a busy day of work or busy day of business, is this something that you have incorporated every day? Is your family doing the same? How does that work in your life, Marcy?
Well, I will tell you, peace is priority to me now, right?
Ooh.
So I give myself permission each day to take rest, because our bodies need rest. We continue to push through and think that we are supposed to. That, I think, one of the positive things during COVID is realize we don't have to be on that hamster wheel all the time and keep pushing through, right? So I have started normalizing my reset each day, which is 30 minutes of either meditating or listening to my audiobook. And also, when I do get overwhelmed, which I've got a big trip that I'm going on, I've got a recovery retreat I'm doing Friday, and I'm telling you, I'm in a very overwhelmed state right now. But what I continue to do is my breathing. And one of my mantras that I always say, everything's always working out for me. And I just say it over and over and over. And it just takes a minute or two. And it really does reset how you feel. And I just keep telling myself, you're going to get through it. You're going to get through it, because we always do.
We always do. Absolutely. So Marcy, in your journey, your personal journey, what is one belief about yourself 10 years ago that now, with everything that you know now, you no longer believe that? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, one belief is that I had to be perfect all of the time. All right. I had to be perfect to receive love, to receive validation, to receive friendship, to have my kids look up to me. And what I realize now is you do not need to be perfect. No one is perfect. And I have learned to laugh at myself and realize that, I just got to, mistakes happen, and I'm just going to learn through it, and I'm going to laugh at it, and I don't have to be perfect anymore. And I am grateful that I don't have the stress of that one anymore.
I'm sure there's a sense of freedom that comes with it, right? Because there's not an expectation of you to act, say things a certain way.
Oh my God. I'm just going to tell you a really quick story, just to personalize it. I was at an event Friday night, and I received an award for something. I'm very gracious for that.
Congratulations.
For health. And they gave me the glass award, and I'm standing up there with 3 other women, and there's, saying all these wonderful things. And I lean in to take a picture with them, and the glass award falls forward and breaks.
No.
And I have to tell you, there was a day that I would have been mortified by that. But you know what? I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Things happen. And it was a fun segue into my book, Wake Up, You're Not Broken.
I love that. And you know what, Marcy? I'm sure you posted something about your award versus the broken award and the story behind it and the learning. I'm sure that one connects even better with people.
I can't wait to tell. I am going to tell that story on social media, and I am going to rah right behind it.
Yes, you absolutely need to. I think like in these days, especially with everything and technology, people connect with that rawness and they learn more from it as well. something you were talking about, perfection. Yes, it ties along very nicely with the whole concept of self-worth. And I think there's a difference between like we own it versus we're always seeking for somebody else to validate that self-worth. How would you coach somebody now with the learnings that you have right now in your own life to navigate that?
To navigate not trying to be perfect all of the time?
It's not about self-worth. Like, do you have to earn it, or do you like
you mean,
own it?
oh, I'm sorry, tying your self-worth to being
Yes.
perfect. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. Well, one of the things I talk about is your self-worth and embracing your worth no matter where you are. So one of the things is that recognizing all of the little wins that you are making every single day, because we are always looking, if we're not in this state, we are always, at a place where we are healed, right? Or maybe in a great mental health state. We're always looking for that big win and what's next, so we can try to feel good about ourselves. So I'm a real big fan about always recognizing the little wins, the little successes, because there's so many that we make every day. And it's about enjoying that journey. And the more that we stay present and the more that we celebrate those little wins, the more we realize how worthy we are. And it isn't tied to that perfectionism, and it isn't tied to that big win. It's tied to your everyday, because you have always been worthy. It's just you recognizing your worth.
That is beautiful. And looking at it every day, it forces you to think about even the little ones are just as powerful as the big wins out there.
They're more so because you're always able to celebrate yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So before we wrap up this amazing conversation, which I can talk to you, Marcy, forever, talking
You
about
too.
peak vitality, how would you answer this sentence? I feel the most alive when
I'm helping others.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Well, you heard it all the way from Marcy Hopkins joining us here. Make sure that you follow, you buy the books. She has incredible insights for you to continue to live a life with your self-worth and also at your peak vitality, and making sure that you protect also your mental wealth. And yes, so thank you, Marcy, so much for being here. And we'll continue with the summit and the next speakers.
After the hurricane, we didn't wait for help. We became it. Roof by roof, farm by farm, family by family. Then, we did something the world had never seen. All 78 mayors, 270,000 students, an anthem the whole island sang. 1.1 million acts of kindness in 5 days and a certified world record. We are the most digitally connected in human history, yet the most disconnected from our humanity. But a single act of kindness can create a ripple that spreads across the whole world. November 1st, 2026 through January 31st, Global Kindness Season, 1 billion acts, 200 countries. Your act starts the ripple. Together, we become the wave. Pásalo pa'lante. Pass kindness forward.
I'm so excited to be bringing another amazing guest, Dr. Lisa Tan, and let's bring her in. She is an incredible best-selling author. She's an international speaker, a woman with intention and purpose, and most recently, she's the director of the Global Alliance of the movement Pásalo Pa'lante. And for those of you, and this is your Spanish lesson today, which it means pay it forward, and they are working towards generating 1 billion, with a B, 1 billion acts of kindness around the world. Dr. Lisa Tan, it's such a pleasure to having you here. Welcome, welcome to the Vitality Summit.
Oh, hello, Jenny. Just from your voice, I feel the vitality. And every time I speak about this movement, it makes every single one of my cells sing. Ooh.
I can wait, and you guys are here for a treat. So Lisa, should I say Dr.? I always say Dr. Lisa, but I know you as a friend too. So Dr. Lisa, let's go with Dr. Lisa. I have a question for you, because sometimes we start jumping into the fantastic event that took place last year in Puerto Rico. But I would love for you to maybe take us a little bit like a step or two backwards, because at some point in your career, you decided to move to Puerto Rico, and you came across this, what at that point it was just a small initiative that was going to be taking place in Puerto Rico. Something about that call you, and for you to say, you know what, I want to be part of this. So tell us a little bit about your move to Puerto Rico and how you came across with this movement.
Yes. So I'm going to take everyone to a moment where the lights just suddenly just turned off. We were in the middle of hurricane, and I was hoping the generator would work, but it didn't. We didn't know how we were going to cook or do much of anything. And luckily, I called up a friend, and I said, hey, can we come over? And she's like, yeah, sure. Luckily, her generator was working. And that night, we were able to cook and have our meals. But then another friend calls and says, hey, I'm off the island, but my two parents who are over 80 years old are still on the island, and they can't cook because they're out of power. So because my friend allowed me to come into her home, I was able to cook for my friend's parents and another elderly family. And that is an example of pay it forward. A friend paid forward an act of kindness to me, and I was able to help two other families. And with that, we were sitting around one time, a small group of volunteers at our gathering, and we said, why? Why do we need to wait for a disaster to happen before neighbors can be kind to neighbors? We don't. And from that idea sparked Pasalo Pa'lante, pass kindness forward. And I remember very clearly when we were having this circle, outside at about 10 a.m. were coquis singing. Now, if you don't know about coquis are nocturnal. They don't sing at 10 a.m. in the morning when we were having this meeting. But here they were singing while we were having this breakthrough idea about passing kindness forward and not waiting. The time is now. And the coquis were going with the whistling that they do. And if you can see from my t-shirt, the emblem here represents the coquis. And coquis are very sacred animals here in Puerto Rico. But what's even more special about coquis is that they are the tiniest amphibians with the loudest voice. And here they are telling us, go team, you got it. Let's do this. So yes, that was the birth of Pasalo Pa'lante with coquis son.
What an incredible story. And I don't think we have covered that detail of the story. So that's why I was so intrigued to say, how did it start? Was it already a movement and then they called Lisa? But it was a co-creation of the volunteers from that hurricane. And that's just an incredible example of one little act of kindness and the ripple effect that it can have. Incredible. So Dr. Lisa, obviously, this idea started, and you guys are in Puerto Rico, so the scope was the whole island. But this ended up being one of the biggest movements that the island had. And I know I was able to also witness that last year. And there was a point where somehow you influenced, and say you and the team, because I know it took more than you, but politics and religion and school and industry leaders. Tell us a little bit about how you influence the movement across all these different segments that usually don't work together.
And it starts with And I'm so glad you brought this out. And this is why the word alliance is so meaningful to me and this movement. It is one of our key values: alliance, integrity, and it's about breaking down the divides. So if we have multiple political groups who normally don't talk to each other, we got them talking. We had religious groups who may normally not shake hands. And if you watch our music video, you'll see them shaking hands.
Yes.
And when we spoke to the Secretary of Education on the island, and it was at a point where there was a lot of bullying happening in the public schools, we're saying, what if we brought this concept of kindness to the schools? What might happen? And the Secretary of Education said, right on, let's do this. Let's try this. And what we did notice is that, yes, the bullying did decrease.
Wow.
So the Secretary of Education said, okay, kids, every single student, all 270,000 of them, they got cards. They got these cards. And they could choose whoever they wanted to help. So it could be a classmate, a teacher. And when they did an act of kindness, they passed this card forward to the next person. And that person was encouraged to do an act of kindness and pass that card forward to the next person. And guess what? We had over 1 million of these cards in circulation to this day. And we're talking, this is months later.
Yes.
It is still in circulation. And that's the ripple effect that I'm wanting everyone to feel. Similar to when a friend let me stay in their home and I was able to cook my dinner. And when someone else called me, I cooked 2 other dinners. And those 2 dinners were passed forward in ways that I may never know. But just so you know, these 1 million cards are still in circulation and they have a ripple effect and they multiply.
That's incredible. Pásalo pa'lante, pay it forward. So, Dr. Lisa, you say something about those are the ripple effects that we cannot even see. So talking about the things that we cannot see, I know that you guys did something so brilliant, and it was partnering with the Heart Math Institute. And this is about peak vitality and well-being and connection. And I would love for you to teach the people who are watching right now what that meant. But I know that we can get really geeky with this, like heart and brain coherence and all of those things. Like, explain it to us like we are in middle school or high school.
Yes. So as we're speaking about peak vitality, I just want all of us to imagine an elevator. We step into this elevator and we're usually in our head space. So imagine you're stepping into this elevator in your mind. And we want to take this elevator down a couple of flights and let it land. The elevator stops right in your heart and you step out. And when you step out, you feel this. Do you feel this like warm and fuzzy sensation? Do you feel this presence, this love radiating from the center of your chest? And from the center of your chest, radiate beyond your room, radiate towards your neighbors, radiate beyond your neighborhood, beyond your city, state, country, and let that radiate across the ocean to other continents and beyond. And with a simple act that started with an elevator that spread across the ocean, we were able to measure that.
Wow.
What we did is we had a synchronized moment where we got everyone to drop into their heart. And now we know that kindness causes each of us to release many, many happy hormones, happy molecules. And it helps with vitality for sure. So when we drop into our hearts, and I like to say it creates a song where you almost want to sing from your heart, and this heart song radiates outward across oceans. And what we did in Puerto Rico, we installed these devices throughout the island. And when we did this at this synchronized moment in November, these devices picked up on our heart song. And it showed the most elevated level of heart coherence that these devices pick up. And when these devices pick it up, it's 1,000,000,001 chance. So it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a false positive or a false negative. When it does pick something up, it registers as an elevated heart coherence that was flooding the island.
Wow.
Because not only was there 1,000,000 cards in circulation, all the billboards, every single billboard on the island was flashing, Pasalo Palante, Pasalo Palante. Every single movie theater on the island was playing the Pasalo Palante anthem. So the entire island was just dancing and breathing in this kindness, love frequency that is now validated by science at the HeartMath Institute. And devices on other continents picked it up as well. And it was very elevated. So when I say your heart song expands beyond your room, your neighborhood, your state, your country to another continent, I'm not joking.
Wow. That is so powerful, Dr. Lisa, because I practice a lot of meditation. That's one of my well-being and wellness practices. And some of them are guided. And they said, like, imagine that you are in your heart and you are sending love, right, to the people you love, to your town, to your country, to the world. And the whole time in the past, I've been thinking, that's a nice thought. But you're saying that now we have scientific data that actually happens. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And the HeartMath Institute has been studying this for over 20 years to validate what we've witnessed in our hearts is so true.
Wow. And we live in a world that we've never been so digitally connected, but we are truly so disconnected at the same time. So
Yes.
how do you see kindness filling that gap?
So what makes this movement so unique is that we're not just telling people to think about kindness. This is kindness in action going viral at scale. So what we would love to do and is already in complete momentum is that we're taking the model that's been born in a very, very special island in the Caribbean. We know it works. We have science to validate it. And we want to take this and replicate it and share this with every ambassador in every single country in the world. That's how we're going to take kindness in action and make it go viral. Yes. But you know what? We know this is going to be successful. And the reason is because every single one of us, we are all inherently kind. We're just saying, hey, take a pause and remember what is in here.
I cannot wait. And I know many people probably may say, 1 billion acts of kindness. Isn't that a bold statement? But you guys went for 1 million in a tiny island, and you did it. Tell us a little bit more about the record that you guys set.
So we set a new official world record with over 1.1 million acts of kindness on a very special island in the middle of the Caribbean over 5 days. Now, just imagine we're taking this not to a month, but to a whole season, Global Kindness Season. And I know that we can hit 1 billion. Yes, with a capital B.
I love it, and I cannot wait. And there's something about the unity that these whole movements, like you mentioned, everybody's kind naturally. And when we do it with purpose, it just amplifies it. And in just taking Puerto Rico as an example, I'm from Puerto Rico, and I know that we can be very united when there's a hurricane, when there's a need. But you guys united the island when there was not a need other than a movement and a purpose. Every single municipality say yes to the movement, which I've never seen a movement like that before in the island, which is just incredible. So tell us about maybe during the Puerto Rico example, was there like an act of kindness or an example that you can think about that it was small, but indeed it had an incredible impact, even bigger impact that you thought it would be possible?
Yes. I mean, we've talked about the school systems and municipalities joining. That alone is historic in Puerto Rico. But what happened in a small cafe? A cafe owner said, you know what? I want to participate in this. I'm going to, when my customers come in, I'm going to give them a cup of coffee on that day with cups of coffee. Kindness through cups of coffee. It can be literally that simple. So if you want to buy a cup of coffee for a friend, go for it.
Go for it.
And we had a smile challenge with dentists. So something here, talk about vitality.
That's it.
Lifting these two muscles changes your entire physiology, but not only your own physiology, the physiology of the person you smile to. A smile is one of the most profound acts of kindness that someone can do. Smile at someone. The next time you see a stranger, smile.
Simple, so powerful at the same time. So Dr. Lisa, before we wrap it up here, and again, this is a subject that I can be talking to you for hours. Tell us a little bit about the upcoming Pásalo Pa'lante event that we're going to have in a couple of months.
Oh, yeah. So, of course, it's happening in Puerto Rico in all its glory. And we're inviting 195 countries to join us.
Yes.
Yes. And on the website, everyone can start making their pledges, and it will count towards this new world record. Share it with family, share it with friends, and most importantly, be kind to yourself. It starts with you. And this is what I love to do. It starts with each and every one of us being kind to ourselves, and that allows us to be kind towards others.
Beautifully said. Dr. Lisa, it was such an honor having you here at our Peak Vitality Summit. And remember, stay tuned because we're going to have this event coming up in just a couple of months. Very quick, what is the website where people can go and learn more about this global movement?
Joinpasa.com. Joinpasa.com.
Incredible. All right. So just another incredible interview. Dr. Lisa Tam, thank you so much for being here. And we'll break into a commercial.
Thank you,
After
Jenny.
the hurricane, we didn't wait for help. We became it. Roof by roof, farm by farm, family by family. Then, we did something the world had never seen. All 78 mayors, 270,000 students, an anthem the whole island sang. 1.1 million acts of kindness in 5 days, and a certified We are the most digitally connected in human history, yet the most disconnected from our humanity. But a single act of kindness can create a ripple that spreads across the whole world. November 1st, 2026 through January 31st, Global Kindness Season. 1 billion acts, 200 countries. Your act starts the together we become the way. Pásalo pa'lante. Pass kindness forward.
Wow. 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 Well, it's been an absolutely amazing day here with you all. We've done almost 8.5 hours. Can you believe it or not? I've actually sent Jenny off to bed because it's like really early hours in the morning there. And she's such a trooper that she came in here and supported us right to the end of this amazing summit. And so all I can say is, wow, what a day. You know, if there is one thing I hope you take away from everything that we've heard today, it's this. Peak vitality isn't about mastering one area of your life. It's alignment across all of them. Our physical health, your mental and emotional health, your relationships, your purpose, your business, your finance, your contribution. Because one of the biggest things we've explored today is something that we talk a lot about here in Voice to Influence, and that is disconnected potential. So you can have incredible knowledge, talent, relationships, resources, opportunities, but if they're all pulling in different directions, you're never operating at your truest potential. See, peak vitality happens when all the pieces start working together. And that's what today has been all about. But before we finish, there are a lot of people that I want to help acknowledge to help make an event like this possible. It's not just a one-man or a one-woman show. So huge thank you, first and foremost, to our awesome sponsor, Podgo, and or to our incredible speakers who gave their time, their knowledge, and their wisdom today and gave it access to you for free. To all of our co-hosts, our tech team behind the scenes, huge shout out to Dave and Daryl Miller. Yeah, there we go. I'm mixing it up. Daryl Simmons and Dave Miller. These commercials that you've seen throughout the day have been produced by our amazing team. So well done, team. That was such a brilliant job. You know, and a huge thank you to Aaron Young. Thank you for all of the support and the contribution and making those amazing connections happen with Michael Gorton and some of our other amazing speakers here today. And most importantly, to my business partner, Michael Silvers, our co-founder here of Voice to Influence. Thank you for all of our business partners. Thank you for continuing to believe in what we're building. We are just getting started here. And personally, huge thank you to my family and my inner circle. Thank you for supporting me and allowing me to do what I absolutely love doing, which is my way of helping to elevate humanity. And guess what? We are not finished yet. Tomorrow, Saturday, Friday for our USA friends, but Saturday here in Australia, we're coming back together for a special session to help you take today's ideas and start putting them into action. We've also got our next global summit coming up. So keep an eye out for that, for our Podcast Power Summit coming up towards the end of September. And if today has made you think, I've got something I can contribute to a room like this, well, then go visit our speakers portal and put your hand up. And Dave, if you're just there, please drop the links in the comments, please, mate, for our people to go and take action on that. And maybe the next person that we're going to introduce on this global stage is you. It would be my absolute pleasure to do so. So as we close out the Peak Vitality Global Summit, remember this. Potential alone is not enough. We need to bring the pieces together. We need to get them aligned, and true disconnected potential only really happens in alignment, and we can turn that into connected potential, connected possibility.
because that's where true peak vitality begins. Thank you for spending your day with us today. And for our people, all around the world, we thank you. See you tomorrow on our next call, and good night, legends. That's all we have for today. Bye for now.
The world doesn't need more information. There's already more knowledge, content, and advice than any of us could ever consume. What we need is connection. You already have experience, ideas, ambition, something valuable to contribute. But potential doesn't become influence simply because it exists. The pieces have to connect. Your voice, your authority, your leadership, your relationships, your ability to create something valuable and contribute it where it matters. That's why Voice to Influence exists, a place for entrepreneurs, leaders, and experts to develop, connect, contribute, and grow. Not an audience, a room of peers. Because the right relationship can change a trajectory. The right room can change what's possible. And what you know becomes far more powerful when it begins helping someone else. Bring what you know. Meet who you don't. Build what's next. Voice to Influence. You already have the voice. We build the influence.